Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming of Revolution. Trump and Israel, they have surrendered. I told y'all they would. But before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, am I Nostradamus? I told y'all this would happen. Salute. I told y'all that Israel couldn't take no more. And Trump has been exposed. I thought he said Iran had to surrender. Now that it's surrendered. Now, it is a ceasefire, but I'm calling it a surrender. Let's get into the content. Salute to everybody in the building. I know y'all been waiting up. Y'all heard Iran attack the U.S. bases. Next thing you know, peace was on the table. Man, these people is cowards.
President Trump has called for peace tonight following an attack by Iran on a U.S. military airbase in Qatar in revenge for U.S. strikes on...
Slow down. You might lose us. Now, you say Iran attacked the U.S. military bases. The largest military base in the Middle East is actually in Qatar. There's nothing they could do. Iran actually called Qatar up and say, hey, could you get all your people out the way? I'm finna be blowing a bunch of shit up. Salute, family. So they wasn't trying to kill. They were trying to destroy, and they were trying to give a warning to the U.S. Y'all can't stop nothing we do. And it's a lot more coming. Next thing you know, ceasefires on the table. Trump, you said Iran had to surrender. They're not surrendering. So what's going on here?
On its nuclear facilities at the weekend. This evening, Mr. Trump, writing on social media, said that Iran had got it out of its system and that hopefully there'd be no
listen
further...
to nothing Trump is saying on social media. Lie. He said he had obliterated the Iranian nuclear program. That's a lie. Totally devastated. That's a lie. You barely even was able to dent the mountains. Humiliation for the Americans. Now everybody in the world know to do any of their real military work inside the mountains because the U.S. don't have the artillery to deal with that. That's just a fact now. And what did Iran do? They went to go see Putin. Big meeting happened with President Putin. And then they got some get back. And then Trump and Netanyahu said, we surrender. We don't want no more. That's a fact.
The hate. He also thanked Iran for giving the U.S. prior warning of the strikes. More on the attack in a moment. But first, let's go straight to Washington.
The strikes was a warning to the Arabs. The strikes was a warning to Qatar, to Saudi Arabia, to the United Arab Emirates, to Kuwait, to Bahrain, to anybody else. Your ass will get it, and the U.S. can't protect you. Now stay out of our way while we deal with the U.S. That's all the strikes was. They didn't look at to kill a bunch of Americans. Everybody knows if that's what they want to do. They could do that. No, they want to demonstrate that they the real power in the Middle East. We see that now that Israel has surrendered. They can say ceasefire. Remember, they told y'all that they wanted Iran to surrender. And they wanted a peace treaty with Iran. I told you Iran will never sign no fucking peace treaty until there's a Palestinian state. You're not getting no peace treaty with Iran until it's a Palestinian state. Israel is the one that surrendered today. And Trump, this man needs to just get out of office. He's made America look weak and foolish.
To Sarah Smith. So is this Mr. Trump calling for de-escalation, Sarah?
No, he don't want no more.
Well, absolutely. We have not heard definitively from the U.S. administration that they don't intend to launch a retaliatory tit-for-tat attack. But President Trump does not sound like somebody who is ready to do that when he posts on social media in all capital letters, "Congratulations, world, it's time for peace." Now, they knew here inside the White House that
Iran brought the peace by kicking their ass. Now Israel come to their senses. Now Israel come to their senses, and I seen the report. They still hiding it. The head of Mossad, the leader of Mossad, the CIA of Israel, is dead. It's dead. I just checked one of my news reports. They don't want to put it. It ain't in no video. I got to check my deep intelligence sources. He's dead, like I reported a few days ago when they struck the Mossad building. He's dead. Netanyahu was next. Now, one of these people want peace. Iran was finna whack all their goddamn leaders. That's a fact.
That there was inevitably going to be a retaliatory attack from Iran. What they didn't know was how aggressive or how destructive it was going to be. And in fact, what we saw was an Iranian action that was pretty much deliberately designed to do as little damage as possible. I mean, what's happened today must be one of the...
See, what we finna get, I'm just showing y'all this so y'all can see it. They're on Western media acting like Iran really played itself, didn't really hit him with the full punch. No, they didn't hit him with the full punch because it was never about knocking out all the U.S. military in the Middle East. It's about letting them know their capabilities. What Putin told them to do, just give them a little bit and see how they respond. You see what they responded in peace. You got to kill a bunch of Americans. You just tear their bases up, let them know, hey, if the Americans could have been in there, they could have been dead. Trump got the message.
The most careful and frankly polite military exchanges in recent history. You had Iran warning the United States in advance.
No, ma'am. Let's start with Trump. Let's start right here. Because see, they say this was polite. Iran returned the favor. Didn't Trump in the U.S. warn them of some facilities was going to get bombed a couple of days, and then they got all their shit up out of there? Then Trump just threw some most expensive bombs at the mountains, destroyed nothing, went on TV, beat his chest, got laughed at. I ran like, okay, yeah, I see what you're doing. I see that, and we'll do the same thing. The same amount of missiles the U.S. used on Iran said we're going to use the same amount. How many you use? You use 6 or 7. All right, we're going to throw 7 back your way. That is showing your power that you can mirror what they're doing. That's showing the U.S. Nigga, tit for tat. You go harder, we go harder.
Advance of what they were going to do, and then in a post on social media, Donald Trump has even been thanking them. He said, I would like to thank Iran for giving us early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost and nobody to be injured. Perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region. I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. And Donald Trump then went on to say that Iran had now got everything out of their system. So that sounds very much like he is ready to declare this over, and it's difficult to imagine why Iran would be planning further action after the great care and delicacy they have taken over the attack today. It was not guaranteed this was going to go this way when Donald Trump launched those airstrikes on Saturday night against Iran's nuclear facilities. He could not be sure that this is how Iran was going to respond. This is a best case scenario in many ways for the United States.
First of all, Iran retaliated by devastating the other U.S. military base in Israel. Israel, the main base, gave them a total devastation the next day. You see? But then Putin told them how you got to play this game with the U.S. He's doing that in Ukraine. Salute nephew. You see? Military tacticians is working here. Military, they went to see Putin first. Then they gave the U.S. bases a couple of missiles just to let them know you can't stop us. We're getting back at you for what you did. You didn't really destroy shit in Iran. You lied to your people. So ain't no reason for us to kill no Americans. That's what Putin told them. Don't do that. That's what the psychopaths want you to do. But Iran gave them a proper statement. And then they wanted peace. They begging for peace because Israel can't take 2-3 more days of what Iran been doing to them. That's a fact. And the whole world know that regardless what the fuck the West try to say. The whole world know Israel was on his knees and couldn't take another day.
States and for President Trump, and there will be great relief inside the White House that this is how it's gone down.
Sarah Smith, thank you very much. Well, tonight the U.S. has lifted the advice to...
I had enough lies. Enough of y'all lies. I just had to let my people know that y'all trying to lie to the public. But let's just look a little bit up. We'll look at the attack on the U.S. bases, but they act like Iran didn't wake up and give Israel... I mean, they woke up and threw some missiles. Let's see, do I got that? Let me see. Y'all gave me some of this more. I don't know where I have. Oh, I don't know what it said. I had that for y'all. Oh yeah, we do got that. All right, let's look at this. All right, we're gonna check it. We're gonna check out what they did to the U.S. bases, but it's a series of steps took place. All right.
So as you can see,
Israel woke up today to more bombardment and punishment.
more and more people in Israel are saying that they need to end the war now, after the United States carried out these attacks against the Fordo facility and against other nuclear locations inside of Iran. But Iran isn't stopping, and as a matter of fact, today Israel said that it had the longest wave of sirens, which meant that this was the longest wave of missiles sporadically being launched at Israel, but not just from Iran, from Yemen too. Israel said that there were sirens being heard because they monitored missiles being launched from Yemen as well, despite Yemen not declaring this. Now, the areas that they attacked in Israel this morning were very strategic. One of them was the Ashdod or Sdood power station. This led to 8,000 homes having no electricity, as confirmed by authorities inside of Israel. These were some of the videos that came up this morning from the Iranian attack.
איזה פחד. מה, עינב? השם ישמור, איזה פחד. מה קרה? נפל לי ידי כמעט על הראש שלי. תהיל עכשיו. אין לו מוח. בית חנן, בית עובד, לא נראה לי אצלך. יואו, איזה פחד.
So as you can see, this was a successful attack against the Israeli power station in Ashdod, alongside other strategic locations too. As a matter of fact, you had a statement from the IRGC saying that for the first time, Israel was hit with Qadr H missiles. Statement number 17 from the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps. The 21st wave of True Promise 3 operations was launched in response to the ongoing crimes of the brutal Zionist regime. It involved the firing of both solid and liquid fueled missiles, along with coordinated smart drone attacks. For the first time in this operation, multi-warhead Khaybar or Qadr H ballistic missiles were used, employed new and surprising tactics to achieve more precise, destructive, and effective strikes, strategic targets across the occupied territories from north to south.
See, Iran been telling for days, less missiles, but more advanced missiles. No more the old dummy missiles, new advanced missiles. They throw 10 at you, you're getting hit with 10. You're not hitting nothing.
And central areas of the Zionist regime were hit. The IRGC emphasized that the impactful operations will continue using new tactics that exploit weaknesses in Israel's air defense systems. Combat and drone activity will remain constant throughout the day. And they also added, forcing the occupiers of the Palestinian territories to live under the sound of sirens in constant flight and in shelters. This comprehensive national defense will continue until the complete elimination of the Zionist regime. Guys, the IRGC are serious in their attacks, and they're telling us that they're going to continue up until the elimination of the Zionist regime. What do we understand from all of this? Well, clearly, things are not going in the favor of Israel. After the United States carried out the illegal crime and act of terror against Iran, that is both unconstitutional.
Remember, Trump said there will be no ceasefire, no ceasefires. Iran had to surrender. But what the fuck are they want a ceasefire for?
So illegal from an American perspective and illegal from an international law perspective. Benjamin Netanyahu and all of the Zionist mouthpieces, they went on a high to try and inflate.
Revolutionary salute to my brother at our family blockbuster for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family, for helping me keep the lights on in the House of Revolution. Salute.
Late. This accomplishment make it appear to be as if it's something that it totally is not. A case of theatrics. The Americans warned the Iranians took all of the uranium out. They were attacking only the entry and exit parts. No effective damage has been sustained. Nothing, nowhere near this total destruction and annihilation that they've been telling us.
See? So Iran mirrored. We're gonna see when we look at the video from the attack today on the Qatari bases and the bases in Iraq. Iran just mirrored their attack. Okay, you warn us, like you that big of a done daughter, you can warn us, then hit us. Okay, we warned y'all, then we hit y'all. But on American TV, Iran was so polite and so nice. That's to make the American people think Trump and the U.S. still the big dogs on the block. No, you not. Everybody at Catastrophic TV has witnessed the humiliation of these people. They have surrendered. This is a surrender. Everybody know that.
So, from Netanyahu's perspective, well, he thought, okay, this is continuing, though. Iran had a very, very serious strike the following day on many strategic parts, destructive force, missiles being used for the first time as well, quickly taking away the sensation of victory.
Trump struck Iran, beat his chest. Iran devastated Israel the next day, wiped the smile right off their face, put them back in their rat holes. Went to go see Putin. Then they struck the U.S. bases. Now Israel and Trump going against everything he said. Now they want a ceasefire. Stop the shooting. Cool. Iran don't mind stopping the shooting. They need their allies to resupply them. They don't mind. They don't mind giving Israel a ceasefire. That don't mean the fighting is over. Cool. Let's have a ceasefire. U.S. send some more weapons. Iran gonna get more weapons. You see, but Trump has been humiliated. He said no ceasefires. And people need to remind him, you said no ceasefire, Iran must surrender. But after being put in that blender for a couple of days, they just want the shooting to stop.
And wiping off the smug smile and the smug faces of Benjamin Netanyahu and all of the Zionists who were celebrating these attacks. Now, this is putting Benjamin Netanyahu in a very tough position. And this tough position is, well, the United States carried out the attack that we wanted. They attacked reportedly Fordo again today. They attacked other healthcare facilities in Iran as well. Iran, they carried out very successful interceptions of Hermes drones. This was another one that they took down earlier this morning. But Netanyahu knows very well he cannot continue this war forever, and he can't just simply go to a war of attrition with Iran. As a matter of fact, he confirmed that. He knows very well he cannot actually.
History will show Israel only lasted 1 week in a fight with Iran. They only lasted 1 week. They defeated the Arab nations in the 6-day war. That's a fact. That's a historical fact. They defeated 5 or 6 Arab nations, the big ones. Syria, Egypt, a few other was in there, them. They was in Lebanon. They defeated them quick. Got rid of them. 6-day war. Humiliation to the Arabs. Yes, NATO was helping them flying Israeli planes, Americans, but that don't matter. They're flying the planes right now, and they've been defeated by Iran in the same time span.
They continue with the war of attrition because it's not going to be to his favor.
Iran is the
That's why they're starting to call in Israel to end the war. There were multiple articles being published in Israel today saying that it's time to declare victory and go back home. One of the articles was published in the Israeli Ynet by a very well-known Israeli analyst, Nahum Barnea. He published this article over here saying it's time to declare victory and go home. The American bomb has brought the entire region to historic crossroads. Trump's casino suddenly dumped a flood of chips into our hands. Now it's time to take the money and cut off contact. Why? Because we have reached a point where the yield of achievements is decreasing and the possible cost is increasing because the military is stretched to the limit and because there may be a real opportunity here to change the Israel status in the Middle East. That's their delusions and their hopes. The reality is, well, Trump gave you that hit and this theater Iran is still saying that, no, we will be the ones who will dictate what will happen and when it will happen. Today, there was another statement coming from the head of the Iranian armed forces saying that the United States violated our sovereignty and gave our fighters free rein to attack its interests and forces. So they're justifying not only attacks against Israel now, but also attacks against U.S. forces. However, the assumption is, including mine, is that Iran will be very calculated in not escalating too much, having a responsive measure with the U.S., undoubtedly, but focusing on the main problem, which is Israel. Israel knows that and is very worried about that. Netanyahu can no longer convince the Israeli public that he's having all of these accomplishments inside of Iran, and he's unable to convince the Israeli public that Israel is untouchable. All of these missiles that were landing today and yesterday from Iran with more destructive force, they're getting more serious in their attacks, and they're escalating their attacks too. That's telling the Israelis we have nothing to do here. Then they know that the Russians and the Iranians are coordinating as well. There was a meeting between Abbas Araghchi and President Vladimir Putin in Russia. And according to reports, they were speaking about very important issues. Now, from a Russian perspective, they already warned the Americans and the Israelis. They said they're not going to remove their staff from Bushehr. And they clarified, they admitted that they support Iran militarily. They were also...
They ain't attacked that. The place Putin said, I'm not removing my personnel from. That's not an Iranian facility. It's an Iranian-Russia joint facility at Bushehr nuclear power plant. You ain't heard about it getting hit. Trump didn't hit that. Come on, because he acting. He acting. Hit the plant that Putin warned you about. Hell no. Because they cowards.
So moves coming from China too. That's, of course, all of that is putting Netanyahu in a very difficult position. And the Americans know very well they don't have the capacity to go and wage war against Iran. As a matter of fact, U.S. officials, including J.D. Vance and others too, J.D. Vance came up with a statement saying, no, we're not at war with Iran. We're at war with its, nuclear program. And it was just a very precise attack coming from President Trump that we had to do. They can't have nuclear bombs. And now it's done and over. They want to confirm, they want to give people the confidence that they're not actually looking to escalate to an all-out war, despite the fact that we can reach a stage where it does reach an all-out war. You can't guarantee that because you can't guarantee how Iran would respond as well. These were some more videos that came from Israel after the attack that happened earlier on from Iran. So Israel is in a tough position. The United States, they gave them what they want. The United States isn't likely to add more and participate more in this unless Iran attacks, and that would also, or retaliates, to be more specific, to the United States act of terror inside of Iran, and it would depend on that size. And again, Iran could do something very similar to what the United States did, like tell the United States in advance, we're going to attack.
That's exactly what they did.
So they can minimize losses.
That's exactly what they did. See, that's smart military tacticians. That's what Putin told them to do. Just warn them like they warned you, blow their shit up. And what happened? Now they want a ceasefire.
And the United States will say fair play. If the United States wants to be arrogant after that, if Trump and his administration, if they want to be arrogant and escalate, then things can spiral out of control. So what's becoming clear now is that Iran is not looking to de-escalate at the moment. Israel wants to de-escalate. As a matter of fact, The statement of Benjamin Netanyahu shows very clearly that they're quite desperate to finish this as soon as possible. In a way, Israel wanted the US attack in Iran, in Fordo in particular, to be the icing on the cake, you know. That was the final attack and let's finish everything. But Iran didn't give that to them. Iran didn't give that to them. And now the IRGC's latest statement is saying the operations will continue until the elimination of the Zionist regime. Clearly, the Iranians have a plan here. And today as well, there were a couple of statements from Iranian officials. One of them was the foreign ministry spokesman, Ismail Baqai. He said it's become clear to the world if evil is not curbed, it will inevitably spread, he said. There was another statement coming from the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, who said that we will persevere, we will stand firm until the end, make the enemy regret it, and create a bright future for the region with our Islamic countries in the region. So, in line with the vision of the IRGC, almost exactly, you know, the elimination of the Zionist regime. Therefore, and another statement, by the way, came from Baqai, who said that sooner or later the Zionist regime will target European countries as well as under flimsy pretexts. This may seem ridiculous today, but history will show that the regimes will also target European countries under flimsy pretexts. By then, it will be too late to regret. We already saw that in the attack in Malta, by the way, against the ship that was going to Gaza. They already attacked Europe. They carried out assassinations in Europe. They kidnapped people in Europe. But he's warning that more might come. So, from what we can see so far, Iran is still on the path of escalation, a gradual, consistent escalation. Today, targeting strategic points, targeting the power station of Ashdod. That is a very serious strike. That is nothing light. I mean, Iran already targeted so many strategic places across all of Israel. This is very important. And that's showing you that they're not looking to de-escalate them. They're not afraid of a confrontation. As a matter of fact, they're realizing that a longer war will be to their benefit, because they're seeing desperation from Israel. They're sensing the desperation. They're seeing Benjamin Netanyahu trying to get out of it. They're hearing what they have to say. They're seeing the effect that they're doing inside. And they're doing that without struggling at any level. They're doing all of these tests. Yes, Israel still
show they want to bully Hamas. Why you don't want to know if Iran is the reason Hamas is attacking you, and Iran gave them the capabilities. That's what they say. Iran is the head of is the octopus. Those are just his tentacles. Why the hell do you want a ceasefire with Iran? Shouldn't you finish them off? Why you got them on the ropes like you said? See, those are all lies they were telling. And they can't do nothing but bully them smaller little militias. Now they run up into the big dog, and Israel has been humiliated, and Trump has been humiliated too.
Still attacking in Iran. They conducted several attacks today. But Iran also declared today that they took down another Israeli fighter jet in the eastern part of the country, alongside the Hermes 900, by the way. And in the attack that they carried out on Israel, they said they targeted financial and strategic locations. So they have freedom. And also one important thing, by the way, there's hardly any hour during the day when Iran doesn't have a drone in the Israeli airspace. Iran has drones inside of Israel almost 24/7. That's why Israel says there's sirens 24/7. And that's why today they said they had the longest batch of sirens throughout the day. Because before the attack, you'll have drones. After the attack, you'll have drones. Throughout the day, you'll have drones. This means that Iran is the one controlling Israeli airspace and not the contrary. Israel is constantly telling people that they're controlling Iran. So that's not the case. Iran is able to protect its airspace. Yes, Israel is still able to conduct operations there. However, not to the level that it wants and not to the level that it desires. And this American theatrical attack in Fordo isn't going to change how things are.
Revolutionary salute to our family. Corey, for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute.
On the ground. In short, we're expected to see more escalation now, or a continuation of this.
This is before.
Iran is gradually escalating. Israel is running out of options. As a matter of fact, Israel was hoping that they would, stop, that the Americans would manage to stop this after the Fordo attack. Well, tough luck, that's not going to happen. Iran is going to dictate when it ends, like they said, and like they not only told the Israelis, but the Americans too. You started it, we will end it. We will be the ones who will decide when it will end. Therefore, the talk about this ending in the next few days is highly unlikely. And the initial estimate of Israel that this escalation will end on the 30th of June, which is the date that Israel declared the final day of the state of emergency, that is open, of course, for expansion. It's not looking like that's going to be the date as well. It looks like Iran is serious. They're having a very calculated approach. And it looks like what we're seeing now is the final war that will lead to the collapse of the Zionist regime. Like the Iranians are declaring, by the way, because it's gone too far. Israel has crossed all lines. I mean, Israel has been crossing lines throughout its existence, but they're crossing all of the lines now. And the Iranians know, and more countries of the region, or at least the people of the region, to some regimes are still blind in the region. But even those who have had any potential of deals with Israel, or they're realizing that there's a threat and that
everybody gonna get nuclear weapons now. That's what Trump did. The gates of hell is gonna be open. Saudi gonna have them. All the Arab people gonna have them. Egypt, Iran gonna have them. But then they're gonna spread into Africa. This is what the people that they want depopulation. They know what they was doing. Now I got to pay close attention. They wanted this. They want everybody to have nuclear weapons, man, so the nukes can go off.
But they're coming against them after that. Like the Turks are saying, once they finish with Iran, some, of course, in the Turkish establishment saying they're going to come after
them. The bastards, nobody should let have no motherfucking nuclear weapons, and that's the old Ottoman Empire. Shit, who started all that shit in Africa? Goddamn it, started out and had the Arabs up under their motherfucking reign. They was ruling over the Arabs until World War I happened, and Britain and them broke that shit up. They was ruling over the Arabs. Arabs didn't get no freedom, nigga, till after World War I, nigga. They couldn't stand up to the Ottoman Empire. They was running the Muslim world. That's a fact. Those bastards can't get no nuclear weapons.
After us, Pakistan warnings that if they're going to finish with Iran, they're going to come against us too. So all of this is showing the countries that there is no other way. And the call to return to diplomacy, which is very absurd. I don't believe that that's going to work. It doesn't look like there's any space for diplomacy. With any move towards diplomacy, both the Israelis and the Americans break it, and the Europeans come and try and sugarcoat it. Like now, France, Germany, UK calling Iran to go back to the negotiating table, and the Iranian foreign minister, he gave them a very straight answer. We were in the negotiating table until Israel bombed us, and we were on the negotiating table until America bombed us.
And that's a fact. How can I go back to something I never left? He exposed them people. Y'all keep telling Iran, return to, I haven't left. Y'all keep stabbing us in the back while we at this negotiating table. But like I knew, man, you know, it's one revolutionary big dog in this world, Putin, and some shit he just not gonna take, and that's what the United States was trying to do in Iran. I knew it. I knew he was gonna make it crystal to Trump. But boy, you finna get yourself into something that you're not gonna be able to get out of. That's why they want peace. This power right here, they're gonna get him too. He done fucked up. The Israelis gonna get him. Netanyahu is finished. When they threatening to kill the supreme leader, come on, man. You threatening Khomeini? Oh, man, you think he ain't gonna forget that? Y'all threatening to whack him? The Shiites, 100 million Shiites, hundreds of million. They're not gonna forget y'all threatening to whack their leader, bro. They took a couple of shots at him. He survived. Y'all don't know where that man at. That man country big. They pretended, Trump, we know where you're at. You a lie. You a lie. They know you hiding out, though. Look at these clowns. Look at these clowns right here. None of them going to be president. J.D. Vance, I don't think so. You ain't getting in that nigga. I'm definitely going to feel sorry ass. Boy, you a war criminal, too. Look at Pete Hegseth. You's a fucking buster. You shamed the U.S. military. You $500 million missiles you wasted on mountains. Then you sat there and lied, let Trump tell all these lies. We destroyed it. They're finished, totally devastated. And then the IAEA come out and say, well, that's not absolutely true. All we can see is you put some dents into mountains, bro. Salute to our family. Chevy Blue for the donation to the war chest. Revolution's way of life. Absolutely appreciate you. Help me keep the lights on. The House of Revolution. Salute, family.
As you may remember, in my recent video, which I posted on June...
Iran is the leader of the Muslim world. Khomeini is the leader of the Muslim world. Not Erdogan in Turkey. Not the king of Saudi Arabia. No, they not. And the whole world know it. Those Arabs know who they look for some Islamic leadership now. Not those lapdogs that they call leaders. But the Iranians, and the leader is Khomeini.
20th, I voiced information from numerous sources in the White House regarding a possible U.S. attack on Iran. In particular, on June 20th, these sources explicitly stated that on June 21st or 22, the United States would bomb Iran's nuclear facilities in Fordo, Isfahan, and Natanz. And, unfortunately, as time has shown, this information has been fully confirmed. On the night of June 22nd, at 4 a.m. Moscow time, the United States did indeed attack Iran's nuclear facilities. Commenting on this operation, which was designated as Midnight Hummer, U.S. General Dan Kane bluntly stated that during the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities, 7 units of B-2 Spirit bombers were involved. According to him, these bombers used 14 units of GBU-57 bombs against the enemy. At the same time, the American general admitted that before the entry of American bombers into Iranian airspace, one of the American submarines fired more than 20 Tomahawk cruise missiles at the city of Isfahan. As it turned out, this was done in order to distract and overload the Iranian air defense. Thus, the Pentagon acknowledged that Iran's air defense was not entirely destroyed, contrary to statements made by Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump. Meanwhile, even though U.S. President Donald Trump continues to claim that all of Iran's nuclear facilities were allegedly completely destroyed, the means of objective control suggest otherwise. Furthermore, military experts, conducting an analysis of satellite imagery, reached the conclusion that the United States not only failed to neutralize Iran's nuclear facilities, but also failed to inflict significant damage upon these sites. In addition, satellite photos of the American company Maxar Technologies also added fuel to the fire. In particular, these photos clearly show that 3 days before the U.S. attack, Iran decided to play it safe and began to haul away most of the highly enriched uranium from the Fordo nuclear facility. By the way, reputable news agency Mehr also confirmed this information. According to the journalists of this news agency, 3 days before the attack of the American bombers, Iran managed to remove all important equipment from all its nuclear facilities. Furthermore, on the evening of June 22, Deputy Political Director of the Iranian State Television, Hassan Abdini, also officially confirmed that the US bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities did not cause serious damage to the Iranian nuclear program. In addition, on the same day, Tehran officially announced that the United States would pay a heavy price for attacking Iran. Moreover, Tehran has also confirmed that at this stage, Iran's main goal is the destruction of the Israeli Zionist regime, led by Benjamin Netanyahu. According to the chief advisor to the Speaker of the Iranian parliament, Mehdi Mohammadi, Tehran understands perfectly well that in order to cut off the US hand, Iran must first completely destroy the Zionist regime of Israel. It is noteworthy that immediately after this statement, the latest Iranian ballistic missiles rained down on the Israeli naval base in the port city of Haifa for the first time. Currently, independent monitoring services are recording numerous explosions in both the city of Haifa and its port area, where Israeli warships and submarines are stationed. In addition, numerous explosions were also recorded at Ben Gurion Airport. Meanwhile, the authoritative American publication Axios, citing its sources in the Pentagon, said that the bombing of Iran's nuclear sites failed to destroy the most important target.
They're gonna say they're the real Eskimos next. Watch, they're gonna try to seize Alaska or something with this dumbass shit. These are identity thieves.
Highly enriched uranium. Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Rafael Grossi, also indirectly confirmed that the US attack on Iranian nuclear facilities was unsuccessful. According to him, despite the serious damage to the above-ground infrastructure of the Iranian
what they should do is, what Congress should do, is call Mark Rubio, Pete Hegseth, J.D. Vance, or Trump, whoever that comes speak before Congress. They should just ask them, did you obliterate and totally destroy the nuclear power plant in Iran, the Fordo plant? And once they say yes, they did, then they should goddamn charge their ass with perjury. Because you're lying. You're lying to the American people. I've seen so many chumps beating their chest. Trump did right. They say we wrong. Oh, shit, I'll be damned. We in the right here because we righteous. Trump is a liar. He didn't do shit. I don't like to be acting. I don't like to look fake. That's fake, bro. You did not destroy shit. And that showed the world you really scared to death of Putin, bro. Iran ain't been fighting people 1 week. And now you saying enough is enough. It's been too much terror, too much destruction. Nigga, Russia and Ukraine, damn, they've been fighting 4 years. Send your bombers to Ukraine. Send your warships to Ukraine to help the Ukrainians. Yeah, but they know it'll be over tonight, the day they do that. That makes America, that shows the world you're scared of Russia. You looking for something soft, ran into the Iranians and found out they wasn't it, nigga, and got your ass kicked over there.
Nuclear sites, their key underground complexes have fully retained their functionality. Rafael Grossi also officially confirmed that radiation levels at all Iranian nuclear facilities, including Fordo, remained within the normal range.
That's crazy.
All this indicates that even if the Iranians had taken the enriched uranium to a safe place, the American bombs still failed to destroy the main storage facilities with the remaining nuclear materials.
That's another reason why we got to get on their motherfucking ass. Y'all told us them B-2 bombers with some devastating. Yeah, they look pretty stealthy. Woo-wee. Advanced alien tech y'all got there. But them bombs didn't do shit to the mountains. The Most High made those mountains. You made the bombs. The Most High made the mountains. You could not dent the mountains. That's crazy, y'all. That is absolutely crazy. The best weapon they had. This was the one they planned to hit Putin's bunker with. Everybody, it's the bunker buster. And you couldn't dent the fucking mountains. Now, all the world leaders who got a problem with America, I would be building my presidential palace in the motherfucking mountains. That's where my palace would be, in the mountains, since I know you can't destroy the mountains. Now the whole world knows what to do.
Against this backdrop, numerous insiders in Washington and Tel Aviv began to claim that the United States and Israel are preparing a ground operation against Iran. Reports indicate that the main goal of this operation will be the complete destruction of Iran's nuclear program. It is noteworthy that numerous Middle Eastern sources also confirmed this information. According to them, the elite Israeli Shaldag unit, together with the U.S. Special Forces, will launch a ground operation to destroy Iran's nuclear program in the coming days. By the way, immediately after
the only way they can actually destroy it, they gotta physically seize those locations, bro. They gotta go into the locations, plant their dynamite inside and blow it up. What? Where the fuck are you gonna invade Iran from? From what? From Saudi? Which one of those puppet kingdoms do you plan on getting blown off the motherfucking earth? Thinking you can invade. They just bombed Qatar, man. They just bombed the U.S. bases in Qatar. They scared to death over there. The king of Saudi Arabia, he hiding underground, demanding peace because he don't want to get whacked. Come on, man.
After this information appeared, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araki officially confirmed that he would visit Moscow on June 23rd and meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin. According to him, Russia is a strategic partner and friend of Iran, and that during
Putin gave him the go-ahead. Putin don't tell him what to do, but they went over this plan to attack the U.S. bases and see what that lead to more problems. I'm pretty sure Putin told him, no, that's going to end the problem. Just don't kill the soldiers. Do what they did to y'all. Attack their shit. Let them know your capabilities and see where it go from there. Well, they did that. And Israel and U.S. surrendered. They want peace now.
During this visit, Tehran and Moscow will coordinate further actions of the two countries, amid the attack by Israel and the United States on Iran. At the same time, sources in the Iranian Foreign Ministry confirmed that Tehran has already asked Russia for help within the strategic partnership framework. In particular, we are talking about coordinating the actions of the Iranian and Russian intelligence services in the fight against the Israeli Mossad, the American CIA, and the British MI6. As it turned out, over the past 30 days, Iran arrested dozens of Mossad, CIA, and MI6 agents in Tehran and other Iranian cities. They were mostly Indian and Afghan citizens. Reports indicate that they carried out sabotage on the territory of Iran and transmitted important information to Israel, the United States, and Britain. It is also worth noting that immediately after the Iranian foreign minister arrived in Russia, the deputy chairman of the Russian Security Council, Dmitry Medvedev, officially stated that the U.S. attack on Iran led to a completely opposite effect. Dmitry Medvedev noted that the United States not only failed to destroy...
That's the man next in line to rule Russia. That man right there. That's Putin. That's Putin's pupil. He raised him. That's the only dude ever been president of Russia the last 25 years. He was the president when Gaddafi got killed. He made a horrible mistake and sustained at the United Nations. He should have vetoed the United Nations move on Libya. But him and China, I can't just blame him. China did it too. They sustained. That was a mistake. But they didn't know what NATO was finna do. And that's when Putin got pissed. That's when Putin came back into power. He was thinking about retiring, bro. Going to live his life. Then they destroyed Libya, and John McCain made a terrible mistake. Came on TV and said, what happened to Gaddafi could happen to Putin too. Putin said, oh, really? Came back to power. The rest is history. But maybe 2 years later, John McCain died of brain cancer. It's a shame what happened to John McCain. I wonder how you got that advanced brain cancer so quick. Lord have mercy, the Russians don't play.
Destroy Iran's nuclear facilities, but also gave Tehran a reason to accelerate the creation of its own nuclear bomb. According to Medvedev, all countries of the world condemned the U.S. attack on Iran. The United States has permitted itself to become involved in a new conflict, with the perspective of a ground operation, which is also doomed to failure. At the same time, Iran's political regime has only become stronger, as the Iranian people, amid the aggression of the United States and Israel, began to consolidate around the country's supreme leader. In the end, Dmitry Medvedev expressed confidence that due to the actions of the United States and Israel, Iran would still have nuclear weapons, which would be a humiliating defeat for Washington and Tel Aviv. By the way, almost all influential Russian military experts and analysts have made a similar statement. According to their assertions, all occurrences suggest that the United States will suffer a humiliating defeat in the conflict with Iran, while Tehran is unequivocally on the path to becoming a member of the nuclear club.
Can't go back from now. Iran will become Libya, or they go become North Korea. It's up to Iranians which one you want to be. You want to be Libya, then sit down and not handle your business. You want to be North Korea, take care of your business, man. And you got to get the big bomb. But Russia, North Korea, China, they liable to just give them about 10 just to keep things even, or maybe give them 50 since Israel got 100. But now let's take a little look at the let's look at a little bit of what happened today with the bombing of the U.S. base.
So things have just taken a serious turn in the Middle East. Iran has fired what's being described as hundreds of missiles at U.S. military bases, with the Al Udeid air base in Qatar taking the brunt of the strikes.
Allahu Akbar.
They only fired what the U.S. fired at them. They didn't fire 100.
Iranian media called it Operation Basharat al-Fat, or Annunciation of Victory. Explosions lit up the skies over Doha, and social media is already flooded with videos showing flashes, booms, and what looks like air defense systems struggling to keep up. While the footages haven't all been verified, the sheer volume of reports coming in suggests this wasn't some symbolic warning shot. It was a calculated and massive retaliation. And it's no surprise why. Just days ago, the US, in coordination with Israel, launched airstrikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, targets like Fordow and Natanz, deep within Iranian territory. Tehran warned there would be consequences, and now we're seeing exactly what that means. This is no longer about diplomacy or deterrence. It's a full-scale confrontation. And let's be honest, it's a confrontation the US walked into with eyes wide open, yet still seems surprised that Iran actually hit back, and hard. The most shocking part? The target wasn't in Iran. It was deep in US-controlled territory in Qatar and Iraq, sending a chilling message. Iran's reach goes far beyond its borders, and it's willing to take the fight straight to American military infrastructure in the region. Al Udeid isn't just any base. It's one of the largest US military installations in the world, outside of the United States. For Iran to hit it this directly means something has fundamentally changed. The old game of Washington striking first and others absorbing the blow is over.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
This was just a warning to them Arabs. You stop playing with Iran, boy. Israel just got punished. You next. The U.S. can't protect you. We'll look for them too. We're looking for the U.S. You mind your business. That's what this was all about. Now the Arab world, no, don't play. You see, before this day, and yes, the Arab kings wanted Iran to be defeated. All of them did. Before this war happened, these people hated Iran. And I did a video when Trump went to Saudi Arabia and they talking about $1 trillion deals. I said in my live, I said, that's the hit on Iran. I don't give a shit what they said. Next thing you know, the bullshit broke out with Israel and Iran. I said it before it happened. Trump sat down with them Arabs. I don't care what they saying. Them bastards put a hit on Iran, bro. They hate Iran because they scared of them. But now they got way more problems to fill. Now, because Israel can't beat them, which they wish they could, and the U.S. can't beat them, which they wish they could. Now they totally defenseless. And if I was Iran, I don't give a shit. I will put my people in the play to overthrow those goddamn kings. In Saudi Arabia for sure, Kuwait and United Arab Emirates, them bastards, they got to go.
Qatar didn't waste time dressing things up in diplomatic niceties. Their response was sharp and unambiguous.
Talking about they deserve the right. Man, if I was Iran, I would have said, what? Bitch, I would have threw a couple of missiles at them. I just told you, sit down and shut up. They say they deserve the right to respond. What? To who? Man, y'all, what is y'all over there smoking? Ain't drugs illegal in them Arab countries? Respond to who? Iran? Shut the fuck up, Qatar, for it don't be no Qatar.
In the aftermath of Iran's missile strike, the Qatari Ministry of Foreign Affairs blasted the attack as a flagrant violation of the country's sovereignty and a breach of international law.
That's the problem. You're not sovereign. You are a goddamn puppet of the U.S. You're not sovereign, bro. It's a breach of our sovereignty. No, if you were sovereign, the U.S. wouldn't be using your country to attack Middle Eastern nations. If you was real sovereign, why the hell you got all 10,000 U.S. troops in your country? You don't even have a military. They do have a military that's used in Africa. Them and the United Arab Emirates is helping fund a lot of terrorism in Africa. Qatar sent a lot of killers to kill Gaddafi. I didn't even know who the fuck Qatar and the United Arab Emirates was till I paid attention to what was going on in Libya. And that's who you saw. Turkey was there too. You didn't see Saudi Arabia and all. No. Some fucking bullshit ass country called the United Arab Emirates, those clowns, and Qatar, because they got all this money where they funded Islamic terrorism in Africa. That's a fact, man.
The formal language was a deeper frustration. Qatar has once again found itself dragged into the chaos of an American-Israeli war of provocation that it never asked for. While Qatari air defenses were reportedly able to intercept the incoming missiles, avoiding casualties and damage, there's growing unease in Doha about the real cost of allowing U.S. forces to use their soil as a forward base for endless aggression against regional powers. Earlier in the day, Qatar closed its airspace, anticipating what the U.S. and Israel seemed blind to: retaliation. And when the missiles came, so did the fallout. The U.S. Embassy told Americans to shelter in place. Other foreign missions did the same. But thanks to Washington's arrogance and Tel Aviv's endless thirst for confrontation, the entire region is now teetering on the edge. And even the quiet, pragmatic Gulf states are being forced to choose whether they'll keep enabling this madness or finally push back. Professor Jeffrey Sachs saw this coming long before it unfolded. Everything happening now is playing out exactly as he warned.
The Israelis came to view this government as a mortal threat because the Iranian regime, an Islamist regime, said that they supported the Palestinian cause. So do I, by the way, for a two-state solution. So this is not a radical point. The idea that Palestinians should have political self-determination is an idea that more than 180 of the 193 UN member states actively express. But for Israel, and especially for this movement that Netanyahu leads, this Likud political party and this Greater Israel movement, any supporter of the Palestinian cause is a mortal enemy. So Iran became mortal enemy number one of Likud and of Netanyahu's Israel. And then because of the power of the Israel lobby in the United States, which also has a lot of interesting roots, but is a very, very powerful part of the U.S. deep state, Iran not only was an enemy because of the hostage taking and the fact that they were standing up for things that the Americans didn't want, but also because Iran was the enemy number one of Israel. In 1996, Netanyahu and his American political buddies released a political document called Clean Break. And Clean Break said, you don't fight groups like Hamas and Hezbollah by fighting these militant groups head on. You fight them by bringing down the governments that support them. So what Netanyahu envisioned was remaking the governments of the Middle East in Israel's image, if I could put it that way. In other words, we, Israel, together with the United States, will overthrow any governments that are supporting the Palestinian cause. And
there's no governments in the Middle East support the Palestinians, only except Iran. There's nobody. Hezbollah would support them. That's not the government. That's a militia. The Syrians were doing a little bit. They were trying, they even fought a war with Israel. So I'm not going to act like Syria didn't do shit. Syria done been ripped apart, trying to stand up straight. But Bashar al-Assad was playing dangerous games, and he paid the price. He had to run to Russia. But it's only one. There's a lot of Arab countries, they acting like it. No, it's only Iran. It's the only nation in the Middle East that's actually supporting. And Yemen, well, I say that Yemen, they control the government in Houthi. So the Yemeni, that's a government.
And especially these Palestinian militant groups. Iran was number one on the list. So these new events are the culmination of 30 years of Netanyahu's campaign to bring the United States into war with Iran. Now, one crucial point that people need to understand, and is so contrary to the propaganda that we hear day in and day out, is that the Iranians for decades have been saying, we want normal relations with the United States. We do not want nuclear weapons. We want the U.S. to end its sanctions. We are open for...
Every nation in the world want regular relations, want normal relations, want good relations with the United States. Everybody. North Korea once upon a time wanted, but it's just our government is so corrupt and wicked, they have no choice. Iranians, yes, they wanted good relations with the U.S. They want to do good business, but we so in love with the Zionists. Russia, come on, Putin, practically we're begging these people for good relations and to stop this bullshit. China, but they won't. And that's crazy, man. These people are putting us on path where you don't got no friends. They don't want you to have no friends in the world except white supremacist colonizers. That's your crew. And you got to be against, and that's what's so crazy. You got to be against every fucking revolutionary nation in the world. Anybody your ancestors has respect for, you got to go against. And that's why I don't like that. I got so many reasons I don't like the Greek freaks, the congressional black bootlicking, shoe shining, buck dancing, house Negroes. It's a lot of reasons. We got a long laundry list. But it's because they have turned on the people who helped our ancestors, stood with us, when we was down and out, the Soviet Union spoke up on our back. It's other people, especially Cuba. When last time these shoe shiners said anything good about Cuba? That's just ridiculous, bro. That's why I'm saying that we got to have the right people in power or the whole world looking at us like some fucking coons. Like, man, what happened to the powerful people that once went by Black American? What happened in the 60s? You had leaders everywhere. Everywhere you look, great men and women. Now, not one. Can't find one who on TV and who come out and speak on our behalf. You can't find one to say, down with the imperialists. We going against the global war on peaceful, poor nations. That's bullshit. It's crazy. They go, oh, you un-American. Man, that bullshit won't work on us. You a communist. That won't work on us neither. We seen how y'all did Dr. King. Oh, hell no. It's American. See, when they go against America, they the real Americans. You see? Oh, hell no, man. We're going to go against the bullshit all day.
An agreement in which we are inspected and monitored. We want a civilian nuclear power program.
You should see how these people, they stop me at work. Everybody and mama, they stop it. Hey, they think I'm Nostradamus. They say, how the hell did you know this was coming? told him, man, you need to be paying attention to the House of Revolution. Had you been in Cold Figure TV, everybody in here knew this was coming. This didn't catch nobody by surprise. We have been paying close attention. And when Iran struck Qatar today, them people like, damn, you always right. And I say, this is not good. This is not a good thing, because my predictions is bad for America. My predictions is bad for America. Your ass is grass if I'm right. You better hope I'm wrong where it's leading. Because I'm saying those nations is sick of your shit, Russia, China, North Korea, and their allies. And they're going to deal with you. Trump is a lying, deceitful, backstabbing bastard. It is no freaking way they would trust this dude. And they will smile and shake his hand, but they will be plotting at the same time because they know their existence is on the line. America is the Fourth Reich Nazis. This is the Roman Empire. This is the Mongols. These the Mongols. They got to go. The world looking at America like, you get rid of America, them Europeans, them people in Europe, they're going to fall in line.
As any country can have, we do not want nuclear weapons. Indeed, the religious supreme leader issued decades ago a religious ruling, a fatwa.
Because this is a good day today, y'all. You know, it's a teacher moment. I used to do this all the time. Brother, welcome to Cold Figure TV News Network. No, that's not a misleading title. The ass absolutely surrendered. They don't got to say surrender. They surrendered to the Iranians. Don't you fucking come here and tell me I'm misleading people. They surrendered. They want peace now. Trump came on TV and said no ceasefires. Iran got to totally surrender. Hey, that's what you did. You surrendered. You don't want no more. You can't stand the pain. It was too much pressure from you. No, we're not misleading people here. I don't give a shit what those white supremacists told you they said. I'm telling you they surrendered. They couldn't take no more. It was too much punishment for them. Now, brother, that's enough. That's your debut on Cold Figure TV. Now sit around here and learn something, bro. Don't come here. You can't teach nobody.
That says Iran will not have nuclear weapons. We don't want them. Iran said that to the International Atomic Energy Agency. Iranians, academics, and senior officials have been coming to me for decades saying we want. I gotta do this.
You want more? No, you need some more. You need come on, go up here. China is conquering Africa. Who told you that? Who white supremacist lied and told you that? Huh? What white supremacist? China's conquering Africa. Hey, boy, you need to go to video number 1. I'm on 600. Maybe you'll learn something. Don't come here. Go watch my videos. China's conquering Africa. Boy, I hope you're not telling your kids them type of lies. You see what I'm saying? I hope you're not telling children that type of bullshit. China ain't conquering no fucking Africa. They doing good business over there with Africa. Do you understand that? Bootlicker. Stop that, boy. Stop that shit, brother. Because you, like I say, you only go and bash yourself. You make yourself like a fool. Start with video number 1. You can learn something. Then you can go around your community teaching and pretending you me.
To negotiate with your government. We want to normalize relations. And of course, and I want everyone to remember this most basic fact, in 2016, President Obama actually negotiated with the Iranians an agreement to stop the nuclear weapons program. Or not even, actually, let me put that more properly, to prevent a nuclear weapons program because the Iranians weren't engaged in one. Right. But to make sure that there was verification, monitoring, limits to the uranium enrichment and all the rest. And that was what's called the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, or the JCPOA. In other words, an agreement was reached a decade ago. And what happened? Donald Trump got elected, the Israel lobby went to work, and Trump walked out of the JCPOA. So he abandoned the agreement that would have obviated all of this. And since then, I've been speaking to Iranians month in, month out, visiting Tehran, speaking to senior officials that I meet in various meetings around the world. They're always asking me, do you have an inroad to the White House? Why don't they listen to us? We want to negotiate. This was true during the entire Biden period. It was true, of course, at the start of the Trump administration, how many times did they ask, do you know anyone in the White House? We want to negotiate. The Israel lobby works overtime to prevent the American people from understanding any of this. And it's all one giant lie, that the only way is through war and regime change. But that's Netanyahu's approach, and we're suckers. And Trump is the most recent one to be suckered by it. And it's, if it were just Trump, that would be one thing, but he's bringing in us and he's bringing in the whole world into this latest round of disaster.
Yeah, I appreciate you giving us the history there, Professor Sachs, and incredible. I mean, that we, now look back and we see that we had a deal in place, obviously, 10 years ago. Trump got rid of it. The Iranians have been there. I mean, even we'll go back to March of this year, and Tulsi Gabbard had gone on and testified saying that they do not want a nuke, and all of our expert analysis and, Donald Trump being advised they don't want a nuke. They're not building a nuke. And he just denies that. It just shows the incredible amount of control that Netanyahu and the Israeli lobby have over our government, which is just criminal. I mean, it's just amazing.
And for the first months of the administration, people told me in or near the White House, don't worry, we're negotiating. They may actually, in this weird way, as I said, this delusional way, believe it, because even Trump's post, okay, we did this bombing, now it's all over, now all they have to do is concede at the negotiating table. It may be their delusion. In fact, it's so peculiar, but so predictable also. Again, this clean break strategy of Netanyahu, going back 30 years, after 9/11, we know, brought about a list of 7 wars to pursue. And Americans should understand what just happened yesterday is the 7th one on the list. Those 7 countries included Iraq, they included Syria, Lebanon, Somalia, Sudan, Libya, and Iran. And 6 out of those 7 we've been engaged in quite actively in most cases. The 7th just started yesterday.
It's this very troubling times ahead. And I do want to ask you a question about the supreme leader in Iran. I mean, do you feel that there's an element of wanting a regime change? Is this going to be the next goal for the United States, is to go in and actually take out the supreme leader, install a coup government? And a follow-up question to that, a part 2, would be, I've seen a lot of people trying to say the argument that the Iranian people want this, right? They want the regime to be toppled. They want the leader to be replaced. Some people have even gone as far as saying that they support the U.S. government, which is ludicrous. I mean, no one wants to get bombed on and certainly see civilians being killed. But get me to know your thoughts on, is this a potential regime change that we're looking at? Is the U.S. going to try to install a coup government next?
Well, Netanyahu is absolutely explicit about it, that the Iranian regime needs to be brought down. Trump has made some, especially ugly posts on Truth Social in recent days. We know where the supreme leader is. We could kill him at any moment. We're not going to do so, but, we'll see. By the way, this crudeness that you cannot imagine a president of the United States engaging in kind of mob talk, even though the mob talks in a more sophisticated way than this. So it's really it's very disheartening. But there's no doubt what Netanyahu wants. But this whole regime change business, this is core to America's foreign policy approach. We've engaged in probably 100 regime change operations that is mainly CIA-led or deep state-led or Pentagon-led since the beginning of the post-World War II era. There's an excellent book called Covert Regime Change by Professor Lindsay O'Rourke. written in 2017, which documented very carefully, very systematically, 64 covert regime change operations between 1947 and 1989. She was a student of the great political scientist John Mearsheimer. And this regime change idea is built deeply into American foreign policy. It is also the case, as Professor O'Rourke documents, that it doesn't go well. Many of the operations fail. Those that succeed also fail, because instead of creating a new stable government, you end up with a cascade of coups, or you end up with civil war, or you end up with a government structure much worse than the one that you thought you were bringing down, and so forth. So there is a deep naivete and a pattern to all of this. I should say, by the way, that Israel's foreign policy approach is twofold. One is to assassinate foreign leaders, and the other is to drag the U.S. into Israel's wars. So Israel also very much plays by the idea that we just need to take out the supreme leader, or kill the head of the military, or take out the head of Hezbollah, and all will be fine. Of course, nothing could be further from the truth. The wars and conflicts that we have are based on politics, not on individuals.
I just was over here rolling up some good things. We're going to get back to this. Sean Anthony, welcome to Catastrophic TV. This is a teaching moment. I don't never want to stop having these type of teaching moments. This brother, and I know you lost, this brother said you should never root against America, bro. Who should never root against America? Who the hell are you talking to? Me? I'm for righteous situations and righteous people. If America not righteous and just, I'm rooting for America to be dealt with, brother. What's wrong with you? What you don't understand about that? Dr. King said America is the biggest purveyor of violence in this fucking world. They didn't tell him don't root against America. I'm not ever in my life going to root for colonizers, rapists, murderers, international drug smugglers, human traffickers, genocidal maniacs. What the hell wrong with you? They are root for those type of criminals? And don't you ever forget one thing. We American, brother. This is we have a dispute amongst one another. I got a right to say you bastards is out of line. I'm not like none of you house niggas sit down and shut up and let these goddamn colonizers do whatever they want. This is Catastrophic TV. Y'all got to understand something, bro. We ready to fuck these people up. I'm not one of these people, America go killing the world, and then I got to fall in line and get what they colonizing ass. That ain't my program, family. That could be yours and people you fuck with. Are you lost? This is Catastrophic TV. Where did you think you was at? No, never. You won't be attacking Africa, and I sit back and shut up. What's wrong with you? You won't be sitting here trying to wipe out revolutionary people in Russia who done nothing to you, good, righteous people. I sit down and shut up. Trying to murder everybody in China, I say nothing. Plan on killing the North Koreans, nothing for me. Huh? Murder and mayhem throughout South America, quiet on that. When should I speak up? When is it okay for a revolutionary to say something? And I'm from the ilk of Huey. I'm from the ilk of Fred Hampton. You understand that? Malcolm them. I'm cut from a different cloth. My OGs, brother, didn't sit down and shut up. When they seen America was wrong, they told them you wrong, you colonizing bastard, you wrong. I'm cut from that cloth, brother. And that's why the people here. You should never. Like I said, I hope you ain't telling your son that, bro. Hope y'all not raising y'all kids to think like y'all. Hope your kids watch Catastrophic when y'all ass not in the wrong. Hope they put on their earphones and listen because they know you can't handle the fucking truth. I want these wicked people dealt with, damn it. I want my freedom, my liberation for my people. Are you crazy? Do you know how we're being done? No. You are afraid, brother. You gonna mess it up for all of us. You one of them type of niggas. If I don't shut up, why they gonna slap us around, right? Is that how you feel, brother? I should shut up So the Whitey, now go ahead. You get off my channel, brother. I don't want you getting all that TV time no more. They don't need to see your name. They know who I'm talking to. Now, salute, Queen. I don't ever in life want it on my resume and my record that I said nothing when the fucking Fourth Reich, these Nazi racist bastards, was trying to kill the people all over the planet, and I said nothing. The only time I can say something is like the bootlickers when a white officer kills a black man, and then, like a remote control, I'm turned on. No justice, no peace. Oh, if a Ku Klux Klan hillbilly lynch a brother, then I can come outside, march and protest and shout all day long. Is that all right with you, brother? Man, get the hell out of here. I can't stand house niggas. That's why you niggas is through.
The issue with Israel and Hamas is not about the leader of Hamas or the leader of Hezbollah or the leader of Iran. It's about the fact that 8 million Palestinians are under Israel's oppressive thumb and are seeking their political self-determination, which could come with a two-state solution once again. So the whole idea of regime change as the elixir, which is going to fix the situation, is delusional.
Yeah. Professor Sachs, I have one final question for you this evening, and thank you so much again for all your time today. Where do we go from here? And what is your predictions for how this is going to unfold? I mean, I think you.
Shit, I love that. It's like the good old days. And I used to bring y'all ass on here and spank y'all when y'all get out of line. But they've been running lately, but it's like a few popped up and forgot. We don't go for that shit here. We don't shine no shoes over here, brother. You gonna mess it up for all of us, man. Get the fuck out of here, nigga. Y'all in trouble. Because we in power, nigga. Y'all ass better fight back. Shit. They gonna look at y'all like y'all us anyway, so you might well do something. Let me see. Y'all, hold up. Oh, shit, man. Boy, y'all finna roll 2 blunts up. I can't have one with this type of headache you giving me while I'm trying to teach. It's gonna take 2 to calm me down. Y'all roll y'all 2. I ain't, don't be. We family here, man. Y'all just roll up. Let me see. All right, let's see we'll check this out. Let's see a little bit more what happened to the U.S. Because you see, when they talking about the peace that's on the table right now, they only went there. They only want peace because Iran went ham on them. Now they want peace. Now they surrendered. Like I said, you come on talking about they didn't surrender. I'm misleading the people. Boy, you don't shut up. You go, where your channel at? We're gonna see what you got to say later. I hate motherfuckers come on here trying to act like they on cuff figure level. That shit is pissed me off, man. Hold on.
About 6 missiles at the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, which is the part of CENTCOM. And we have a very special guest to talk about not only this development, but everything that has led up to it and what we need to know about this so we can truly understand the stakes. And as this war escalates, we have Pepe Escobar. He's a geopolitical analyst and a journalist. You can follow him on Telegram in the video description below, where he writes numerous columns for many outlets like The Cradle, Strategic Outlook, Strategic. Remind me of the name of this one. Anyway, you write for many Sputnik and many outlets. Pepe, good to be with you today.
Hi, Danny. Hi, everybody. Yeah, it's like Frank Zappa used to say, the torture never stops.
This is true. The things are moving fast, Pepe, and I wanted to just pull up here is an image of the Qatar skyline in the hours leading up to this conversation. Pepe, talk about this response by Iran. They're saying it is not over, that they will continue to respond proportionally to, of course, this is in response to the U.S.'s attack on its nuclear facilities. And I want to know what your reaction to this is as this war continues to escalate between Iran and, of course, the U.S. and Israel's aggression against it.
Theater, essentially. They had to. And they had to do it the next day. And that's exactly what they did. Of course, there was advance warning to the Americans, of course, to the Qatari government directly. Al Udeid was empty. I've been to Al Udeid. I've been there before shock and awe. It's huge, gigantic. So it took a little bit of trouble for them to empty practically everything, but they did it. So far, well, maybe 3 missiles hit the ground, but we don't know. There's censorship on all sides, so we don't know what hit and what, and if anything was hit. Anyway, it was symbolic. They needed proportional, not exactly proportional, because, if assuming those mobs were really perforating 6 of them, we still don't know exactly what and what perforated what, and if anything was perforated at all. Anyway, 6 missiles, proportional. And of course, the message is something like, okay, I'm getting very musical these days, so another one for you. Motown. Nowhere to run, baby. Nowhere to hide. This one goes straight to CENTCOM. The headquarters of CENTCOM is in Al Udeid. So this is a message. And this is a message to all the GCC countries, not only...
that's the head of the U.S. military in the Middle East. They sent them a present just to let them know, if we continue this, your ass got to go.
Qatar, which I'm sure they totally understood. The message is, Trump brought this on you all. And this is our warning to all of you. If they escalate, their bases in your nations will pay the price. So I'm sure everybody perfectly understood the message. UAE, Bahrain, etc. There's no indication that there will be an escalation after that. From Iran, certainly not. We were talking about this even yesterday, even before the attacks. And apparently there are some echoes from Washington that the circus ringmaster does not want an escalation. So maybe this theater stops now. We don't know. What does not stop, and it's the most important part, it's what happened this morning. This morning, Iran tested and launched missiles they haven't launched before, like the Ghadr. They launched more Fatah 1s. They launched more Haji Qassems. And this is just the beginning. Their strategy is concentrated meticulously on basically destroying as much as they can of the Israeli economy and essentially paralyzing the Israeli economy. They have a window of 2 to 3 weeks ahead of them, which it looks very, very promising from the IRGC point of view. And I'll give you the one information that settles it all. This came from Channel 11 in Israel. They are usually very well informed what goes on in the genocidal cabinet, let's put it this way, Mossad, Shin Bet, all that. Apparently, the Israelis sent a formal request to Tehran to end the war now.
That's a surrender. That's a surrender. No, they're not going to put it in those words. You're surrendering. Because if Iran would have put the letter in to the U.S. or Israel Trump would have came out and said Iran surrendered like I told them to. He said no. Remember, he said no ceasefire. Remember that. They can only surrender. That's what Trump said. Now you're finding out it's Israel and the U.S. who want this thing to end. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. That's called surrender.
This way. And the Iranian response is no. It ends when we decide it ends. Once again, you start a war and you know how to finish. This is what we get. And the genocidals are getting exactly what they did not bargain for. So the next 2 to 3 weeks are going to be crucial. We should not forget that the Iranian strategy after the first 48 hours, and they were stunned by the Israeli attack, they reprogrammed the whole thing. They replaced the whole chain of command. They start working 24/7. They got their act together, and that's it. Okay, we're going to strike all the key nodes of Israel, in fact. So now this is not strategic patience anymore. It's calculated strategic deterrence and offense, which is exactly what they're doing. And this morning proved it. This could be the beginning of some devastating extra attacks, including new targets that they didn't hit before, like the port of Ashdod and power plant close to Ashdod as well. So they can disable all of Israeli ports whenever they want it. It's on the way. Not to mention they already bankrupt a lot. Doesn't count anymore. They can disable Ben Gurion Airport. Not very hard. It's already started. They already disabled Rafael, which is the Israeli equivalent of Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, etc. They already disabled the local MIT, the Weizmann Institute. And the list goes on. So this is their strategy. There will not be a frontal attack against the US because they know it's suicidal. Obviously, you cannot frontally attack an empire with zillions of weapons and zillions of nuclear weapons as well. So it's a very Persian strategic decision, calculated, very sophisticated, gradual. They do have missiles for at least 6 months. We try to confirm this virtually on an everyday basis. And yes, they do have enough missiles. If they keep the rate of the bombing for the past few weeks, they can go on for at least 6 months. And what really happened in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, there are some nuggets here and there popping up. And it's fascinating because basically they were empty. All of them. Everything that was important had already been evacuated. In Fordo, totally, members of the Majlis, the Iranian parliament, several of them had already said, okay, everything was evacuated days before, all the way to 48 hours before a possible attack during the weekend. By the way, Cy Hirsch, once again, for whom I have enormous respect, he got the scoop. Why? Because they gave him the scoop. Some of the people directly responsible. It's very simple. Cy Hirsch has the biggest Rolodex in Washington, so he can call everybody, and everybody can call him. And that's why he published the scoop. I discussed this with this guy is really top old school deep state, now retired, of course, and not in the US anymore, in Europe. But he knows everything that goes on, and he has still all his surviving, let's put it this way, contacts in the Beltway and in the deep state. He said, yes, they chose Cy because they had, okay, he's going to have the scoop, and that's what's going to happen. And what Cy published is exactly what happened with few differences. Of course, if you read Cy's piece before the attack, what strikes us is the wishful thinking and the absolutely pathological dreams of this Zionist axis. It's what they really want, of course. And what they really want is the real target, objective, and configuration of this war. This war is about regime change in Iran. This is the major story. This is the headline. And everything is a consequence of that. So now we have all the, they thought that they had all the props, including the American intervention, which is something that the Ziocons and the neocons have been dreaming about since at least the late 90s, as we all know. So now it falls on their lap. But what to do about it? And they never counted on Iranian response. They never could imagine that this thing would be a flop. That's what it looks like as it stands. They thought that blow after blow will lead towards an insurrection inside Iran, leading towards regime change. And now they even have their puppet in waiting, that pathetic son of the Shah, which is more pathetic. He talks in English, this idiot. So we know who the public is not Iranians, definitely. And obviously, apart from the American public, what we call Terangelists, those Iranian immigrants who made a fortune, especially in LA. And obviously, all of them, let's say, assets or fifth columnists, essentially. So it's a joke. It's a cheap, tawdry script. All the pieces are there, of course. What they didn't count is the ethics of resistance inside Iran. The fact that attacking Iran unified the country like it never unified it before in recent memory. Like, I was in Iran last month only, which is crazy. It looks like it was eons ago. Only last month, I was crossing Iran, literally, from north to south, from the Caspian, to the Persian Gulf, all the way to the Iran-Pakistan border, and taking the main crisscross Iran highway from Tehran to Isfahan. I was 10 kilometers away from Natanz, for instance. Natanz is very close to Isfahan. And the side that was bombed in Isfahan is also very, very close. Can you imagine? You were there just a month ago. And all the discussions that we had, you could feel already an incipient sense of national unity. And once again, we are fighting those bloody genocidals by ourselves, practically, apart from Yemen. And sooner or later, the American is going to hit on us. That's exactly what happened. It's like they were waiting for it. And of course, in terms of a war, and in terms of an American war against Iran, Iran has been preparing for it for over 40 years, especially for the next 20 years, especially since the mid-2000s, at the time of Rumsfeld's and McCain's and all that gang, bomb Iran, after shock and awe. So they were caught napping, of course, in the first 24 hours. And of course, the big thing was a very touchy issue, especially here in Moscow. Well, I can talk about it because I am a guest in Moscow, and I've always been treated very, very well, very graciously. But sometimes as a foreigner, I can say things that the Russian media, and even Russian media close to the spheres of power, cannot. Russia helped Iran to put their military grid back together after it was hacked in the beginning of the Israeli attack. It's still a taboo subject here in Russia. There were some echoes last week at St. Petersburg Forum. I had some sideline conversations. I always bring that up, as much as I always try to bring up, okay, what is Russia doing in practice to support Iran? Many things that we don't know, and they're not supposed to be public. And that's very important. The meeting today between President Putin and Foreign Minister Arakshi, so far, the meeting was a few hours ago. It's 10:15 at night now in Moscow. The meeting was early afternoon here in Moscow. No leaks so far, substantial leaks. But something that Peskov said was quite significant. Peskov, as you know, Putin's spokesman. He said, it all depends on what the Iranians ask from us.
Right.
Basically saying, the ball is in their court. If they need something larger than life, we are ready. And all across the spectrum, we are ready to. Putin, what leaked from what Putin told Arakshi is more or less on the same vein. We are already supporting Iran diplomatically, of course, and we are open to, of course, we want to solve this diplomatically, and he has to mention that over and over again. We cannot supply nuclear weapons to Iran because we are part of the NPT. Legal, and don't forget, Putin's a legalistic guy. So that's correct. But, and that's the discussion here in Moscow for the past 24 hours, it's been feverish. What if, and I allude to it in my latest column, which should be coming out as we speak, or maybe afterwards. It will be published by Sputnik in Moscow. What if Moscow and Beijing proposed, or Iran requested, a nuclear umbrella for Iran? This means Moscow and Beijing, or only Moscow, would take care of the nuclear umbrella. The Iranian nuclear program will continue to be civilian, non-militarized, but they would have security guarantees of the owners of the nuclear umbrella, be it Russia or Russia-China. This is a possible scenario. We don't know if this might happen. Very complex, but it's possible. And there's this element of the famous letter that Ayatollah Khamenei penned personally to Putin and was delivered by Arakshi in the meeting early this afternoon. We don't know, of course, the tenor of the letter. Ayatollah Khamenei might have asked direct help from Russia. And if that's the case, Putin will deliver. Even if they do not have a military alliance, considering the strategic partnership that they signed, approved by both parliaments already. So now it's on. The difference is they don't have what the strategic partnership between Russia and North Korea have: military assistance, direct military assistance. In fact, as far as we know, and this came from the Russians, but from the Iranians, not explicitly, but we could infer what they are saying. The Iranians didn't want it because they wanted to preserve their independence. It might have been a huge mistake. And after the American attack, obviously, this is being reevaluated in Tehran. The only way for this dementia to stop, really, is if Iran has a nuclear weapon or if Iran has a nuclear umbrella protecting it. There's no other way out. For instance, the only card that Iran has.
Iran is going to become Libya or North Korea. You got to pick one of the two. You're going to be destroyed, or you're going to be nuclear. So they got to pick.
Big card is the Strait of Hormuz. They will only play it if they are fundamentally cornered and the existential threat is unbearable. They're not going to play this now. What they can do now, and maybe we are in the first stages, is a selective blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Meaning, ships going to India or China, for instance, the two top clients, Asian clients of Iran, safe passage. Ships transporting oil to the collective West, Europe, etc., no way. That's a way of, and they can enforce that, a selective blockade. So this is obviously being discussed now because the parliament already said, the parliament gave the go-ahead. Yes, block the Strait of Hormuz.
Yep.
So now the decision is being...
And that's another thing that motivated their ass. When the Iranian parliament yesterday voted to block that Strait of Hormuz, I'm pretty sure the business leaders told Trump and Israel, it's time for peace. You're finna destroy our economies overnight. And that's another thing. These people told you, the Iranians, dictators, they parliament just voted. That's something that's going over everybody here. They parliament just voted. That means they have democratic system where people have a say. It wasn't just the supreme leader said block the strait. No, the elected officials voted to block the guy. And that's a problem people got to understand. We have been governing, and Iranians, we've been having governments long before the Europeans even start bathing. Before they was even washing their ass properly, we had government set up on this fucking planet. We had economic trading going on. You know, we had political systems. Empires were built. That's why it's so crazy that when people even talk about, well, you know, democracy, I hate getting caught up in that bullshit, because that will make you think their form of government is the best form of government. And that's outrageous. That's nonsense.
Between the Supreme Council in Iran and the final decision by Ayatollah Khamenei. The fact that we still don't have a decision means that they are debating how we're going to blockade the Strait of Hormuz. Depending on the way they choose it, Danny and all of you, it will be hell, obviously, for shippers, for insurance, for customers, clients in the West, etc. But not so much for China and India, especially. I had a very interesting email exchange with one of my old school deep state sources. And he said the CIA advised, or at least warned Trump, that the Chinese are absolutely against the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And this also played, according to him, this also played on Trump's plan to go ahead and attack anyway, because he knew that this could be a consequence and it would hurt China. But obviously, Trump or the people who are advising didn't think that the Iranians could come up with a third way solution, which is Chinese tankers and Indian tankers, free passage. And maybe we are going towards this scenario, which would make total sense. Totally closing down the Strait of Hormuz and bringing down the global economy, which is exactly what will happen. Goldman Sachs, I wrote a lot about that when I was with Asia Times in the 2010s. And another analyst, top level, that was talking about it was Zoltan Poznar, when he was the strategic head of Credit Suisse. Few of us were talking about that years ago, because if the straits are blocked completely, and this includes the Omani side of the strait, that it will bring down the global economy to the tune of trillions of dollars, and of course that pile of derivatives, which years ago, according to Goldman Sachs, was in the quadrillion dollar range. I remember Warren Buffett at the time saying that this would be like a chain reaction after a nuclear explosion in terms of destroying the global economy, especially the western part of the global economy. So if push comes to shove, Iran can play that ultimate card, but later on in the game. For the moment, they are concentrating in the game in the few weeks ahead, which is to disable Israel. And that's what we should be paying close attention. And the fact that Israel is already suing for peace, between commas, is a very good indicator that it is working.
Yeah, Pepe, well, you just outlined an incredible summary of the situation, and that's how I saw, as the missiles were flying over Qatari airspace, that this was definitely going to be symbolic in nature. The news has come out, of course, yes, there has been there was communication beforehand, just like the United States communicated to Iran before they conducted that flagrant violation of international law, striking the nuclear facilities. Now, this is what's so interesting about it. You mentioned Israel, and Times of Israel actually reported this in a far different way than Channel 11. Said to convey message to Iran, it is seeking to end war within days, indicating they believe they can complete its military objective. So that's how the Times of Israel is framing it. But
we're winning.
Yes, exactly. And as you said, this is really the theater. And Iran came out, the defense minister, he came out right away, said we were going to punish the aggressors. Right now, the primary and principal aggressor with U.S. support, of course, is Israel. So your thoughts about a lot of people are concerned, I think, about what's actually happening when it comes to Iran's Operation True Promise 3 versus Israel strikes, because they're striking Tehran through Azerbaijani airspace, Iraqi airspace. So if you could talk about this, because I think the audience would be very interested in your assessment of this situation.
They have a serious problem because virtually they have no air defense in the western part of Iran all the way to Tehran and the central corridor. Qom and Isfahan. Qom was hit yesterday, and Isfahan. This is a gigantic problem. How are they going to cope with that? One possibility would be if the Russians delivered a batch of S-300s and S-400s. Let's see if that happens. But for the moment, Iran is extremely vulnerable on the western flank. So the price that they are paying, and they will continue to pay, to continue with, in fact, this is what the True Promise 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 will be huge. But they are calculating that they can withstand all the pressure and the devastation. The Israelis calculate that if they continue to bomb at their own rate and cities all over Iran, Iran will sue for Iran then will sue for peace, and there will be the conditions will be created for some sort of uprising, starting, let's say, from one of the outlier provinces like Khuzestan in the southwest. This is the Israeli calculation. But at the same time, they know that if Israel becomes impossible to live in a matter of 2 or 3 weeks, that's it. They won't be able to rebuild Haifa, parts of Tel Aviv, their industrial military complex, and all that. So they are both fighting against time. No question about that. And that's why these next 2 or 3 weeks are going to be absolutely crucial. And of course, assuming that the Americans won't find a way or a false flag to intervene directly.
It's going to be over for them.
And then bomb Iran like there's no tomorrow, which is the only thing they know what to do. There will never be a ground invasion of Iran, obviously. Everybody knows that. So it's going to be very, very tricky. And at the same time, we were getting very, very worrying echoes that there might be a false Ukrainian organized false flag against Russia. And everybody here in Russia, they are very...
July 4th, July 4th. You got to be very alert. Very alert. And a lot of y'all going to be out and about, enjoying y'all day with y'all family and friends and that nature. But it's the perfect time for a false flag to happen in America and blame it on Iran, Hezbollah, or whoever you want to blame it on in the Middle East. Israel will do it. Mossad will do it. They will force the U.S. hand. They will do it. They already got stooges prepared to kill Americans and blame it. July 4th is the perfect day. Americans feeling patriotic. Then imagine a terrorist attack happening.
Very, very. Okay. We're not talking, nobody's talking about Ukraine anymore. So this is the respite that they need to mount something really, really dirty against Russia. And once again, to remind all of you all the time from the Russian point of view. In St. Petersburg, Putin answering one of the questions, he said explicitly, everybody who's saying that Russia is not doing enough to help Iran, these people are provocateurs. And he was enraged when he said that, which means that, yes, for the moment they are helping Iran in legalistic diplomatic ways, but if there's need to help them militarily, it will happen. But it depends on what the Iranians will be asking, or what they actually asked today at the meeting, right? And at the same time, the Russians they have to keep their eye on the ball here, on their western border. So it's a very complex situation. As much as these forever wars are intertwined, for Russia, the absolute priority is here. It's not West Asia. As much as for China, China doesn't know it as China, the priority for China is energy and infrastructure built in their strategic partnership and the deal that they signed with Iran. At the same time, they don't depend so much from Iranian energy because they have providers, suppliers all over the spectrum in Eurasia, including Russia. If China would be desperate to get some extra gas, Russia could provide it over land, in fact. So the Chinese, it's fascinating. I've been going through some of the Chinese think tank analysis. They have a fascinating metaphor, and they are concentrating on that. They're concentrating on defense. Do you know how they describe Iran? Typical Chinese metaphor. Iran has a very powerful spear, but a very weak shield. It's beautiful. Explains everything. Basically, the Chinese saying, guys, get plane loads of S-400s like yesterday. This is what they're saying. Or buy from us. But of course, proven is S-300s, S-400s, and the S-500s, Russia is not selling the S-500s. It's for internal consumption. But this could have been part of the package that was asked of Russia this afternoon here in Moscow. But the Chinese are not, the Chinese are just observing the game of Go. They started to identify in a very Chinese way that maybe Iran is starting to play.
And while Trump beating his chest about those B-2 bombers that flew over Iran, the S-500, Russia got more. The S-500 he just talked about, which not for sale, because I read about that in one of his military papers, absolutely will hit that B-2 bomber. It could hit it. The S-500 will hit satellites in outer space. That's a fact. So, like I said, the U.S. beating their chest, because Putin been prepared for anything these people got. He got something that's going to take care of that business.
A game of Go against both Israel and the U.S. Only the Chinese can come up with this kind of analysis, right? But they are worried about how vulnerable Iran is on the western flank in terms of daily Israeli attacks. It's fascinating to see the chessboard moving and the analysis of the chessboard moving across Eurasia. For instance, during St. Petersburg, we should talk about St. Petersburg. I know it's like it was 10 years ago. It finished on Friday. Can you believe this? And the attack on Iran was in the night of the 22nd on Sunday, early in the morning on Sunday here in Russia. So it was less than 2 days after the end of the St. Petersburg Forum, which was a Global South forum. The whole Global South was there. I was sending updates every day and wrap-ups of and if everything was related to the Global South everybody talking to each other and talking about connectivity corridors, creating a new system of international relations and international financial system. Business deals, there were round tables on absolutely everything. The Russia-China one was packed with Chinese businessmen, Russian governors, representatives of shipping companies. The panel about the North Sea route, the Arctic Silk Road, was fascinating. We did lots of details of how Russia is building one of the key connectivity corridors of the 21st century. There were roundtables on BRICS, SCO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Eurasia Economic Union, ASEAN, the International North-South Transportation Corridor, everything. So if you were there, the feeling was that you were watching the global South, everybody talking to each other and trying to build this drive towards real multipolarity. And of course, Iran, the Israeli attack on Iran was part of virtually every conversation. Little did we know that a few hours later, the Americans would enter the war. In fact, this was not, and even during the plenary session, which, by the way, was a global South plenary session, we had 4 BRICS on the table: Russia, China, Indonesia, and South Africa. And Indonesia represented by President Prabowo, and he was the guest of honor of Putin at the St. Petersburg Forum. And Bahrain as well, representing the GCC. There were a few questions about Iran, etc., but Putin gave a very important answer on, are we on the verge of a third world war? And basically he said, well, depending on, translating what he said is that depending on us, Global South, not. But if it comes from the other side, we have to be ready for it. And he defended Iran's legitimate rights to have a civilian nuclear program. So this is important as a background to all of you, because I'm sure all of you are honest. Very few of you probably were in St. Petersburg or were paying attention to what was being discussed in St. Petersburg. And it's the most important economic forum of the year. No competition. I heard this from, there were a few Americans over there, including American businessmen, and they were saying, this is much more important than Davos. And it is, because Davos, there's no global South. Davos is the Atlanticist elites. St. Petersburg is the real global South. You have delegations from Africa everywhere. A sizable Indian delegation. The Pakistanis were there. People from Central Asia everywhere. Lots of African delegations. So it is the global South discussing everything towards this new world. And then a few hours later, the old regime intervenes, which is the desperation of the empire. Wag that dog. We don't know. We don't know which tail is. What is the tail? What is the dog? Whatever, you know. But it's the same thing as we know. In desperation, in its war against the global South and BRICS. So the U.S. was and is at war with everything that was being discussed in St. Petersburg last week, and is at war with BRICS, and is at war with the 3 top BRICS simultaneously: Iran, Russia, and China. And this war on Iran, which theoretically the circus ringmaster entered, and now he's trying to find a way out, is a war that the American elites behind, the Trump donors, the people who really run the show in the US, for them is absolutely essential. They need to break up Eurasia integration. That's why they need to break up BRICS, and that's why they need to break up the interaction between Iran, Russia, and China. So what if they have the son of the Shah back in Iran, and a weak Iran, as weak as Syria now, which fell on their laps? They can isolate the Belt and Road, New Silk Road corridors across Iran. Iran is the crossroads of all these connectivity corridors. They can be in the underbelly of Russia and start threatening Russia with another terrorist front in the underbelly of Russia. They can collapse the international north-south transportation corridor, which is Russia, Iran, and then India. So they can immobilize 3 bricks in one go. So they won't let it go, Nima. This is just the beginning. This is a long war, and now we have a hot chapter. And this is just unfortunately for all of us, we are hostages of this dementia. This is just the beginning. It's probably their last big card. If we split Iran, Russia, and China, we may have a shot at prolonging our unilateral domination. If we fail, bye-bye empire.
Yeah, well, as you were talking and you mentioned Syria, I was thinking about this retaliation, the symbolic retaliation by Iran on the airbase in Qatar. And it made me think about how this sends a message that Iran can hit U.S. assets, and in doing so is able to fight in what they've been saying, that they can fight a long war simultaneously against Israel and the United States. And Syria was, while it fell in 2024 I believe that was December, that took, 13 years? So we're talking about Iran now in a position where, as you said, China said they have a weak shield, but they have a very strong, spear space. But they have offensive capabilities that are very strong. Their defensive capabilities are weak. And that means this war could be very, very, very long. And it appears that Iran is very much looking at the strategy of defending themselves to the point where the costs are just too large for the empire. What's your assessment of this?
Well, I am not so sure that some of the top Chinese think tanks understand in detail how this war is against them already in Iran. They have an enormous problem understanding Shiites and understanding how the Islamic Republic of Iran system works, which is a very complex matter. I agree. The Chinese that understand that and that I could talk to, they are usually Houis, Chinese Muslims, very well educated, and they have been to Iran a few times. So they have practical experience of Iran, and they saw how the system works. The Chinese think tanks, there are, let's say, American-oriented, essentially, or Western-oriented. They have no idea about Iran. And what this partnership Iran-China really means. Some of them, for instance, and these are very well-prepared people. You read their papers, they are complaining that the Iranians are ungrateful to China. This level, it's absurd. So there is a lost in translation element, definitely, a miscommunication problem. Russia sees this clearly here, and some of the best minds were in St. Petersburg last week, and they completely understand that these wars are completely intertwined, and they are forever wars. The proxy war in Ukraine and the proxy war against Russia, and especially against China, with the US using Israel against Iran, which is a war against Iran, using Israel, and long-term, a war against China to break up Chinese channels of communication with West Asia. So this is a serious problem. Ideally, okay, this is I'm daydreaming a little bit. A coalition of scholars and think tanks, BRICS-wise, could be established to study all these declinations of imperial attack and, in fact, dementia in a holistic way, in an integrated way, and showing how this hybrid wars by the empire against BRICS members are part of the bigger war against the BRICS and the global south as a whole. Because the empire they need more territory, they badly need more natural resources and energy, wherever that is. In the case of the Middle East, obviously oil and gas, so they can control everything and perpetuate the unilateral domination that they enjoyed for decades since 1945. It comes back to what the most radical global south thinkers are saying upfront. If we don't come up with their own platforms, paradigms, systems, completely different from everything that was established by the Americans and imposed by the Americans after the end of the Second World War, we will continue to be dominated by them and be their slaves, essentially. Everybody says that. From Michael Hudson to a Bolivian ex-minister, which said exactly what I'm telling you now in Yemen in front of the former prime minister of Yemen. And this is what Ibrahim Traoré is basically saying in Burkina Faso. This is the key. And so, which brings us to what's going to happen at BRICS in a few days, less than 2 weeks, in fact. Unfortunately, because the meek Brazilians are at the presidency, this is going to be a very disappointing BRICS meeting. So everything will be reported to the BRICS summit next year, which is going to be in South Africa. So we discussed this, obviously, and in many roundtables, this was discussed in St. Petersburg last week. And the Russians and ultra qualified Russians who follow the BRICS business discussions, for instance, or heads of think tanks, etc., they're saying, well, compared to what we did last year, the Brazilians did nothing this year. This is what they tell you, behind the scenes, which is true. Unfortunately, So, but this is what we've been discussing this past 5 minutes. This is what should be at the BRICS table in Rio. Okay, we are being attacked all over by the empire. The empire wants to play divide and rule with all of us and literally destroy some of us. How are we going to get our act together and act together geoeconomically, geopolitically, in the information sphere, in the AI sphere, etc., to counteract? There was an excellent panel on fake news and artificial intelligence. This was the panel I was in. I had the pleasure to be in with Maria Zakharova and former Austrian Foreign Minister Karin Neissel. Karin, now she's heading a think tank in St. Petersburg. And we were discussing how, for instance, how Brussels, how the European Commission is a fake news factory, how the former administration of a cadaver in the White House was a fake news factory. How the Trump administration now is a fake news factory. So how do you, and of course, how big tech, and now that we have Palantir integrated inside the federal government in the United States, they will be a monster fake news factory as well. Ultra sophisticated, totally digitalized, controlling everything, controlling all the narratives. So all of us in the Global South, this is what we're fighting for. It's not a joke. It's extremely serious. So if we don't have an integrated effort, it will be very easy for the empire to pick one by one and smash them all, which is what they believe they could do with Iran. But they chose the wrong adversary this time. the good old saying applies. Iran is not Iraq. Iran is not Libya. Iran is not Syria. Iran is not Afghanistan. Now you're going to see, this is the real deal. This is an ancient civilization cum regional power. It's not a joke. With 90 million people. Try telling this to that stupid Marco Rubio who doesn't know how many people live in Iran.
Yep.
Now you're going to see.
Yeah. And Pepe, as we get closer to the end here, I wanted to put up exactly as you said. You said, this is a war on BRICS. Iran is a major player in BRICS. And you have Donald Trump himself just absolutely exposing how this is the agenda here. It's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be regime change? This is straight from the horse's mouth.
There you go. He gave the game away. Yes, he gave the game away. Yeah. Because of his.
But now they want peace. So he just pulling shit out his ass. Regime change. Come on, bro. You got to go into Iran to do that. Go into Iran. Don't sit. See, for Trump to really expose his hand, nobody gonna respect him again. None of the world leaders. The whole world know you got the U.S. military. Just talking shit. You have to do it. Iran has stood up for itself. Nobody gonna respect these people no more. You send those troops, then somebody will take you serious.
Because of that ego the size of Neptune, he had to give it away. No?
Yeah,
it's part of the person.
Yeah, and then just I definitely want your analysis after this because it's as you said. Not only is this a war on BRICS and that the regime change is the modus operandi, but you also have panic. There is real concern about what could happen should this conflict move to a conclusion that is quite logical, which is the global economy being heavily affected by something like even a partial shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz, which the Trump administration is saying, everyone keep oil prices down. I'm watching. You're playing right into the hands of the enemy. Don't do it. This sounds like panic. And despite all the bluster about the strikes, continue. Sorry, Pepe. Your analysis.
Childish panic. This it's like a 5-year-old is writing these posts. Wow, it's the lowest common denominator on anything. There's not 1 inch of analysis of reflection about what's going on. Nothing. And he's ordering everybody to do, you have to do what I want, otherwise I'm going to throw a fit. It's beyond ridiculous. The only good thing about this stupid post is that he gave the game away. Yes, it's a regime change war. No question. Main headline, this is a regime change war. Sub-headline, this is a war against BRICS. That's it. This explains everything that is going on.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's I mean this is such a historic moment, Pepe.
Tell me about it. I saw everything in my life. Not really.
The acceleration of this though is quite striking. You said the coming weeks are going to be very key to watch. Maybe talk about what are the things that you're thinking about in terms of what to watch out for. We know Iran is going to continue its operation True Promise, 20 plus. And we also have promises from the United States. I don't know if this is in the cards now or sometime in the future that there will be more strikes on Iran should Iran not capitulate.
Exactly. And don't forget the 500 tariff, which may be approved within the next 2 to 3 weeks. And we should all pay very close attention to the Trump administration reaction to the BRICS summit. There won't be something out of this world coming out of the BRICS summit. But even if there is a hint of unity among BRICS and a declaration that is forceful, defending BRICS, defending the BRICS project, which will go completely against the American project, which is divide and rule and chaos, how the Trump administration is going to react about that. So this is all in the scope of the next 2 weeks or so. And of course, after 2 or 3 weeks, we're going to see the results of the, let's say, the calculated Iranian strategy of strategic offense. So, wow. Welcome to a long, hot summer.
Yeah, we're going to find out, Pepe. I definitely want your thoughts on this, how you've been thinking about it. Is there
Now, listen, let's just say right off the top, I mean, I've been advocating for this thing to be over a long time, that it shouldn't have ever started, et cetera. So just on the surface of it, anything that's going to cease the fire, I'm all about, because that means that the dying and the killing will stop. Apparently, it's supposed to go into effect 12 hours after he says it, or 24 hours, something like that. It depends on how you read some of the terminology. But the bottom line is, within a day, both sides are supposed to be ceasing fire. They're supposed to be stopping attacking each other. Whatever's in the works now, he said, is going to continue on. But then he says, then the war will be over. That's it. Just completely done. That's not how things work, folks. And you have to even look at what President Trump himself has been doing lately. And he is all over the map. And you have to wonder, and everybody in the Middle East has to wonder, and everybody all around the world has to wonder, what is going on here? What is the president's plan? What is his objective? What is he trying to get done? Because you have to listen to what he says. And I know that one of the common things that a lot of his defenders say is, oh, well, he's trying the, the madman theory, where you don't know whether he's going to mean something or not, but he's really playing 3D chess and all that. Look, that's a theoretical possibility, but you have to also listen to the words and look at the action. And the actions are not lining up behind a 3D chess move. It's lining up behind somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, but has the command authority to send lethal power to kill people on other sides of the planet. And let me just tell you, if you think that just by telling Israel and Iran to cease fire now and then the war is going to be over, you're going to be gravely mistaken, because neither side is going to do that. Not that they're just going to say that's it, because the issues that are at stake are profound and fundamental to each side. And you have these significant differences on each side. And the idea that they're just...
Yeah, but Israel can't take it. They don't have another couple of days. They need help. They need to lick their wounds. They need more air defense systems. And they're trying to trick the Iranians.
It's going to suddenly stop, and that's it. That's going to be over. It's just extremely unlikely, because if that's the case, then you have to ask, what were you guys doing in the first place? Why did you go down this path in the first place? Because if you bombs drop, all of a sudden everybody's just going to stop. Well, the reason that you used all these weapons in the first place, for the most part, still exists. Like, if anyone is under the delusion that these strikes took out Iran's nuclear capability, their nuclear processing capability, and maybe pushed back for years, that's a guess, and at best a hope that is not backed up by any evidence. Yes, President Trump hit those 3 nuclear sites the other day. Yes, there was damage on the surface, but what we don't know is what happened under the surface. What we also don't know is what was taken out before the bombs dropped, where that stuff went. And I've shown you that quote from the foreign minister, the Iranian foreign minister, before the bomb stopped. He already told you that the stuff had been taken out. Satellite imagery gives evidence to support that theory. And he pointed out, we have all the intellectual capacity. We can continue on with this anyway. So you got to consider the possibility that Iran is saying, yeah, I'm all for a ceasefire because we're on the lower end of this deal. So yeah, cool. Love the bombs to stop, and sure, I'll have peace, whatever you want. Meanwhile, they're taking their stockpiles and going elsewhere, doing God only knows what. Because as I was warning so many years in advance here and all the way up to the last minute here, if we want to prevent Iran from having nuclear weapons, then there are a lot of different diplomatic lead elements we could have done first that would have given a great chance to preclude it ever happening, because it hadn't happened. Since 1979, it hadn't happened. They had a program in 2003, which they mothballed, and none since. And that's according to the IAEA. If you don't want to listen to American intelligence, at least listen to that guy who was on the ground and has a stake in ending this. He is definitely not pro-Iran. He's been calling them out for a lot of things. So all the actual evidence said they didn't have one. Only Israel claimed they did, because then they needed that to justify their attack on Iran in the first place. But now then, the likelihood, and number one, nobody knows what happened even at this, especially at the Fordo site in particular. Nobody knows what happened beneath the surface. So it could be that all you did was shake the dust off the roof 300 feet down through this granite, didn't even touch it with these bombs. That's entirely possible. Or that they got the stuff out. Either way, nobody knows what the status is of Iran's nuclear weapons program. So if that was your objective, you have no earthly idea if it's been accomplished or not. And to just say, now we're going to have a ceasefire and the war is going to be over, then you're going to have a lot of these folks that are pro-Iranian hawks scratching their head on the U.S. side going, hang on, wait a minute, we don't know if it worked or not, and we're just going to stop. So President Trump's going to have some trouble with those guys. But again, I want to take a look and let's see just how radically transformation President Trump has been of late. So let's go back to the 17th of June, where he tweeted out unconditional surrender. So the only thing he was offering the Iranian side was unconditional surrender. He had said, we're in the late stages here. We've been negotiating, and bombing is going to come. And he said that before, but on this day he said unconditional surrender. That's it. That's the only thing we're going to let. So, well, that sounds pretty strong. Sounds like that he's just going to, that either you're going to do everything we want or we're going to destroy you. I mean, that's pretty much what that means, unconditional surrender. Well, then a few days later, on the 22nd of June, he says, listen, it's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be regime change? And then this weird, another acronym, MIGA. But here he is, President Trump himself, who said he's against regime change war, is now embracing it. And yeah, regime change, yay, that's what we want to do. Let's make Iran great again by getting rid of their regime. 22nd of June. The next day, on the 23rd of June, he says categorically, any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with force greater than what was witnessed tonight. Thank you for this, Donald J. Trump. He said in a separate one, I didn't have it copied out here, but he said, if Iran responds in any way, shape, or form, then we're going to come after you. Keyword there. Any way, shape, or form. They respond, then we will completely and utterly destroy them. That's what he said then. That was the 22nd. That was the 23rd, sorry, when he said that. But then, now this, tonight, in light of what was just, what he just said there, that if there was any retaliation, that's what was going to happen. Well, not quite what he meant. So now then he says, congratulations to everyone. This is, let's see, I think this was at just earlier this evening, not very long ago at all, a little over an hour ago from the time we're recording this presentation here. He said it has been fully agreed by Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire at approximately 6 hours from now, when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions for 12 hours, at which point war will be considered ended. Officially, Iran will start the ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour, Israel will start the ceasefire, and upon the 24th hour, an official end to the 12-day war that's what he's decided to call this, will be saluted by the world. During each ceasefire, the other side will remain peaceful and respectful. On the assumption that everything works as it should, which it will, I would like to congratulate both countries, Israel and Iran, on having the stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what should be called, quote, the 12-day war. This is a war that could have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't and never will. God bless Israel. God bless Iran. God bless the Middle East. God bless the United States of America. And God bless the world. So there you have Trump just basically saying, okay, now I know I said if there was any kind of retaliation in any way, shape, or form, I would completely destroy you. And then you did. And then he also, in a curious tweet or an X post, also, Truth Social, said thank you to Iran for giving us heads up on this. Because the response was really kind of weak, but you had to get it off your chest. And now then that's done, so we can get onto a ceasefire and everything's going to be cool. You said one time, if there's anything, way, shape, or form, any response, then you're going to be destroyed. Then they did respond, and then clearly they coordinate with you, and then you thank them for it. Now, listen, let me just tell you what that does right there. This puts to expose the lie that Netanyahu and his group and all these guys we've been showing you in the United States who have been lusting for war with Iran, that they can't.
I got to track this down because I see a few individuals saying Iran, the supreme leader, say he don't know what Trump talking about. They haven't agreed to the surrender request. So if Iran comes out and say, we didn't say nothing about no ceasefire, that Israel and the United States absolutely was trying to surrender. So we don't know. I still got to see if Iran comes out and say they agreed to this. I see a couple of instances they saying it's not true. So
can't have a nuclear weapons capacity, because if they do, they will make a bomb and they will use it because they're irrational. And yet everything they have shown demonstrates they are completely rational. I did a show earlier today, and I listed like 5 or 6 possibilities of things Iran would do. And I said the one that worries me the most is if they calculate they're willing to pay some short-term pain to get long-term gain, because they might want to put us to the test and say, I don't think that the U.S. has the stamina or the capacity to engage in a long-range war, and they may hit American troops and kill them. That was my biggest concern, always has been. But it looks like that they reprised, because one of the options I also said was they could do something like they did in January 2020, where they signaled ahead of time, and we were prepared, and then missiles came in, blew up a bunch of stuff, but didn't kill anybody. And then Trump didn't do anything, and then that ended that, and we didn't have the escalation. I said that's what we should do this time. But I didn't figure that we would. And I figured that Iran would not want to. And one of the reasons I said was because they would come off looking really weak. Trump would come off looking like he won the day again. It would be.
Iran is saying no ceasefire pact. Says no ceasefire pact. They ain't said. Iran is saying they don't know what Trump talking about. They don't know what type of. Oh man, this is crazy. Oh, it's official. See, I gotta track this stuff down to my people before I bring it to them. I told y'all these people was trying to surrender. Iran is rejecting surrender. This will be the biggest humiliation in Trump's career. This will be the biggest humiliation ever. If this is looking like it's true, that this man come on TV and say, I had worked on a ceasefire. And we'll be knowing Iran and say, what the hell are you talking about? We're going to send you some presents. We just sent you some presents to Qatar. What the hell are you talking about this war? Oh, my goodness, boy. That's great news.
Be crowing about it. And in the end, I think their position would be worse. But it appears that's exactly what they did. They signaled ahead of time that they were going to attack this place. By all accounts, they used some of their older missiles so that everybody knew what was coming. The interceptors came up there. They took them down because they were some of the older missiles. So they, according to President Trump himself, let's see.
We got to get to that right now. We got to get to that. Daniel Davis, you did enough political breaking down, brother. That's pretty good. But we got to get to the full course meal real quick. Trump. I hope they impeach his ass now. That's serious goddamn business. The humiliation he's brought to America. I hope they impeach his motherfucking ass now, Nick. Salute, family. Your motherfucking ass told the world, Iran and Israel. No, Israel want a ceasefire. Like I said, come on, man. Nigga, I'm the truth. I know what the fuck going on in this war. We've been studying this war. Iran say, what? Is this still Israel? Is Benjamin Netanyahu still breathing? The hell no, we ain't saying it's over. We're going to let you know when it's over, Trump.
Iran says there is currently no agreement on a ceasefire or cessation.
I'm confused. The president of the United States of America, the most powerful country in the history of humanity, is all over the place saying he got a ceasefire. Israel agreed. I know they did because they getting their ass whooped. Iran agreed. No, they didn't because they doing the ass whooping.
Of military operations between Israel and Iran. Former Middle East correspondent Nicole Johnston is back with us now. Hi there, Nicole. So what do you make of this statement from the Iranian foreign minister?
Well, it's a really complicated picture, Mel, and we were just talking about how the lead up to the end of any war.
You Western war hawk. You war crazy society. You tried to get out of this the easy way, and Iran just embarrassed you in front of the world and say, we not done. You attacked us. Now, if you won't, you got to see, because people coming to my stage, I know they didn't say surrender. Cool. Iran say, make it plain for my boy Cuffig and them over there that you surrender. Please get your white flag. So if Trump want Iran to understand what they saying, he got to put the white flag in the air. Israel, Iran say you got to wave the white flag. There will be no ceasefire. That's still your ass.
Or can get very difficult, especially with a ceasefire agreement like this that has multiple timelines. We hadn't heard from the Iranians or the Israelis until now. Let me just read out for you what we heard from the Iranian Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi.
Why Israel didn't come out and say, we didn't say that? Because they was begging, hoping, wishing Iran would accept. You see, they was hoping Iran would say, you know what, fuck it, cool. Let's go ahead. Iran is a legendary nation now. God damn it, I like this. They said, hell no, crack smoker. What type of meth is you on, Trump? We kicking your ass. I was wondering, damn, Iran just bumped their ass and didn't sign a ceasefire. I didn't know how to bring this. No. They didn't sign a ceasefire. They bombed their ass to let America know it's on between us now.
To try and give a bit more detail about it. He said if Israel stops its illegal aggression against Iranians no later than 4 a.m. Tehran time, we have no intention to continue our response afterwards. So that does make it sound that if Israel stops firing, then the Iranians will stop firing. Now, it's 4:30 a.m. in Iran now. This message is so unclear. We don't know if he's talking about right now or 24 hours for now, because we know from President Trump's statement, this is a staggered ceasefire with a 6-hour mark, a 12-hour mark and a 24-hour mark. And then, as you were saying, he goes on to say the final cessation, the final decision on the cessation of our military operations will be made later. So it doesn't sound as though it's quite game over for Iran just yet. And I think they'd be trying to be quite careful about making it not sound as though this has all been stitched up by the United States, the Gulf states and the Israelis. The Iranians still have some skin in the game. They're now under heavy bombardment by the Israelis, and they want to continue to show strength. Whereas if it looks like President Trump has sort of handed over this neat, tidy package, it's all done and dusted, so to speak. I mean, that is not the message of regional power that
They got to come on to Western society TV and try to explain to them why Iran is giving a finger to the president and say, we will say when the bullets stop flying. Punk, who you think you is? Our military ain't said none of that shit you talking about. They don't respect you. They could have like, no. See what this means. They said, fuck you, the war's still going on, man. We understand. Matter of fact, get the hell off my TV screen, lady. I just wanted to let the world know. Y'all is lying to the population. Y'all is some liars. All right. See, we just got so much good information. Man, I like that. I gotta roll something up to that type of information. Thank you, Iran, for not standing down. Thank you. So it's a great day to be a revolutionary when you see this type of bullshit taking place. You know it's our time now.
complete ceasefire between the United States and Iran.
That was a lot.
What now? Well, this is just sad on every level. This is the Telegraph. Look, I don't know if this is true or not. Explosions have been heard over Doha, Qatar, after Iran launched a missile attack on the U.S. base there. Western officials told Axios that Iran had fired 6 missiles toward at least one U.S. base in that Gulf country. That base exists to protect Israel, by the way. I know Barry Weiss is constantly attacking Qatar. Qatar has done more to defend Israel. But anyway.
Well, as you just heard from Tucker Carlson there, Iran has begun its retaliation against the United States following President Donald Trump's decision to fight Israel's war by bombing Iran's nuclear sites over the weekend. However, the way in which Iran carried out this retaliation is important because it appears that they're attempting to de-escalate, and hopefully things do de-escalate. Now, how does that make any sense at all? Well, let me give you the details on what they targeted, which US bases they targeted, and how they did it. So, war has entered a new stage, writes Ken Klippenstein over at Substack, with Iran and the United States now shooting at each other directly. Iran has announced that it has fired missiles at the Central Command headquarters at the Al Adid air base in Qatar. But this could be a way of giving, parties to this war a potential exit plan or exit strategy. Iran coordinated, let me repeat, Iran coordinated the attacks on the American air base in Qatar with Qatari officials and gave advance notice that attacks were coming to minimize.
Damn lie, they didn't coordinate anything. They just say, hey, don't have none of your people at these bases that we finna hit in a little while. All right? They hung up the phone. Wasn't no coordinating nothing. See, this is more Western. They didn't coordinate a damn thing with Qatar. They let them know we finna be hitting those U.S. air bases in your damn country. You need to clear your people out so none of them people get killed. That's what the fuck Iran did. They didn't coordinate shit with Qatar. Qatar will get wiped off the motherfucking map too.
Minimize casualties, according to 3 Iranian officials familiar with the plan. Now,
can you find Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait? Come on, man. These people making up this motherfucking shit. And that's what people people tired of this type of nonsense. More people, Britain making up countries overnight to vote with them and to ride with them fictitious places. The king of Qatar. Boy, what? Stop.
Ended up being true because of the air bases that were targeted by Iran. Not a single casualty was reported. This was coordinated to prevent casualties from occurring, but this was a way of the Iranian regime to essentially save face with the people of Iran.
No, they weren't saving no motherfucking face. They was conducting military calculated attacks like Putin do in Ukraine. If you follow that war, so we watching it real quick. When you strike a military target, you're not just trying. It's not about just killing people. See, we've been watching the West and how they war, Israel war. Their way of warring is how many bodies, how many people is dead. And that's how low they want more people dead on your side than their side. That's not real war. You got to destroy military objectives. That's what Iran been doing this whole week on Israel, destroying military objectives. So no, they weren't saving no face. How the fuck they saving face and all their people and everybody, the whole world instead of kicking Israel ass? And Donald Trump pretend like he blew up their nuclear shit and he barely even dented the mountain. What face do Iran have to save? See, even people like them, they still hate the Iranians and they got to pretend like the Iranians have to save some face with America. Hey, if the American regime is getting slapped, I don't feel like I'm a punk here in America. No, the wrong people is in power. We're supposed to be having some peace here. We're supposed to be a year of peace with Putin and China and Russia and North Korea and all these people around the world. We could be doing some great things if the wrong people wasn't in fucking power. It could be better than y'all ever wish for if the wrong people weren't in power. We need a regime change in America. A bootleg and buck dancing. See, guess what? Nothing gonna happen in this world until the congressional black shoe shiners is dealt with. I'm trying to tell you, they the reason this shit can go on. If some strong black leaders was in power dealing with this shit, the world would be free. That's serious business. So since it's not, Americans can do whatever they want. Then they got these black people over here to say, hey, see, we got civil rights. We treat the blacks right, which is a fucking lie. See, black people as presidents and senators and which they puppets and buck dancers, and all they do is shine shoes all day. But if you had the right blacks in power to say, no, you worse than Hitler, you just as genocidal as the Nazis over there with Zelensky and them, you cut from the cloak of the British Empire, you are the Germans, you dirty bastard. We know exactly who you is. Your blood is on your hands. How do we know? Because we can look at ourselves and say, you criminal, you. What are we doing amongst you? Why do I walk out my door and I got to see some invaders every motherfucking day? That means you guilty of crimes. Your goddamn self. And you won't ever get no peace, usurpers here in the land of America. Motherfucker, why you talking about America? What the hell with the usurpers? Well, we might name this place something else in a minute. Hell wrong with y'all, man. I had enough. They want to end Catastrophic TV, man. They hacking my shit every day. Hey, when we go back and see, before Israel launched that dirty war and we started our blogging on that, man, none of my lives was cutting off every day like this 3 times. That's crazy, and I know what the fuck they did. I'm finna go have to get a whole new motherfucking system because these bitches done probably put a bug in my shit. That's crazy. Now, some people think, oh, you too conspiratorial. Hell no. Ever since I've been telling the truth about what just happened on this motherfucking war, every day they cut our shit off at least 3 motherfucking times, man. I ain't got to wait till later on. It come out in some reports that the motherfucking FBI was down here in Galveston County and they had hacked into somebody named Catastrophic system and was fucking up his system. I know that's what they doing. I know that's what they doing. I ain't gonna stop. I ain't gonna stop because I'm prepared. We've been this our 3rd time. I got another one, Catastrophic Inc. set up right now. I already got that channel set up. I'm ready go ahead. I'm ready to wake up in the morning and they say I've been supporting terrorists. Whatever they want to fucking do. Because one thing the people done proved, they will never be allowed to ban Catastrophic. Never, never, never. If I build it, they will come. Nigga, it's the House of Revolution.
Not providing cover for Iran, by the way that they treat their people. The people of Iran absolutely want regime change. They don't want Israel to do regime change on their behalf, though.
Yeah. So look, obviously I'm agreeing. And by the way, to your point, Anna, I've now listened to a bunch of mainstream media reports today, and it's amazing. Just straight reporters. Every 4th line is some sort of filler propaganda for Israel. So like they'll tell you a fact, and Noam Chomsky told me about this in one of my interviews. He's like, just listen for the facts. Everything else is just framing in an attempt to manipulate you. So they'll say like, oh, Iran fired some missiles, but they gave earlier warning, but it is so that nobody will get hurt. Basically, they don't say so nobody will get hurt. They'll say, oh, fired some missiles, but we did have some warning. But remember, they're a terrorist state that are very violent, and it's a good thing that Israel took out their capabilities that were threatening the entire region, etc. I'm like, wait, why is this in a straight news report? I don't understand. Why are you just putting in propaganda in the middle of your so-called news? Anyways, so now, guys, the next question is, how do we respond? So Iran is basically saying we want to de-escalate, even though you messed us up, and we don't know how bad those facilities are damaged. Yeah, we'll get to that story in a little bit, but even now we're saying, okay, very light response. So if our response back to that is, okay, good, let's get the hell out of here. I can't believe that didn't start a giant war. Thank God that they didn't do much of a response. Great, we said we destroy their nuclear facilities. We did, we're out. By the way, if Trump did that, then all of MAGA would be like, told you, it was just a bombing, it was no big deal, etc. But Israel's never satisfied.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, they're not gonna say, oh, it's okay. You helped us do our fake reason for going in.
Exactly.
No, we want regime change.
Exactly.
So I don't care that their response was light. Provoke a bigger response and provoke something larger and larger and larger until we do regime change.
100%.
Okay, now you have look, guys, the beauty of this is that we tell you what's gonna happen before it happens.
Exactly.
We told you that this wasn't about the nukes. They don't even have nukes. We told you that they were trying regime change. And guess what? Trump over the weekend instantly changes the goalposts to regime change. So we're all gonna see with our own eyes. Are we gonna get out or are we gonna go further in because we haven't finished the job for Israel yet?
So let's talk a little bit about what happened after the announcement that Iran was gonna do these strikes on US air bases in Qatar. So American air defenses in Qatar were able to intercept 13 Iranian missiles that President Trump said were knocked down in Monday's attack. Because obviously Iran gave them prior warning, the intention.
Iran didn't even shoot 13. See, this is what this is Zelensky. Since we know, say you shot down a amount of missiles, they didn't even we shot down 13, but they only sent 7 at you. Wait, sent what you sent. Huh? You probably shot down some birds or eagles. Probably hit a plane somewhere in the innocent people probably in the ocean right now. These goddamn people shooting at the stars and everything, scared to death. No, you did not shoot down 13 missiles. You a damn liar. And we see your work in Israel. Don't tell me you able to do some shit in Qatar that you can't do in Israel. Who the fuck you think you fooling?
Intention was to have them struck down. One other missile was allowed to land harmlessly. And again, there have been no casualties. I'm very.
That one was allowed to land. You see how they do? Why are you repeating their propaganda? Oh, we let one land. What? Why would you let any missiles land? I mean, why don't you just knock them all down? Show Iran how powerful you truly are. We allow 1 to hit. Oh, bullshit. You allowed 7 to hit.
Very, very happy to hear that there are no casualties. The fact that we have over tens of thousands, actually 40,000 US troops in the region who are essentially under threat now because of this escalation really does upset and infuriate me, but luckily so far no casualties as a result of Iran's retaliation. Now Trump has responded to this already, writing on Truth Social that Iran has officially responded to our obliteration of their nuclear facilities with a very weak response, which we expected and have very effectively countered. There have been 14 missiles, blah, 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 blah. But the important part is that he says at the end, perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region. And I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. Thank you for.
And scholars and professors will go through and tear this whole thing apart, his statement, and show that this was him waving the white flag surrender. This was him hoping Iran, like, okay, bro, you hit us. You hit our base, bro. Good, man. Let's just have peace. This was him saying enough, please. No more. Him. Perhaps maybe now Iran. Oh, man. Because, see, this is the only way he can talk to Iran on TV and shit like that because they don't want to talk to him. So now he's saying, hey, man, we willing to stop if you just stop kicking ass. Israel going to do, they going to stop because they on the ropes. But if you just say it's over, it's a ceasefire. Iran came out and say, no, not yet, brother. We still got some missiles to throw at you.
Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, will he be able to encourage Israel to do the same? I doubt it. He'll be reminded about who his funders are. He'll be reminded about his mommy, okay, and the Adelsons giving him hundreds of millions of dollars to essentially allow Israel to do what it wants, carte blanche when it comes to annexing the West Bank. We're just gonna have to wait and see. And the other thing is, guys, obviously the way that the strikes against Iran were carried out over the weekend leaves much to be desired when it comes to trusting Trump. How are you gonna trust Trump, right? I mean, he just flat out lied and made it appear as though he was pursuing a diplomatic negotiation to get a new nuclear deal signed. In the meantime, he had already decided that he was gonna do these strikes. He had no intention of getting them to sign a new deal.
Yeah, I can't believe it, but even Alex Jones said that. He said, well, if you're in the middle of negotiating peace and then you betray that, that's saying to the world leaders that you don't mean anything you say. I mean, that is super ironic coming from Alex Jones. But yeah, we keep saying, oh, come to the peace table. The Iranians over the weekend said, what peace table? You blew up the peace table and you murdered our lead negotiator. So where would we go and with whom? And that is a super fair point. And by the way, as Israel loves, they're saying it all over television now, and every liar, cable news host, pundit, reporter is repeating it. Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel wasn't attacked. Iran was attacked, right? And have you heard a single person in American media even ask the question, wait, does Iran have a right to defend itself? Or is this just propaganda? Like it has nothing to do with principles, it has nothing to do with international law. It's just them bad guys. We hate them. They can't do anything. We can defend ourselves by attacking them first. Like words don't matter anymore. Logic doesn't matter, nothing matters. All you have is wall-to-wall propaganda. Okay, now let's talk about some next scenarios. So this is a very light, weak response. I'm thrilled with it for the same reason Anna is. I don't want any of our troops hurt. I hope that this wraps it up. But very likely it will not. Why? Because Israel will be greatly encouraged by this, what they perceive to be weakness. So they're like, oh, you let us know ahead of time that you were gonna bomb us. We think you're weak. Then we'll murder more of your officials until we get regime change. And so it is possible though. So there's one other possibility. What were you gonna say?
I just wanted to comment on that real quick. If they think Iran is so weak, and I'm seeing the same thing, right? They're bragging about it. Okay, then you really have no justification to drag the United States into a full-blown war with Iran, correct?
Exactly, yeah, 100%. So if this is all Iran has, then we have no excuse, none to go further, but Israel will demand that we go further, and we will go further. So that you could write down in stone, okay? So now, what might Iran be up to otherwise? It is also possible, it's a lower percentage chance, but possible, that they're using this as a decoy. Oh, look, a light response. And then they go and actually do a surprise attack on another base or in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the Strait of Hormuz we're gonna talk more about later because it affects oil prices. But for now, I do wanna say, we do have destroyers and an aircraft carrier in the region. If they if they close off the Strait of Hormuz, not only will oil prices skyrocket, but then any ships left on the side of the Persian Gulf are sitting ducks and can't leave. So, because they'll be mining the Strait of Hormuz if they do that. And that could be a disaster. We'll come back to that as well.
So this just broke, and I want to mention it because it's relevant to this conversation. But again, I go back to the same issue of, can I trust Trump considering what just happened? Well, he claims, and he just announced that there is a complete ceasefire between the United States and Iran.
Interesting.
Right, so let me just read you verbatim what he posted. Here's the complete post. So congratulations to everyone. It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire in approximately 6 hours from now, when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions, I should say, for 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended. Officially, Iran will start the ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour, Israel will start the ceasefire, and upon the 24th hour, an official end to the 12-day war will be.
Iran, they will stop shooting first. Trump think that's why Iran came out and say, hell no, we're gonna stop shooting when we want to stop shooting. And Israel better stop shooting, then we'll think about stop shooting.
Included by the world. During each ceasefire, the other side will remain peaceful and respectful. This sounds like a lot of cope and wishful thinking, I'm gonna be honest with you, but I hope it's true. I really do. Let me read the rest. On the assumption that everything works as it should, which it will, I would like to congratulate both countries, Israel and Iran, on having the stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what should be called the 12-day war. This is a war that could have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't and never will. God bless Israel, God bless Iran, God bless the Middle East, God bless the United States of America, and God bless the world. That's the full post. Again, it's hard to trust him given the fact that he lied to our faces about pursuing diplomacy when he was actually planning for the opposite. But I really, really hope this is true. I just don't know.
Yeah, so look, we're live on the air and you heard what I just said a minute ago. So I said if he can manage to get out of this, MAGA will be ecstatic and say, see what he told you it wasn't a war. Although, by the way, he just said it's a war. a 12-day war, even if that holds, is a war. He's calling it a war. Okay, so
Israel and the U.S. lost this war, and there's nothing Trump can write on his social media to make anybody believe anything else.
All right, now, is it going to hold? I'd be shocked, but I'd love to be shocked. So our job is to deliver facts to you guys. So if it holds, we'll come back and say it held. I didn't like the bombing. It risked a giant war, but hey, they got out of it and they didn't do a regime change, and it wasn't good on any count. But I'm thrilled that it ended, right?
Can I ask you something?
But my guess is Netanyahu's going to go in there and poke the hornet's nest and poke it and poke it and poke it until he gets what he wants.
Right, because again, just to reiterate, regime change is what Netanyahu has been wanting for literally decades. That's the real purpose for this war. Now, this is the question I have, and I'm gonna just admit that I'm ignorant on this because I don't know if this makes any sense or if this is how ceasefires are usually done. So as Trump put it, the ceasefire would begin with Iran stopping, and then after that, Israel would stop. Wouldn't it make sense for them to both stop bombing each other?
No, it's an asinine comment.
Absolutely not. The person who started Israel supposed to stop. You attack first. You stop shooting first. Then the person on the defense who was defending themselves, then they can let their guard down. They want Iran to let their motherfucking guard down, and so Israel continue to maul them. Oh, hell no.
Of course, like I don't want, you're right not to breeze past it. What he's saying is, Iran, you'll stop now. We'll keep bombing you for another 12 to 24 hours. And you'll just have to sit there and take it like a schmuck. But at the end of that,
that's a fact what he said. He said, Iran gonna stop at this hour. Then hours later, Israel, they will stop. He actually put that shit on paper. That's crazy.
24 hours. We promised that we'll stop bombing you, wink, except we've lied every single time. The Israelis lied when they said they weren't gonna do it, and the Americans lied when we said we weren't gonna do it, and we already murdered your lead negotiator. But yeah, if you wanna believe us, sure, we're gonna bomb you for another 24 hours. We'll probably bomb the living crap out of you, and you better not do anything, and at the end, we'll be done. Even if that's true, that's already monstrous and terrible, etc., but I would take it, right? But if in 24 hours they murder the Ayatollah and go for regime change, that's not a ceasefire. Okay, so let's see what happens. We're now, the whole world is watching for these 24 hours.
Yeah, and guys, look, I want the people of Iran to have the leadership that they deserve. And I know the majority of Iranians are not happy with the leadership. They don't like the mullah.
Majority of Americans not happy with their leadership. You can stop saying bullshit like that. A lot of people in the world don't like their fucking leadership. So it's not the majority of Iranians don't like the majority of Iranians is proud of their leadership right now. They just kicked Israel ass and the US, so they should be very happy.
They don't like the religious fundamentalism in Iran. However, right now, if you're paying close attention, it's very clear that the United States and Israel are trying to install the Shah, who's exiled for torturing his own people.
No, that's
like he was exiled for a reason. The idea.
Shah, that's his son, ma'am. You're getting paid a lot of money now. Do your fucking research. That's not the Shah. The Shah was his daddy. His daddy was overthrown. He is a pampered Iranian stooge, Jewish. He Jewish. Yeah, he's crypto Jew, and he's in Los Angeles, been living in Los Angeles, grew up in Los Angeles, and they just had, that's why I say these people crazy talking about ceasefire. I just seen this man on the news earlier. They had a big fucking a big thing on TV where they had this man on there talking about he was putting together a new government for Iran. You see, you can't trust the U.S. The man just saying a new government. The CIA working with him. He, the new leader of Iran. The new leader of Iran, they say stay in Los Angeles. These people are crazy.
Idea that Iranians would like to replace, one regime that they don't like with another regime that they wouldn't like is crazy. Allow them to choose their own leaders. They should have a democratic process to choose who they want to lead them.
They have a president. They voted for him, and people they just had a parliament that voted to close the Strait of Hormuz. They vote for their leaders, ma'am. Yes, they have a supreme leader. He is a spiritual leader, and but they vote. They have presidents. So these people, what the fuck? And this is what I don't like about American democracy. Quit telling, and this everybody don't deserve to say who the fuck the leadership be. Because some people don't know what the fuck they talking about, and that's America like that. America like that, and there was a time in history where you had foolishness like that going on. You had to understand the way of the world, politics, and all ancient civilizations, for you could have a say on how things went in that society. Just because you live in the side don't mean you don't know shit about what's going on. You could be manipulated. That's what the U.S. like. So this is crazy. These ancient societies like Persia and stuff like that, they don't need the U.S. advice on how to run governments. That's crazy.
Yeah. So, guys, last two things on this. Number one on that. Look, I don't even want to talk about regime change and what the Iranian people want in this context. Because once you start talking about it in this context, it feeds into the Israeli propaganda about how we should do regime change through war. So if the Iranian people have an uprising a couple of years later, 6 months later, whenever they want against that repressive regime, fantastic. But it shouldn't be at the point of a spear, at the point of a gun. And
So the Iranians should overthrow their leaders, but we sitting on our ass not doing a motherfucking thing while they bring us to World War III and cause wars all over the world. But when are they gonna promote the uprising in the U.S.? You see what I'm saying? Uprising in every fucking country in the world. And the reason I say this because they call every African leader a fucking dictator. Any of our brothers who rise up, throw out the Western puppet, throw out the arrest the puppet, throw out the Western militaries, they call you a dictator. You know, you oppressive. They say it's a regime. They're like, man, please. We're tired of hearing that. When are you going to support the overthrow of the American regime that's oppressive and racist and genocidal and the biggest drug dealers and biggest human traffickers and biggest pimps? They pimp women all over the fucking world. Biggest rapists, they rape women all over the world. That's what Iran. That's not Iran. The number one crime lord in the world is America. So what the fuck? It's the American people who got to get out. The reason the rest of the world is so fucked up is because of America and the Americans who allow this shit. So I don't want to hear these people talk about other countries should rise up until they get off their motherfucking ass and do something.
Shouldn't be orchestrated by Israel, because even if it was, then it would lose all credibility.
Preach.
Right? And then nobody in Iran would support it because they'd be like, oh, that's the Israelis trying to foist some loser, pathetic leader on us so they can boss them around after they've gotten their regime change, right? So, okay. And then the last thing is, do not root to be right. Root for the right result, okay? So we think that the much bigger war is more likely to happen, but I hope to God we're wrong, and I'm rooting for me to be wrong, and I'm rooting for it to be over in 24 hours. Yes, we have 40,000 troops in the Middle East in bases. They're obviously a little protected, as we saw in Qatar, but they're nowhere near as protected as Israel is because they don't have Iron Dome. I don't want any of them getting hurt, and I hate war, and I want to get out of it as quickly as possible. Even if it was the wrong thing to do, and we'll never be able to convince people again that it was the wrong thing to do, or some people that it was the wrong thing to do, I would still rather have it be over. Let's root for it to be over in 24 hours, even though we think it's probably less likely. Every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets his wings. Totally not true, but it does keep you updated on our live shows.
Are AIPAC's goals shaped by the goals of the Israeli government? And I'm just going to ask you a question straightforwardly. And if you say no, I think we both know that's not true.
Hey, are they shaped by? Is that it?
Are they coordinating with the Israeli government?
Are they talking with them? Yes. Is Israel directing them? What are you want to talk about? FARA, the law on lobbying on behalf of someone.
Yeah.
It is I hire you and you lobby on behalf of me. I direct you. Does Israel direct AIPAC? No.
What you're now describing in a very defensive way, I will say, is foreign influence over our politics.
No.
And you began, and it's so transparently obvious to everybody.
It's a very weird thing. The obsession with Israel, when we're talking about foreign countries,
it's hardly an obsession.
You're not talking about Chinese, you're not talking about Japanese, you're not talking about the Brits, you're not talking about the French. The question, what about the Jews? What about the Jews?
Oh, like I'm an anti-Semite now.
Tucker Carlson carried out what I believe to be.
We're not going to see that. But that was a brutal interview Tucker did. But that's not for this stream, y'all. The humiliation of Ted Cruz was very, very great. Let's see what the professor. Let's see our brother Professor Miranda is still alive. Great hero.
Once again by Mohammad Marandi, who teaches at the University of Tehran. Professor, thanks so much for being back with us. Hi, Eugene. Thank you for having me. Well, great to have you. And I guess now that we're hearing something about retaliatory attacks on Al Udeid Air Base, on perhaps U.S. assets in Iraq and other places, I wonder how you're seeing the situation in this moment. Well, obviously, the Iranians had to retaliate. And since the American regime, the Trump regime, did not kill any Iranian citizens in its airstrike, I think that the Iranians decided probably to do the same. But it is, I think, a show of strength where Iran strikes American air bases, especially Qatar in particular, because that is where CENTCOM has its forward base. In other words, it is in control of all of the bases. It commands all of the bases across the region that are controlled by the United States. So by striking CENTCOM, that is probably the most important, the strongest message that Iran can give. Now, I don't know if Iran is going to strike other bases as well, but it is a show of strength that Iran is able to strike the Israeli regime and simultaneously punish the Trump regime, which is quite a feat in itself.
I mean, it's really incredible to see that you have all of these American officials constantly, portraying Iran as this incredibly irrational actor. They can't have a nuke. They'd absolutely use it. They're crazy with their ballistic missiles. And, Iran, the Iranian regime is so evil. But, at every point, all of the aggression, unprovoked aggression, and all of the insanity is coming from the Israeli and American side. And at every place you see the Iranians want an off-ramp. They want to de-escalate because they don't want war, which is the rational response. But of course, you also have to respond when you're hit. So I'm just curious about the Israeli factor here, because you could have a scenario where, like you said, the Americans didn't kill any Iranians in their attacks on those nuclear sites. So the response is to, hit these bases and not necessarily cause casualties, which they absolutely could cause casualties. But then there's the Israeli factor, because Donald Trump, the Americans, who knows, they're insane, but they may say, okay, Iran responded, nobody died, we're done here. But the war with Israel continues. So I'm curious how you see that aspect of this playing out.
Well, the Israelis, when they launched their unprovoked attack, they murdered lots of innocent people. And they brought down apartment blocks with everyone inside, killing many, many children. Today, we had a significant number of civilians murdered. In Tabriz, there are 2 7-year-old boys who were buried. And we have the same across the board. They bombed ambulances, they bombed hospitals, they bombed the Red Crescent. This is, and it's the point that you make is important. Iran is the evil side, whereas it's the United States and the Israeli coalition that's carrying out the Holocaust in Gaza, the genocidal attacks. And Rania, you and I both have lived in Beirut. We know how the Israeli regime was massacring people in Dahi in southern Beirut, and destroying the whole south of Beirut, whereas Western journalists were saying these are Hezbollah strongholds, and other cities as well. So Western mainstream journalists or legacy media journalists were providing cover for the regime, but they were slaughtering ordinary people, yet they are the civilized world. They, although they're ethno-supremacists, although they view Palestinians and others as subhuman, they are the free world, and we are the evil ones, and we are always demonized. I was on Democracy Now! Today, and the host, Amy, I forget her name, she was talking about the Iranian regime, and she's supposedly anti-war. So she was talking about the Iranian regime, and then she spoke about the notorious Evin prison, and then she brought on a guest with me, and the guest was saying they execute people simply because they protest. These narratives that they create, which are all false, and no one was executed in Iran ever for protesting, but that's how it is in the West. They depict Iran they demonize Iran. Even the so-called anti-war people, the left, many of the left, they depict Iran in this, as a menace, as evil. They've been doing it for 4.5 decades now, and that justifies aggression. That justifies murder and atrocity. That's why many people in the West, they support these strikes. And you see those who supposedly oppose war, like Democracy Now!, in a sense, demonizing Iran. And then I saw CNN talking about Iranian sleeper cells in the United States. I mean, CNN is no different from Fox News. They're trying to, again, demonize their own American citizens in the United States in order to create fear, again, to justify war and aggression. So it's very difficult to distinguish between many of these trends in the United States, but all of them do one thing, and that is they justify aggression, willingly or otherwise. In the case of Democracy Now!, maybe that's not the objective, but in any case, that's what they do effectively. And if you say anything other than, yes, of course, we shouldn't bomb Iran, even though it is, you have to say, even though it is evil. Otherwise, you're attacked by the mainstream and you're seen as propagandist or a mouthpiece. But that's how it works. In order for the United States and the establishment to maintain control, the other side has to be evil. And so Iran, as you pointed out, is the responsible actor. Iran never initiated war. Iran never intended to use or develop a nuclear weapon. All the sites that the Americans and the Israeli regime bombed, they were monitored by the International Atomic Energy Agency regularly. Their investigators were constantly inside these buildings and these installations, but you won't hear that in the Western media. And then you see people like Tulsi Gabbard flipping. One day she's saying the truth that Iran is not developing nuclear weapons. Iran never was. Even before 2003, Iran was not developing nuclear weapons. The International Atomic Energy Agency never said such a thing. But then she flips because that's what they want her to do.
Sorry, before, I know Eugene's got a question for you, but I just want to point out about the prison that the Israelis bombed. I really find it so stunning that that was something that was celebrated, when if you're claiming to be against this prison, wouldn't bombing the prisoners at it be bad for the prisoners that you're championing the release of? I just found that to be like a bizarre contradiction, but Eugene, go ahead.
No, it's certainly an interesting one. I mean, we just had Vijay Prashad on, who noted, of course, that Iran is, one of the oldest civilizations on earth, a very proud country. I mean, you yourself are a veteran, and I was hoping you could speak to this issue that I feel is this American triumphalism type thing that, it's easy to push over any of these countries. Iran, like whatever, regime change, we'll do this, we'll take that out, which feels quite Pollyannish to me.
Yes, unfortunately, that's something that exists in the United States. Even in 2016, as you recall, when Trump was elected and he was Putin's puppet and a Russian agent, when he decided to fire missiles at Syria, and back then they used the OPCW, just like the International Atomic Energy Agency. All of these international bodies that were created post-Second World War are controlled by the West. And so they are judge, jury, and executioner. And so back then, when Trump started firing missiles at Syria and killing people there, suddenly even his opponents, who were calling him Putin's puppet, they applauded him and said he's finally turned into the president. So waging war and killing people is something, unfortunately, that is celebrated, at least in mainstream American culture. Mainstream meaning the powerful institutions and cultural institutions that make up a lot of U.S. culture, or manufacture U.S. culture, or guide U.S. culture. They celebrate this sort of thing, and a lot of Americans fall for it. And this is, I think, what is destroying the United States, these never-ending wars. If ordinary Americans saw the world in a different light, they would not have allowed the United States to invade Iraq. They would not have allowed the United States to destroy Libya. They would not have allowed the United States to engage in a dirty war using ISIS and Al-Qaeda in Syria, and they would not have allowed the United States to engage in a genocidal attack on Yemen by supporting Saudi Arabia for so many years. But that is a problem. That I think that is what makes the United States exceptional, actually. The exceptionalism of the United States is in the violence that it pursues and the arrogance which its elites promote.
Mohammed Marandi, I have to ask you, I think everyone's question now becomes what Iran will do next, because something that's been a topic of conversation, I think it was passed in the Iranian parliament, was the idea of shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. And I know that has to be approved by Iran. I think you can correct me if I'm wrong, by Iran's Supreme National Security Council. I don't know if that's the name of it, but either way, sounds quite democratic that it has to go through so many rules and has to be approved by so many people in Iran. I'm just saying, whereas in America, we just have a president that can just start bombing things without anybody getting to vote on it, even the people that we vote to supposedly represent us. But anyway, all that's to say, I imagine that there's also a domestic concern in Iran too. Israel is bombing and killing civilians. The U.S. is arming Israel and then joined in and bombed these nuclear facilities that are used for peaceful nuclear energy. And, you know, like any citizens in any country, I'm sure Iranians want their government to respond and in many ways demand their government respond. So I'm curious, you know, what do you think is going to happen in terms of the government's decision on the Strait of Hormuz, especially because, I mean, obviously that can shut down much of the global economy, especially when it comes to the movement of oil shipments, but also could backfire on Iran. So I'm sure there's a lot to take into consideration when it comes to that.
Well, first I want to go back to the prison issue. There's no footage of Iranian officers or jailers raping people, but we do have footage of Israelis raping people, yet Iranian prisons are notorious. And in the United States, I think you two know a lot better than I about the culture and the situation in many prisons where people like...
Oh, bro, you see they bringing up, they on TV talking about the Iranian prisons are notorious for all kind of shit. Boy, have you heard about U.S. prisons and what the fucking prison guards is doing, beating people, raping people, all kind of outrageous shit, very dangerous in U.S. prisons. U.S. would be the last person in the world to say anything about what's going on in somebody's prisons.
Epstein can easily be suicided and nothing happens. So it's really extraordinary for the United States and Western countries to talk about Iran. And you are right. There are many checks and balances in Iran. In Iran, there's the parliament, the guardian council, the expediency council. All of them are involved, and also the Supreme National Security Council. But in the United States, it's King Trump or King Biden, and who wages war or who imposes tariffs. He does what he wants whenever he wants, and he changes direction whenever he wants. And that is something that is usually attributed to Iran, that Iran is this dictatorship that's irrational and it's unpredictable and you know, a threat to the world. Yet it's the United States that's constantly bombing country after country. In this case, I don't know what Iran is going to do. I think a lot will depend on the United States. The Iranians don't want to expand the war. They didn't want the war in the first place. They want the genocide to stop. They want the Holocaust in Gaza to stop. And it is happening as we speak. We should not allow it to be forgotten that as we speak, they're slaughtering children. Today, they've slaughtered a large number of children. Every day, morning to night, the footage comes out. I tweet some of these. It's disturbing footage. I don't like doing this, but I want to always remind people that something bad is going on. Some people have muted me because they say they just can't stand the footage. And I understand that. The only reason why I keep posting these things, I want to remind people day and night that, look, this is not stopped. It's not going away. They're doing it day and night. You wake up in the morning, it's happened last night. You go to sleep at night, it's happening as you fall asleep. So for Iran does not want a regional war. It wants this genocide to stop. And the reason why these attacks have taken place against Iran is because Iran is opposed to ethno-supremacism and ethnic cleansing and genocide. That's it. The nuclear program, there's no evidence that it was ever anything but peaceful. The board of governors in the International Atomic Energy Agency is comprised of 35 members. People can look it up. It's dominated by Western governments. If I'm not mistaken, 17 European and North American, Japan and Korea, that gives them the absolute majority. They can condemn whoever they like, whenever they like. So it's not a democratic body. But the technical experts at the International Atomic Energy Agency have never said that we have evidence that Iran is producing a nuclear weapon. Iran has a nuclear power plant. It needs to be able to produce energy, because if tomorrow the United States sanctions it, then we'll have to shut down our power plant as well as the other power plants that they're building. 20% enrichment is needed for medical isotopes, which we, for cancer patients and for other things that we do in Tehran. And the 60%, I've said this for years. I've said this on BBC Hard Talk during the negotiations 3 years ago in Vienna when I was the media advisor for the team, that this is for leverage. If Iran does not have leverage, do you think the United States is ever going to remove sanctions on women and children? If they would, why don't they remove sanctions for Cuba, which is where people are suffering day and night? They remove it for ISIS and Al-Qaeda in Syria, but not for Cuba, and they'll never remove it for Iran willingly. So they know this. Everyone knows this. The Western media knows this. Western elites know this. But they choose not to say this. They choose to demonize Iran because this is an empire that wants to remain in place. But the problem is that this very same empire that wants to remain in place is destroying the UN Charter. It is destroying all these institutions that it created in order to maintain its own hegemony. And it's undermining all of them. That is what's extraordinary. And it shows that it's not Iran that's irrational. It is the United States and its European allies that are irrational.
No, absolutely. I think you can see that they are pushing a might makes right sort of reality on the world, that there is no way to actually negotiate or have any sort of equal relations. And that feels to me like, you know, sort of the natural extension of exactly what you're saying, is that for the US, for Europe, it's unacceptable to have a world where they have to treat anyone else with equality, especially in the global South. And the sort of racism of the nature of this imperialism just seems so clearly on display when we look at this issue of how Iran is being treated.
And you know, there's another interesting thing here. A lot of young Iranians, they did not experience the revolution. They did not experience the war where the United States and the Europeans gave Saddam Hussein chemical weapons and where they supported Saddam Hussein in his invasion of the country. They lived through sanctions, which has made life in Iran difficult in its own way. But many of them have been influenced by the West, and they were influenced by Western narratives. And they thought that liberalism and liberal democracy is, you know, the best way for any country to be able to develop. And then these young people who have been, in a sense, westernized or sympathetic to the West or supportive of the West, their whole worldview has been shattered gradually over the last 21 months when they've been seeing in Gaza. But when the United States supported the Israelis as Iran was negotiating, when they supported their aggression against Iran, that shattered their worldview and their faith in anything Western. And then when the United States itself brought about an unprovoked attack and war and such an extreme act of violence, again, shattered further. So the United States has basically taught the younger generation in Iran, where many of them were thinking differently, or let's say they believed Western narratives, they taught them not to believe them, and that the West is indeed aggressive, abusive, murderous, supportive of ethno-supremacist regimes that have nuclear weapons, that carry out genocide, but they will victimize you and make all sorts of claims about you all of them without foundation or basis. And again, I go back to CNN. CNN today said they were speaking about sleeper cells in the United States. That's disgusting. What they're doing is demonizing ordinary Americans who may be Iranian or Arab.
Now what they're doing is planting the story like they did 9/11. They plant the story all over the news. And then when they do their terrorist attack, they say, well, we told you what the Iranians were planning the whole time. It's the CIA.
Or Pakistani or Asian or somehow sympathetic or friendly towards Iran, they will be singled out. They will feel threatened. And the objective there is to create an environment which would justify further death and destruction directed at ordinary Iranians in Iran.
Mohammad Marandi, as we wrap with you here, I want to, ask you where you see this going from here. I mean, I guess you can't really predict how the U.S. is going to respond to the response. But it does seem like, I keep bringing up the Israel factor, but I think it's an important one because this is a country that you've mentioned has been committing genocide for the last 20 months. Is continuing to commit the worst horrors we've seen this year. I mean, just today, they bombed Tehran, they bombed Lebanon, and of course, they continue to bomb Gaza. Sometimes they're bombing 5 countries at a time. There's been days where they've bombed Yemen, Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, all on the same day. I mean, it's insane. It seems like, honestly, at this point, it's giving really Nazi Germany vibes where, I kind of saw the Israeli attack on Iran as like the Germans invading Poland. And so I'm just curious what you see happening in the region with this menace, because it's not going to stop. The Israelis are, as you see, completely out of control.
And then, of course, there's the West Bank, where they're regularly killing people and they're carrying out ethnic cleansing, constantly destroying people's homes and so on. I don't know where it's going to go, Rania. I have no clear idea. It depends on what happens next. If the United States chooses to get into a fight with Iran, I believe that it will create a global economic meltdown. I think it will lead to an economic depression that will be far worse than the 1930s. And it's not just oil and gas in the Persian Gulf, it's the whole of West Asia and the Caucasus. I think that many in the United States don't recognize how dangerous the situation is for the globe. And Trump's recklessness has pushed us very close to such a situation. On the other hand, with regards to the Israeli regime, I don't know how this is going to end, but Iran is determined to make sure that the Israelis feel that they made a grave mistake by carrying out this aggression. Iran is adamant that the Israeli regime does not feel that it has achieved any success, because if it is allowed to feel that way, then that would encourage it to carry out further aggression in future. And we know that whatever the Israeli regime does, whatever aggression it carries out, whatever it does to anyone anywhere, the Europeans and the Americans will support it. Even when they subtly criticize it, it's only to decrease pressure from the public on themselves. Otherwise, after almost 21 months of genocide, there are no sanctions against the Israeli regime coming from Europe or North America or Australia or New Zealand or Japan or Korea. They're all in it together. So it's very unclear to me how this will end, whether on the front with the United States or with the Israeli regime. But Iran is determined to make sure that aggression by the United States or the Israelis have no dividends for them.
Well, very kinetic environment, as they say. So a lot
the UK, Meneski from BC, British. Something that's very important that's emerged in the Israeli media, which people need to think carefully about, especially in the Iranian government, in contemplating what this ceasefire means, if there's a real agreement around a ceasefire. But we're going to come to that at the end. It may be the single most important thing that's happened in the last few hours, what some Israeli officials had to say to the Israeli media about a ceasefire. But we'll come back to that. I think a good place for us to start just be to update you on what happened today before Iran launched what appear to have been 6 missiles at the Al Udeid air base, the massive air base in Qatar. So why don't we start with image number 1, or I think it's a video if I'm not mistaken. This is a video of another Hermes 900 advanced Israeli drone. It's both a surveillance and a combat drone, I understand, being shot down over Iran. Is that video number 1? There it is. This video was released today. This drone, in addition to being responsible for the deaths of countless innocents, costs between $10 million and $20 million US, I understand. This is at least the second that has been shot down in the last 12 days by Iran. And then I saw a report on Resistance Telegram channels just before we went on air that another drone had been shot down. Now, I don't know if that was a reference to this drone or if there was a third one that was shot down within the last couple of hours. We'll get some clarity on that soon. In any event, so that's the drone being taken down over Iran. And by the way, you may recall that the Ansar Allah forces took down something in the range of, I think it was 17 or 18 US drones, whose collective value was hundreds of millions of dollars. So their drone forces, the US and Israeli drone forces, have taken a significant hit over the past few months. Then there were an exchange of attacks during the day by Iran and Israel. Overnight, Iran launched what it described as the 20th wave of True Promise 3, and then during the day, it launched the 21st wave of True Promise 3, and perhaps the most significant strike. There were a number of impacts in Israel in the course of this, and that it was a power station was struck. If you could pull up the second video, Rami. This is quite dramatic.
בית חנן, בית עובד, לא נראה לי אצלכם.
יואו, איזה פחד.
מה, עינב?
השם ישמור, איזה פחד.
מה קרה?
נפל לידי כמעט על הראש שלי. טיל עכשיו.
I gotta say, the woman who's driving that car, whoever's speaking there, I have to congratulate her for her calm. Most people would not react that calmly. That's quite impressive, frankly. But in any event, that was apparently a power station, and we'll take another look at that strike. This is video number 3, Rami. That's the one we just saw. There you go. That's the one. So the Israeli media acknowledged that a power station had been struck and that this caused power outages. For example, if we pull up image number 4, Rami, I believe this is a report from the Jerusalem Post, which was published this afternoon. And they say thousands temporarily lost power. So they were allowed to report that. Now, on the other side, the Israelis resorted to their, typical savagery. They struck a university, and they also struck again the complex that houses in northern Tehran that houses the state broadcaster. This is a place that I visited repeatedly, along with other participants in the Sov Media Festival when I was in Tehran last month. I can assure you that I saw no evidence that facility has any military purpose. It's simply a state broadcaster like the CBC in Canada, the PBS in the United States, or BBC in the United Kingdom. And Sorry. If this is, I'd like to first of all pull up before we show you the video of that strike. Some of you will have already seen this, but the first time that this complex was struck a few days ago, an Iranian journalist was in the middle of chastising Israel. This would be video 5A. This video went viral afterwards. Again, here's an extraordinarily courageous woman.
آنچه که ملاحظه کردید، صدایی که شنیدید، فضای غبارآلود استادیوم.
And by the way, you know, this is not, of course, new in terms of Israeli tactics, if you can call them that. They've killed, according to the Committee to Protect Journalists, 178 Palestinian journalists in Gaza as of June 12th. So they struck this complex again today. I was actually going to interview an Iranian journalist who was at that building that we just saw when it was struck. And she was going to tell us on Reason to Resist what she witnessed that day and about the casualties that the state broadcaster sustained. But because of this further attack, which we can now show you, or at least a glimpse of it, Rami, if you could pull up, I think this would be video number 5, she simply didn't show up for the interview. And fortunately, there are plumes of smoke rising up from the complex. Fortunately, she did reach out to me and confirm 30 minutes ago that she's safe. She apologized. She was not able to join me for the interview because of this attack, but she is going to be available tomorrow. And so we'll get the full story about both of these attacks from our comrade in Iran. So in addition, and I think this is very notable, Israel today, if you could pull up image 6, Rami, it attacked yet again the Fordo nuclear facility. Now, why is that so significant? So again, Rami, this is image 6. You've got the video 5 up.
Whoops. Yeah.
So why is this significant? It's significant because Donald Trump has been telling us in the most infantile superlatives that he can muster, spectacular, obliterated, gone, that the mission that the U.S. U-2 bombers carried out yesterday was a stunning success, and that the Fordo site is utterly destroyed. If that's true, why did they strike it again today, the Israelis? Do they just like to waste, useless munitions? There are no personnel there. They weren't going to kill anybody. The thing has been evacuated. If it's utterly destroyed, then attacking it again with their expensive munitions would be a complete waste of money. So clearly the Israelis are not convinced that Fordo has been completely destroyed, despite the absolutist claims of the Donald. Now, this brings us to the retaliatory strike. And before I tell you about this, I'd like to show you a significant clip from my visit to the Al Udeid military base in March of last year. In March of last year, I spent a month traveling across West Asia, and I was in Qatar for 3 days. During that time, I attended a weapons exposition, and reported from the weapons exposition. And then I went out to the Al Udeid military base. And so we're going to show you this at somewhat at 1.5 speed so we can get through it more quickly, but I think it would be instructive. This is Dimitri Lascaris coming to you from the Al Udeid air base outside of Doha, Qatar on March 5th, 2024. I'm currently standing on the southern perimeter of the air base. I've come up here to get a sense of the size of the operations. This is the largest United States military base in the Middle East, so it's quite important to military operations of the U.S. military here in the region. I'm going to drive further down the report before getting into the details of the history of this base, so that we can get a better view of the facilities here. Dimitri Lascaris on March 5th, 2024. I'm currently situated at the southern perimeter of the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, about 30 kilometers outside of Doha. This is the largest U.S. military base in the Middle East. It houses the Qatari Air Force, the U.S. Air Force, and the British Air Force, amongst other foreign air forces. It hosts the headquarters of the United States Central Command. And following the Desert Storm War on Iraq in the 1990s, Qatar and the U.S. government concluded a defense cooperation agreement that has since been expanded. In 1996, Qatar built this air base at a cost of more than $1 billion and kept it secret at the time. In 2001, while the existence of this base was still a secret, the U.S. used the base to get its forces in position for its invasion of Afghanistan. Then the base was first officially acknowledged in 2002, when the then U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney, a war criminal, stopped here during a trip to the region. Okay, we can pause it there. So you can find that on the Reason to Resist channel, and I recite in the remainder of that clip the many ways in which that gigantic air base has been used not only by U.S. forces but also by British forces and perhaps by other NATO militaries to carry out war crimes and wars of aggression throughout the region over a period well in excess of 20 years. So striking this military base was quite symbolic. It's interesting that Iran chose a military base situated in Qatar, which is home to Al Jazeera, which is constantly, I think, putting out rather biased reporting when it comes to the resistance, not just to Iran, but also to Hezbollah and Ansar Allah and so forth.
Dimitri, just quickly, do you think that there's anything to do with the fact that Qatar is one of the countries that Iran has better relations with in the GCC, in contrast to obviously the UAE and Saudi Arabia?
Well, they did put out a statement, the Iranians, after they struck this. And by the way, they struck it, they said, with the same number of munitions that the U.S. attacked Fordo. So they used 6 bunker busters. Presumably this means that they launched 6 ballistic missiles at this base. They put out a statement, the Iranian military, referring to their brothers in Qatar and saying, look, basically I'm paraphrasing, but don't take this personally. We got nothing against you. And this was all about retaliating against the United States, and we want to maintain good relations with you. The other thing that's notable, as I said in that report, was about 45 kilometers outside of Doha. And when I drove there, there was basically nothing in between. So there was really no prospect, unless some ballistic missile that Iran fired went horribly off course. There was really no prospect of them causing any kind of civilian harm by firing these missiles into that particular military base. Very, 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 very far, very isolated from civilian infrastructure. And the other thing is, because it's so big and because the Americans had plenty of time to prepare, I would imagine, especially because they only fired 6 ballistic missiles, that they did no meaningful damage to the military base. And I think that there were, by the way, initially reports that they had also struck U.S. military bases in Iraq. But as far as I can tell, they did not do that. They just chose this one military base. They limited it to 6 ballistic missiles. The Americans undoubtedly knew that the missiles were coming before they were launched, if for no other reason than Iran said many times that it would retaliate if the United States attacked it. And this was a prime target. So at this stage, the Iranians are seem to be indicating that they're satisfied with their retaliation. But we'll have to see. We'll come back to that in a moment. Why don't we just show everybody the video of the air defenses in Qatar responding to the incoming missiles, Rami?
Yeah, this would be which one?
This would be, sorry.
I got it.
Okay. Okay. I counted I counted 16 air defense missiles going up for 6 coming in. So you'll see there that they go through the air defense missiles much more quickly than the ballistic missiles. They're firing at least 2 per incoming missile. And so, of course, this is one of the reasons why I think Israel is in deep, deep trouble in terms of its air defenses. Now, here we can actually show you the statement that was put out by the Iranian government. So let me paraphrasing it. You can see it for yourself. This is image 9, Rami.
Yep.
And so from the Supreme National Security Council, the attack on Al-Udaid is a response that falls within the framework of reciprocal retaliation and is consistent with international law and the right of legitimate defense. Our armed forces successfully carried out the missile operation targeting the Al-Udaid air base. The number of missiles used in the operation was equal to the number of bombs used by the U.S. in its attack on Iranian nuclear facilities. The military target struck was located far from residential areas and urban centers in Qatar. That's true. The operation did not pose any threat or danger to the brotherly Qatari people or to the security of the Qatari state. We emphasize the fraternal and historical relations that bind us to the state of Qatar, and this response has not and will not undermine these relations. Rather, it comes within the framework of legitimate defense of sovereignty and national dignity. The Qataris, for their part, I'm not going to show you the statement, but they put out a fairly bellicose statement, and in it they repeatedly invoked international law. And I must tell you, as a lawyer, I'm not sure that this attack by Iran complied with international law. I mean, it's not a slam dunk because it violated the airspace of Qatar. But I think the Iranian argument would be, you are housing the military base, the military forces of a country that has attacked us, that has repeatedly attacked states around the region, is fomenting a genocide in Palestine, is committing every manner of violation of international law and human rights and just basic human decency. So you've made yourself fair game. And we didn't, strike any Qatari forces. We didn't do damage to any Qatari infrastructure. But you have no grounds to complain because you're housing these criminal military forces. I think that would be the Iranian response. In any case, Trump then comes out after this attack is carried out, and this is from The Guardian. Again, he claimed that the U.S. obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities. If that's the case, why did the Israelis attack Fordo again today? And he called Tehran's response very weak, with 13 out of 14 missiles intercepted. Well, the Iranians say they only fired 6. So given the performance we've seen from the air defenses of Israel, which are the very best air defenses the United States can muster, I think it's very unlikely that that high a percentage of the incoming missiles was intercepted. But it's, as I say, it's a massive military base, and it was largely evacuated, so probably it didn't do much damage, 6 missiles. So then Trump goes on, he says he thanked Iran for giving the U.S. notice prior to shooting missiles at its military base, which he said made it possible for no lives, both Qatari and American, to be lost. I am pleased to report that no Americans were harmed and hardly any damage was done. Most importantly, they've gotten it all out of their system, and there will hopefully be no further hate. Wow. Perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harming the region, and I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. So before we come back to Israel's response to all of this, there were simultaneously, as all of this was going on, critically important discussions between the Iranian foreign minister and the Russian president. And actually, just before we get there, I want to point something else out about all of this. We know, because the Americans have been telling us, and it makes common sense, that they have been removing valuable military assets from military bases that are within range of the Iranian missiles. The question that the corporate media does ask is, where are they all going? So all of these jets that they've taken out of harm's way, where have the Americans put them all? In my opinion, where they're likely to have put them all, if you can pull up image number 11, Rami, this is a map of U.S. military bases in not just West Asia, but the Eastern Mediterranean. This is from the Council on Foreign Relations. And you will see in the upper left-hand corner, in the south of Turkey, there's the large Incirlik military base. Then just to the west, the southwest of that, Cyprus, the Akrotiri military base of the United Kingdom. I've reported from there on 3 occasions during the last 20 months. And then if you look to the west of that, on the island of Crete, the southernmost island of Greece, there's a red dot, and that is the Suda Bay military base. It's a naval base, but it also has an airport, a military airport. And if you can pull up the next image, Rami, just to get a closer look at the Suda Bay military base, or a map of it on the northern coast of Crete, that's what it looks like. So you'll see there's a deep water harbor there, and also the 115th Combat Wing Hellenic Air Force. This can obviously house military aircraft. Now, why do I think the Americans sent many of their warplanes there, or at least some of them? Well, if you can pull up the next image, Rami, an interesting detail was revealed by the Greek press yesterday. And that is, if you look at the third paragraph of this article from Kathimerini, the paper of record in Greece, earlier in the week, the country's military leadership relocated an undisclosed number of Patriot surface-to-air missile systems to Crete. Why would they do that? Especially because when they claim, the Greek government, that their arch enemy, Turkey, is always contemplating some kind of military action against Greece. Well, rather than take where they would have taken them from, presumably they would have taken them from the mainland and from the islands that are just across, just a stone's throw away from the western coast of Turkey, leaving Greek military assets relatively undefended against any possible Turkish military aggression. And personally, I think all of that is just hype, and that they constantly play up the threat of a Turkish military aggression, the Greek government, so they can justify their insane levels of military spending. But that's another matter. The fact of the matter is, if that's a real threat, a significant threat, where did those air defense systems come from? They probably came from areas where they've been put to defend us from the supposed military threat posed by Turkey, and they surrounded Suda Bay with these air defense systems. I think that's a strong hint that Suda Bay contains some of those fighter craft that have been repositioned from West Asia, and I would not at all be surprised if those warplanes have been participating in attacks, not just on Iran, but on Lebanon, on Yemen, on Syria. The Americans have not admitted that they've been using their own military aircraft to actually attack these places, but I would be, except for Yemen, they have admitted that. But I'm pretty sure that Suda Bay and Akrotiri in the south of Cyprus have been used extensively to carry out crimes of aggression and humanitarian violations by U.S. and other Western military forces.
Dimitri, just want to go back to Iran's response. Earlier in the morning, when the stock market opened, everything tanked, or relatively so. And then Trump started tweeting aggressively about the importance for oil producers to keep prices low and not to fall into the hands of what the enemy wants, which is high oil prices, the enemy obviously being Iran. Now, Iran's response seemed to be mostly targeting the U.S. military base in Qatar. However, it seems like they didn't go ahead with shutting down Hormuz. How do you kind of explain this response, considering the shutting down of the Strait of Hormuz would have been quite a escalation and a heavy blow to the Americans, especially since Trump wants to keep oil prices low?
Well, I think that, there are a lot of people a lot of countries out there, governments out there, that are probably sympathetic to Iran, that would have been quite concerned if not, hotly opposed to the closure of the Hormuz Strait because of the impact that would have on prices of oil. I mean, frankly, the people who would be most hurt by that are people in the global south. That's just, I think inevitable. They are the ones who are least capable of absorbing a dramatic increase in the price of oil. And I think that the Iranian government is quite mindful of that they would be first and foremost the victims of any sharp rise in the price of oil. And of course, they need the goodwill of the Chinese government. Even if the Chinese government isn't supporting Iran militarily, it buys a huge proportion of Iranian oil at a time when Iran is being subjected to very difficult, crushing sanctions. They've managed them quite well, actually, but they create huge constraints for the Iranian economy. So I think that the Iranians' view of closing the Hormuz Strait is that it's really sort of like their nuclear option. Now, interestingly, they don't have to go all the way. All they have to do is say, we're not going to allow vessels from certain countries through the Hormuz Strait. And at that point, I'm quite confident. I've dealt with large insurers many times in the past in my capacity as a lawyer. They would have a very difficult time, these shippers, getting insurance for any vessel that's passing through the Hormuz Strait in a time of war, when the Iranian government is saying explicitly, we won't allow them through, and we're prepared even to sink them. That would be enough, just the threat. And they could, as I say, they could qualify it. They could say only these countries. The other ones, we're going to allow them to go through. For example, ships transiting to China, we'll allow them to go through. So they could do something less than a full closure of the Hormuz Strait. Now, interestingly, Rami, thank you for raising the question of the price of oil, because the reports were that as soon as this attack happened on Al Udeid, the price of oil fell by 5%. So the market either it interpreted this as a symbolic step and a step towards some kind of a ceasefire, a de-escalatory step, because it was only 6 missiles and they gave the Americans warning and so forth, or big insiders got obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities. If that's the case, why did the Israelis attack Fordo again today? And he called Tehran's response very weak. with 13 out of 14 missiles intercepted. Well, the Iranians say they only fired 6. So given the performance we've seen from the air defenses of Israel, which are the very best air defenses the United States can muster, I think it's very unlikely that that high a percentage of the incoming missiles was intercepted. But it's, as I say, it's a massive military base, and it was largely evacuated, so probably it didn't do much damage, 6 missiles. So then Trump goes on, he says he thanked Iran for giving the U.S. notice prior to shooting missiles at its military base, which he said made it possible for no lives, both Qatari and American, to be lost. I am pleased to report that no Americans were harmed and hardly any damage was done. Most importantly, they've gotten it all out of their system, and there will hopefully be no further hate. Wow. Perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region, and I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. So before we come back to Israel's response to all of this, there were simultaneously, as all of this was going on, critically important discussions between the Iranian foreign minister and the Russian president. And actually, just before we get there, I want to point something else out about all of this. You know, we know, because the Americans have been telling us, and it makes common sense, that they have been removing valuable military assets from military bases that are within range of the Iranian missiles. The question that the corporate media does ask is, where are they all going? So all of these jets that they've taken out of harm's way, where have the Americans put them all? Well, in my opinion, where they're likely to have put them all, if you can pull up image number 11, Rami, this is a map of U.S. military bases in not just West Asia, but the Eastern Mediterranean. This is from the Council on Foreign Relations. And you will see in the upper left-hand corner, in the south of Turkey, there's the large Incirlik military base. Then just to the west, the southwest of that, Cyprus, the Akrotiri military base of the United Kingdom. I've reported from there on 3 occasions during the last 20 months. And then if you look to the west of that, on the island of Crete, the southernmost island of Greece, there's a red dot, and that is the Suda Bay military base. It's a naval base, but it also has an airport, a military airport. And if you can pull up the next image, Rami, just to get a closer look at the Suda Bay military base, or a map of it on the northern coast of Crete, that's what it looks like. So you'll see there's a deep water harbor there, and also the 115th Combat Wing Hellenic Air Force. This can obviously house military aircraft. Now, why do I think the Americans sent many of their warplanes there, or at least some of them? Well, if you can pull up the next image, Rami, an interesting detail was revealed by the Greek press yesterday. And that is, if you look at the third paragraph of this article from Kathimerini, the paper of record in Greece, earlier in the week, the country's military leadership relocated an undisclosed number of Patriot surface-to-air missile systems to Crete. Why would they do that? You know, especially because when they claim, the Greek government, that their arch enemy, Turkey, is, you know, always contemplating some kind of military action against Greece. Well, rather than take where they would have taken them from, presumably they would have taken them from the mainland and from the islands that are just across, you know, just a stone's throw away from the western coast of Turkey, leaving Greek military assets relatively undefended against any possible Turkish military aggression. And personally, I think all of that is just hype, and that they constantly play up the threat of a Turkish military aggression, the Greek government, so they can justify their insane levels of military spending. But that's another matter. The fact of the matter is, if that's a real threat, a significant threat, where did those air defense systems come from? They probably came from areas where they've been put to defend us from the supposed military threat posed by Turkey, and they surrounded Suda Bay with these air defense systems. I think that's a strong hint that Suda Bay contains some of those fighter craft that have been repositioned from West Asia, and I would not at all be surprised if those warplanes have been participating in attacks, not just on Iran, but on Lebanon, on Yemen, on Syria. The Americans have not admitted that they've been using their own military aircraft to actually attack these places, but I would be, except for Yemen, they have admitted that. But I'm pretty sure that Suda Bay and Akrotiri in the south of Cyprus have been used extensively to carry out crimes of aggression and humanitarian violations by U.S. and other Western military forces.
Dimitri, just want to go back to Iran's response earlier in the morning when the stock market opened. Everything tanked, or relatively so, and then Trump started tweeting aggressively about the importance for oil producers to keep prices low and not to fall into the hands of what the enemy wants, which is high oil prices, the enemy obviously being Iran. Now, Iran's response seemed to be mostly targeting the U.S. military base in Qatar. However, it seems like they didn't go ahead with shutting down Hormuz. How do you kind of explain this response, considering the shutting down of the Strait of Hormuz would have been quite a escalation and a heavy blow to the Americans, especially since Trump wants to keep oil prices low?
Well, I think that, there are a lot of people a lot of countries out there, governments out there that are probably sympathetic to Iran that would have been quite concerned, if not, hotly opposed to the closure of the Hormuz Strait because of the impact that would have on prices of oil. I mean, frankly, the people who would be most hurt by that are people in the global south. That's just, I think inevitable. They are the ones who are least capable of absorbing a dramatic increase in the price of oil. And I think that the Iranian government is quite mindful of that they would be first and foremost the victims of any sharp rise in the price of oil. And of course, they need the goodwill of the Chinese government. Even if the Chinese government isn't supporting Iran militarily, it buys a huge proportion of Iranian oil at a time when Iran is being subjected to very difficult, very crushing sanctions. They've managed them quite well, actually, but they create huge constraints for the Iranian economy. So I think that the Iranians' view of closing the Hormuz Strait is that it's really sort of like their nuclear option. Now, interestingly, they don't have to, go all the way. All they have to do is say, we're not going to allow vessels from certain countries through the Hormuz Strait. And at that point, I'm quite confident. I've dealt with large insurers many times in the past in my capacity as a lawyer. They would have a very difficult time, these shippers, getting insurance for any vessel that's passing through the Hormuz Strait in a time of war, when the Iranian government is saying explicitly, we won't allow them through, and we're prepared even to sink them. That would be enough, just the threat. And they could, as I say, they could qualify it. They could say only these countries. The other ones, we're going to allow them to go through. For example, ships transiting to China, will allow them to go through. So they could do something less than a full closure of the Hormuz Strait. Now, interestingly, Rami, thank you for raising the question of the price of oil, because the reports were that as soon as this attack happened on Al Udeid, the price of oil fell by 5%. So the market either it interpreted this as a symbolic step and a step towards some kind of a ceasefire, a de-escalatory step, because it was only 6 missiles and they gave the Americans warning and so forth, or big insiders got news from the Trump administration. There was basically some insider trading going on. It could have been a combination of both, but because the price fell by 5% before Trump came out and actually said there is going to be a ceasefire between Iran and Israel. So I found it surprising before that statement came out that the price of oil would go down by 5% after Iran attacked Al Udeid, even if it was just a relatively limited attack. So I suspect that there was the privileged people in the oil markets had the inside scoop, but we'll see. That's admittedly speculation on my part.
But Trump definitely seemed to be relieved by the fact that the Hormuz Strait was not shut down, and we saw it in his statement, which ended up by saying that now it's time for Israel and Iran to seek peace and harmony, compared to the other statements that Trump released, which seemed to be a lot more aggressive towards Iran and quite hostile. So, yeah.
Right. Okay, so let's move to the meetings that happened today between Vladimir Putin and the foreign minister of Iran. Before we show you a brief clip from President Putin's statement, I wanted to share with you all a post that appeared on a social media account. This is item 15, Rami. This is from, as I understand it, and I must acknowledge the intrepid work of John Helmer, who's been on our program numerous times. The longest-serving foreign correspondent in Moscow. John found out that this organization called Sipahi News, which he understands is linked to the Iranian military, put this post out. As you can see, it's a photograph of President Xi of China and Vladimir Putin. And I did a Google translation. This would be 15A of this post. If you could pull that up, Rami.
The 15 one?
15A. This is after 15. So this is the Google translation of the post. It's quite interesting. No, that's the actual original. There you go. We may forget the words of our enemies, but we will never forget the silence of our friends. Undoubtedly, after passing through these critical circumstances, relations with some countries will be seriously reconsidered. So as I say, that apparently is an organization, a media organization that is linked to the Iranian military. The message is relatively clear. They're not happy with the level of support that they've received from Russia and China. In fact, they're quite unhappy about it. The Russian president did say, he was asked pointedly in the last couple of days, how do you respond to claims that Russia is not a good ally? And in the course of responding to that criticism, he indicated that the Iranians had not actually asked the Russian government for help, and that the strategic partnership between them does not contain a provision like Article 5 of NATO, which provides for reciprocal defense. There is such a provision in the agreement between North Korea and the Russian Federation, but there isn't one in that agreement. I can assure you I've read it. So the question he left open in responding to this question about is Russia a good ally or a bad ally was, what would he do if he was actually asked by the Iranians for military help? Now, we didn't get an answer today from the meeting, but we will show you a clip of President Putin speaking, and he's seated across the Iranian foreign minister at a table when he makes these remarks. So this would be number 17, Rami.
This absolutely unprovoked aggression against Iran has no basis whatsoever and no justification whatsoever. For our part, we are making efforts to assist the Iranian people. I'm asking you to send my best wishes to the President of Iran and the country's supreme religious leader.
Now, one other rather striking development in all of this, this would be image 16, Rami, is that the former Russian president, Dmitry Medvedev, who is, he's kind of like the bad cop on the National Security Council of the Russian Federation, put out a very provocative social media post yesterday. You'll see at the bottom there, and he's the deputy chair of the National Security Council now, not only the former president of the Russian Federation. He said a number of countries are ready to directly supply Iran with their own nuclear warheads. Wow. That came out yesterday. And, who might those countries be? Well, I think would be, I don't know whether any of them is actually willing to do this, but candidates would include North Korea, Pakistan, Russia, and China. any one of them would be enough, could provide enough warheads to Iran to give Iran a very powerful deterrent to further attacks. So what all of this means, it's hard to say. Of course, we have very little information other than what we've shared with you here. But it is very interesting that all of this transpired. The attack on Al Udeid, the statement by Trump afterwards that indicating that the United States wasn't going to retaliate for the attack on Al Udeid, and then the claim by Trump that there is now a ceasefire about to come into effect between Israel and Iran. What could have happened here is that the Russians have played a very important role in orchestrating an end, at least a temporary one, to this escalating conflict. That's a possibility. Another possibility is that either they were, operating in some kind of a mediation capacity, or they were sending signals, publicly or privately or both, that they were going to begin to provide very substantial help to the Iranians, which might include the provision of a nuclear warhead. Or they might have said, the North Koreans are contemplating doing that, and we're not going to stand in the way if they do. Who knows what went on behind the scenes? But the timing of this is quite striking. The fact that this apparent ceasefire is happening on the day that the Iranian foreign minister met with President Putin. What do you make of all of this, Rami? Do you have a different view of all these machinations happening with the Russian government and Medvedev and the Iranian military putting out that statement of disappointment and so forth?
I mean, I think there's obviously a lot of disappointment in the way the alliance has been towards Iran, but even towards Palestine, right? The whole Middle East was up in arms and condemning Iran's retaliation on the Al Udeid military base in Qatar, and obviously, I'm sure we would expect a lot more from Russia. But what I'm mostly curious about is in whose interest would it be to seek for a ceasefire as quickly as possible, right? So we've seen a lot of damage going on in Tel Aviv, in Haifa. The people in the 1948 Palestine are obviously not used to seeing this amount of damage happening in 1948 Palestine. They've been cheering on for images of destruction in Gaza, and now that they're seeing it closer to them, they're obviously up in arms and looking to bring this to an end. But what I'm mostly uncertain of is whether Iran was able to push enough deterrence that will push the Americans and Israelis to stop, to avoid future attacks. We know that Iran and the United States don't abide by any agreements. Russia has known this long before as well, right? Throughout the special military operation in Ukraine, but also in the south of Lebanon, where Israel is still attacking the south and also suburbs of Beirut. Is it in Iran's interest to end this war as quickly as possible? And what I'm mostly curious about is what will any form of de-escalation mean for Gaza, right? So we need to remember that all of this started due to the genocide happening in Gaza and the suffering of the Palestinian people. Iran kept reiterating that the most important item for Iran was to aim for to damage Israel, and now I'm just curious to know what would that mean for Palestine and for Gaza if this if the ceasefire that has been reported by Trump, and I believe Reuters recently published such a statement as well, comes into effect.
Right. So, by the way, somebody in the chat, thank you for this information, says that Professor Mohammad Marandi of the University of Tehran says that there is no ceasefire. So I have not seen that, but I'm not remotely surprised if he did say that, and I have no reason to doubt our audience member. That's what he understood Professor Marandi to say. And this takes me to what I think is the most revealing fact in all of this these rapid developments happening today. If you could please pull up, this would be image number 18. No, I'm sorry. Oh God, I don't think I have it in here. Yes, there it is. It's actually not 18, it's image 14. So this little article appears in the Times of Israel in the last few hours by Lazar Berman, who's a very active columnist, a reporter at the Times of Israel, at 8:55 p.m. Local time. Israel has sent messages to Iran that Jerusalem is aiming for the air and missile war between the sides to end in days, Channel 12 reports. Just stop there and think about how unusual it is that the Israeli media would be reporting that Israel has taken the initiative of seeking a ceasefire. How often do you see that? That Israel, through anonymous sources speaking to the Israeli media, admits that it is seeking a ceasefire. So then they go on and they say, senior Israeli officials tell the Israeli outlet that Israel is close to achieving its war aims, blah, 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 but that Israel still has options to escalate in the form of thousands of targets that will undermine Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. Now, this is the money shot. Israel sees Lebanon as its model for ensuring that Iran does not try to rebuild its nuclear and ballistic missile capabilities, according to the report. Since Hezbollah agreed to a ceasefire in November, Israel has struck repeatedly at Hezbollah sites and operatives in order to ensure that the Iran-backed group is not able to carry out attacks or rebuild infrastructure in the near term. So these guys are just coming out and saying that this is the model of a ceasefire they prefer, one in which Iran, like Hezbollah, agrees not to attack Israel and keeps its agreement, which is what Hezbollah has done, while Israel continues to attack whatever target they think they need to attack to prevent Iran from becoming a threat.
It's a one-way fire.
They're saying this. It's the most amazing thing. They're like telling the whole world through the Israeli media that any ceasefire that they enter into with Iran ain't going to be worth toilet paper. Sorry, Rami, go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's basically what Israel expects is a one-way ceasefire enforced by United States. And keep in mind that there's more to come in Lebanon. There's a very shady U.S. embassy that is being built here. That is the largest embassy in the world. God knows what's going to be happening in there. And this is why I think this is why, Dimitri, the question I asked you earlier is, did Iran build a case strong enough as in terms of deterrence to ensure that Israel never is able to attack Iran in such a way? And another
key question, Rami. And let me just say, we don't know, because Israel has, I mean, if you look at what we know, if you look at all the videos that have come out, the impacts, the strategic sites that we know were damaged or destroyed, and there are quite a few of them, I would say, I don't know. I don't know if Israel has experienced enough pain to actually respect a ceasefire agreement with Iran. The real question, in fact, I doubt it has. The real question is, what don't we know? What has been damaged and destroyed? And there must be much more damage and destruction than we're actually aware about. And there's also, of course, the fact that Israel has expended a large proportion of its air defense missiles, which is leaving it more and more exposed by the day. It's possible, I can't rule it out, that Israel has suffered so much damage that they actually wouldn't attack Iran again if Iran stopped attacking. But I remain deeply skeptical. The two reasons primarily. Well, it's actually three. One, Israel never respects ceasefires. It is a serial violator of ceasefires. It has crapped all over the ceasefire with Hamas and all the predecessor ceasefires with Hamas. It has completely disregarded its ceasefire with Hezbollah, treated that like toilet paper. And there have been many instances of Israel running roughshod over its ceasefire agreements. So there's that. Secondly, it's very clear, I think, that they have not destroyed Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium, and whatever damage they did to those, those centrifuges and the enrichment capacity, that can be rebuilt. So they haven't stopped Iran from getting a nuke. And first and finally, and I think this is the most important consideration, their goal was always to replace Iran's government with a puppet and to partition the country. And they haven't even come remotely close from achieving that. If anything, the national unity in Iran has increased substantially. So Israel, whatever it may say, it hasn't achieved its aims. It's not even remotely close to achieving its aims. It's killed a lot of people. It's wounded many more. It did some damage. It assassinated some senior figures and nuclear scientists. But all the things that Israel claimed it wanted to accomplish, it has not accomplished.
And Dimitri, if anything, I think it built a stronger case for why Iran should build a nuclear bomb. I mean, a nuclear bomb is supposed to be a deterrence force. And there's a precedent of Iran being attacked 3 times unprovoked. And the Iranian government must be held accountable from its own population, who will want more safety and security and to protect its borders and its national security. And how would you be able to do this without a nuclear bomb? Or at least that's the case. That's the narrative that might come out of this. And then similarly, there was this statement by China that came out that was quite interesting, which says, China says the U.S. attack on Iran's nuclear facilities has damaged Washington's credibility and warned the situation may go out of control, its state broadcaster reports, basically saying that the attack on the nuclear facilities, as much as it might hurt, or although if it was intended to hurt Iran's nuclear capabilities, in counteract, it also damages America's weight and credibility in front of the world by committing such attacks. So I think that when we look at this skirmish that's been happening over the last 12 days or so, I don't know how much Iran has been impacted from a military readiness standpoint, but all we know is that America violated international law. They've had a big hit to their credibility. It has reinforced probably other countries watching what happened between Iran and the United States to seek their own forms of deterrence, whether it will be alliances, as we've been seeing in the Sahel region. So I do think on that point, if the war was to end today between Iran and Israel and the United States, I would think it would be a net positive. But what I'm shaky about is whether the deterrence will stop Israel from re-entering in the future.
Yeah. If I were sitting, if I had the opportunity to give my advice, for whatever it's worth, to the leadership of Iran, this is what I would tell them. And I say this not because I want war. I want the war to end, but I want it to be a real ending. And that must include, in my opinion, a cessation of the genocide in Gaza. Absolutely critical that happened, and it happened now. That ultimately is the reason why we are where we are today. So what my advice would be is, now let me preface this by saying I don't know how many ballistic missiles the Iranians have left. I don't know how damaged their air defenses are. These are all relevant considerations. They might be themselves almost out of ballistic missiles, although I very, very much doubt that. So my advice would be, you've got Israel on the ropes. The reason why they're coming to you now and they're asking for a ceasefire is because they know they cannot win a war of attrition against you. Their air defenses have been shown to be extraordinarily ineffective, and they're degrading by the day, becoming less and less effective by the day. If you do this ceasefire now, you will give them an opportunity to rearm, to reload their air defense systems, and they will not stop waging hybrid warfare against you. Even if they stop, overt military attacks, they're going to continue to conduct terrorist actions in your country. They're going to continue to assassinate nuclear scientists. You're not getting rid of the problem by, or you're not solving the problem by giving them a cessation of hostilities, which they will abuse. You've got them on the ropes, knock them out. That would be my advice. I don't know what the Iranian government is going to do, but I do think that they should operate in the assumption that no ceasefire agreement with the United States or Israel is worth the paper it's written on. I think that's the rational way to look at this problem. But we're about to find out, I think, if the Iranians have more faith in the Israelis and the Americans than I do. Any thoughts, Rami? Would you give them different advice? And if so, how would your advice differ?
I think that the main focus throughout should always be around Gaza. I understand Iran is held accountable from its own population and must ensure its own security, but we must never forget the people of Gaza. As you've mentioned, there were some reports online saying that Israel only had 3 or 4 more days of Iron Dome or any sort of anti-air defense ammunition. So the war of attrition is in the favor of Iran. It's in the favor of the axis of resistance. And most importantly is that this might be the greatest shot for Iran to hold a war under its own terms. If Iran is ever to strike first, it will have to mitigate a lot of pressure from NATO, from the EU, from the United States, from the whole hypocritical Western alliance. But now it's the time for them. It's the best chance they have to keep it going and to bring justice for the Palestinians and also to dictate the terms. There's a lot more ammo that Iran has that they haven't leveraged yet. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz. This is a golden opportunity, I think, that might not ever come anytime soon again. And I think Israel is quite aware of Iran's capabilities now and will probably be better prepared in the future or or improve their strategy when targeting Iran in the future. So
yep.
I don't know, I think it's an opportunity.
Absolutely. Last thing I'll say is, what the Iranians, to put it succinctly, what they should be telling the Trump administration is, we don't want the Lebanon deal. The Lebanon deal sucks. We saw what that means. That means that they're going to continue to attack us just like they've continued to attack Hezbollah. We want the Yemen deal. That's what Iran needs. The Yemen deal is the United States and Iran stop shooting at each other, but Iran is free to continue attacking Israel until Israel capitulates. That should be the deal that they pursue. Whether Donald Trump is willing to do that deal is highly doubtful. I think he cares. I think he understands that Iran can do a lot more damage to Israel than Ansar Allah can do. So he might have been willing to give that deal to the Yemenis. Whether he'll be willing to give it to the Iranians, I don't have much hope. But that's what I think the response ought to be from the Iranian government.
Dimitri, on our previous live stream, I asked you whether the attack that America did on the Iranian nuclear facilities was built in a way to get a way out of this war for both Iran and the United States. And sadly, this is why I think I would have preferred for Iran to retaliate by going harder on Israel rather than through the United States, because you're kind of taking the bait that America has set up. Now, obviously, there are reasons why Iran takes any decision that it does take, and obviously they're better prepared they clearly know much more what they're doing than us. But from a Palestinian perspective, I would have obviously preferred to see any form of retaliation done through Israel rather than a military base in Qatar.
Yeah, agreed. Well, unless you have any other thoughts, young comrade, I need to bring this to a
Iranians are attacking the building.
مجددا خدمت شما بینندگان عزیز و ارجمند سلام و عرض ادب دارم. ترامپ ساعتی پیش مدعی آغاز آتشبس در جنگ تحمیلی دشمن صهیونی علیه کشورمان شد. ترامپ ادعا کرده است از صبح سه‌شنبه، یعنی از صبح امروز، حملات متقابل ایران و رژیم صهیونیستی به مدت 12 ساعت پایان یابد. همزمان با ادعای ترامپ در مورد برقراری آتشبس، دشمن صهیونی چند نقطه در شهرهای تهران، ارومیه و رشت از جمله یک منطقه مسکونی در پایتخت را هدف قرار داد. ادعای ترامپ درباره برقراری آتشبس بلافاصله پس از پاسخ موفق دیشب سپاه به حمله آمریکا به تأسیسات هسته‌ای کشورمان مطرح شده است. در حمله موفق موشکی دیشب، پایگاه العدید آمریکا در قطر در هم کوبیده شد. همچنین ادعای برقراری قریب الوقوع آتشبس توسط ترامپ پس از آن مطرح شده که آسیب پذیری مراکز حساس دشمن صهیونی در برابر موشک‌های پیشرفته و جدید ایران به شدت افزایش یافته است. بله، همونطور که به اطلاع شما رساندم، ترامپ ساعتی پیش مدعی آغاز آتشبس در جنگ تحمیلی دشمن صهیونی علیه کشورمان شد. ترامپ ادعا کرده است از صبح سه‌شنبه، یعنی صبح امروز، حملات متقابل ایران و رژیم صهیونیستی به مدت 12 ساعت پایان می‌یابد. همزمان با ادعای ترامپ در مورد برقراری آتشبس، دشمن صهیونی چند نقطه در شهرهای تهران، ارومیه و رشت از جمله یک منطقه مسکونی در پایتخت را هدف قرار داد.
Hostilities, or is it a ceasefire? Let's talk. Looks like things are moving kind of slow. All right. I don't know what the heck's going on here. Could be. There we go. Maybe that'll help. I don't know what the heck's going on with some of these websites. Sometimes you get on this website and it's got all of these stinking graphics and stuff, and it ends up screwing up your computer. But let us talk. Okay, so what we've got is this today, for the update of those who may not know what's happening. I'm sure you all do. The latest things that happened was there were a lot of discussions amongst the punditry class. I guess I'm that now, maybe, I don't know. The punditry class talking about Iran's response, and most of us thought, okay, Iran's not going to shoot at U.S. bases. because they don't want to kill Americans. Well, you know what? It looks like the Iranians were smarter than me, which ain't hard. And what the Iranians apparently said was they contacted the U.S. and said, you know, look, we're going to shoot at your bases, so have people out of the way. We're going to do it. They did what the U.S. did. The U.S. basically, apparently, the Trump administration apparently contacted the Iranians, let them know we're going to bomb your facilities. So the Iranians got everything the hell out of the facilities, filled all of the tunnels with apparently with to get down to the facilities with cement, and went on about their business. And the enriched uranium, who knows where it is? Could be in China, North Korea, could be in downtown Tehran. It is. Bottom line is the IAEA don't know where it is anymore, right? So the Iranians played the same game. They said, okay, fair enough. Yeah, we're going to bomb your bases. Apparently, they hit a base in Qatar. There were loud explosions apparently in Baghdad, where they hit some American radar installations in Baghdad and blew the hell out of them. And so then Trump is out there tweeting, ceasefire, we're going to have a ceasefire. He also tweets this, that both sides came to me almost simultaneously, both asking for a ceasefire. I find that hard to believe. And here's one of the main reasons I find it so hard to believe, because I'm calling it a cessation of hostilities, not a ceasefire, for this reason. You know, when you have a conflict, generally a ceasefire is when the two sides meet and they come up with the parameters for a ceasefire, and they sign a document or they have some kind of agreed to ceasefire, right? Okay, I'm not going to do this, you're not going to do that, and it'll have things that have to be done and stuff like that, right? So apparently there was some discussion with Iran. Now, keep in mind something. Trump says they came to us simultaneously. I don't believe him. I do believe the Iranians. And in this instance from now on, when Trump says A and the Iranians say B, I'm going to believe the Iranians for this reason. The Trump administration has already shown that when they were negotiating with the Iranians, that they lied to them. And they said, oh, we're going to negotiate. We're going to meet you Monday, Sunday, whatever the hell day. And then they stabbed them in the back. So for that purposes of discussion now, if the Iranians say we did A and the U.S. said we did B, I'm going to go with what the Iranians say, because they're the only ones that have proven to at least have some modicum of dedication to some level of honesty. Okay, let's keep going. So what I've been reading now for the last couple of days is that the Israelis have been saying, we want out. We've had enough. Uncle, how do we get the hell out of this? We're getting our asses kicked. You and me and all of us have been watching Telegram, I guess some people on Twitter, whatever, different online things I've been watching. And man, these missile strikes, see the difference. You got to understand the difference is this. Israel has been hitting they've been hitting Iran with air-launched missiles. That means a plane takes off, gets up to speed, fires the missile, right? They can only be but so heavy because a plane has, you know, the amount of weight it can carry, and particularly the distance it has to go all the way from Israel, you know, which is like 1,200 kilometers. Bottom line, they're very restricted in how large a missile they can use, and they don't have that big of missiles anyway. Meanwhile, Iran's firing ground missiles, which means they're going to be bigger. They're going to have a much bigger explosive charge, and when they hit, they're going to do a hell of a lot of damage. And as you and all of us have seen, they've been turning a whole lot of stuff to rubble in Israel. And when I saw that video with the mayor of Haifa saying we need a ceasefire, we need to end this thing within days, not weeks, you know, you kind of knew the pressure was there. And apparently there's reporting, apparently it's gone into the mainstream news that the Iranians in one of their missile strikes killed the head of the Mossad or something like that. So, you know, two can play at that game. That's all I'm saying. They're targeting, they claim that they struck a Mossad base, meeting room, whatever like that, and killed a bunch of Israeli intelligence people. I believe it. They got intelligence people there. They got intelligence on the ground, just like Israel. And so it
probably was 2 or 3 CIA officers in there too, probably a couple of British MI6. It wasn't just the head of Mossad and his people got whacked. A couple of CIA analysts was up in that room too.
Israel was paying a very, very dear price. So the bottom line is this, what I'm saying is this. I'm going to call it a cessation of hostilities. They stopped fighting because the Iranians basically didn't say a ceasefire. They said, we will not agree. No, What they said is, if you stop shooting at us, we'll stop shooting at you. That's fair enough. I tell you why I think that's important, why it's critical, and why they took that position. Because they've made it clear we don't trust the U.S. and Israel anymore. So how are we going to make a deal with these people? They've lied, cheat, and steal. The only thing, you probably heard if you've heard my channel, you've heard me speak of, I often speak of my old dad. Wish you could meet him. He was a hilarious guy. The guy was an absolute comedian, but he had a million sayings and things like that. And one of the things that he talked about was a money in hand deal, right? Where you say to the person, okay, we got a deal, blah, blah, blah. And you say, the last thing you say to him is, well, looks like I'll be needing the money up front. In other words, we ain't got no deal. You put this money in my hand, right? Okay, that's the only kind of deals. And it basically means a deal where everything's up front. There ain't no trust. That's it. I guess if I interpret it, that's what it means. A deal where there is no trust. I don't trust you to pay me later. I don't trust you to come through with anything later. Whatever I'm going to get, I get now. Whatever you get now. That's that, right? And I think that's where the Iranians are. So the Iranians are like, hey, let's have a ceasefire deal. Deal with you lying bastards? Not going to happen. Here's what we'll do. You don't shoot at us. We don't shoot at you. You shoot at us tomorrow. We start shooting back at you tomorrow. Because that's what it is. It's a cessation of hostilities. It's not an end to hostilities. It's not a ceasefire. It's not an agreed upon ceasefire with deals and parameters and a reason. No. What they said is, as of 4 a.m., if you're not shooting at us at 4 a.m., we ain't shooting at you at 4 a.m. But apparently, the Israelis got a bunch of last shots off, and the Iranians fired a bunch of last shots off, and that was that. For now, that I know of. That also implies something obvious, and that is no foolishness. If you think you're going to now launch a drone in this country, if you're going to kill a scientist, if you're going to take offensive action against us, you're going to find yourself swallowing some missiles again. We're going to, as I've said many times, the Iranians have agreed to get rid of their missiles one salvo at a time. So what they're saying is, we've stopped getting rid of our missiles. We've got an agreement. You don't want us to have missiles? We're willing to get rid of them. One salvo at a time, right on top of your ass. And so the bottom line is, they're holding on to their missiles. But if Israel does anything stupid, they'll be getting rid of the missiles again on top of Israel. Now, here's something interesting, I think, that is of great consequence. Marjorie Taylor Greene has a post. It's a great post. And again, you know me, I'm a lefty. But Marjorie Taylor Greene, here's what I say about her that I appreciate. I may have very, very serious ideological disagreements with her, but I got a lot of serious ideological disagreements with a lot of people. So that don't mean nothing. That doesn't mean that I don't respect her. And I respect people who take a position and stand by their position, even if I don't agree with it, that have some level of principles. Here's a very important tweet by Marjorie Taylor Greene earlier today. I spent millions of my own money and traveled the entire country campaigning for President Trump and his MAGA agenda and his promises. So that's an opening. That's saying, hey, man, I fought for you. And Trump's MAGA agenda included these key promises: no more foreign wars, no more regime change, world peace. And this, in capital letters, is what people voted for. So she opens reminding Trump, I fought for you. And this is what you promised us. This is the foundation. She said Trump's MAGA agenda included these key promises. She's reminding Trump, this was your promises. She goes on to say this, and this is what people voted for. Only 6 months in. So she lets you know, I was here for you. I supported you. You came up with something. This is what we all voted for. Here's what she says. Only 6 months in, and we're back in the foreign wars, regime change, and World War III. So she lets them know, you lied to us. We voted for you. She goes on to say, listen to this. She hammers Trump. It feels like a complete bait and switch to please the neocons, warmongers, military-industrial complex contract, and neocon TV personalities that MAGA hates and who were never Trumpers. Well, she's letting him have it. And she's right. She's right. I ain't a Trump guy, but I'll tell you this. Where Trump has double-crossed his big witch. Oh, what a shock. You know, a politician who double-crossed the voters. What she's saying is you lied to us. You double-crossed us. You gave us some key promises, and 6 months in, and you have violated every one of them, you bastard. right? She's letting them have it. So then she says, then it quickly turned to Iran's nuclear facilities partially damaged. And now it's, we don't know where their enriched uranium is. She's letting them know your story is full of crap. You lied to us. We voted for something. And now the story you're having doesn't make sense. My children, let me be very clear. When a woman says that, or most men know this, if a woman says something like that, let me be very clear. You better listen. So let's continue. My children are 22, 25, and 27. I will literally fight anyone with capital for their future. That means includes you. She's saying, I don't want my kids dying in a war, you moron. I will fight anyone for them. And their future and their entire generation's future must be free of America-last foreign wars that provoke terrorists on our homeland, military drafts, and nuclear war. Man, I wish there was some Democrat. Where the hell's Bernie Sanders? Where the hell's AOC? Where the hell is these so-called Democrats who supposedly be standing up like that?
They ain't standing up straight.
Where are they? I'm fighting for them to have a future where they can afford to buy a home, afford insurance, invest for retirement, enjoy life, retain their God-given freedoms, which they don't have, afford to raise a family under the Christian faith. Okay. And that's what you want. But here's the thing, if you want to raise a family under the Christian faith, the Muslim faith, no faith at all, that's fine. Not be in debt, safety, and security. And now this is all caps. Not have our own taxpayer-funded government destroy it all. Contrary to brainwashed Democrat boomers, think and protest about, Trump is not a king and MAGA is not a cult, and I can and do have my own opinion. She's letting Trump know that there is unhappiness in MAGA land. That is the message. Trump, I don't know if he knows it or not, is in deep and serious political trouble. In fact, I would say this, based on what he's done, a lot of MAGA's done with him. See, the problem Trump had, for starters, was he didn't have any clearance, bro. He had no clearance whatsoever. When people have been double-crossed and lied to by every politician over and over and over, and you come in, they're expecting you to lie to them, and you got to prove otherwise. And Trump didn't prove otherwise. And he, in fact, people were probably like, well, I think we're going to be lied to, but hopefully not this time. And now they're just saying, yeah, we got lied to this time again. So Trump, it's interesting. Somebody said MAGA is a cult. You know what? I would agree with them for this reason. Because they're Republicans. And what I've said is this: if you're a Democrat or a Republican, you're a member of a brainwashed cult. If you're still a member of one of those parties, you are in fact a member of a brainwashed cult. So I would agree with the person who said MAGA is a cult, because MAGA is part of the Republican Party. If MAGA breaks away from the Republican Party, then I'll say it ain't a cult. But as long as it's a member of the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, it is a member of a brainwashed, stinking cult. That's what they are. That's what both parties are. But the job of each party is to say the other one's a cult, but we're not. Oh, no, we're not the cult, they are. And the other side says, no, we're not the cult, they are. And I'd say, you're both right. Brainwashed cult. But so be it. Whichever one you're in ain't the brainwashed cult. We know how that game works. Let me continue. What I think of Iran, the Iran conflict, was this. And this is why I put it's a catastrophic defeat. The U.S. empire said, all right, we got to go after China because China's economically powerful. Their system is working. Well, for God's sake, we've gone around telling everybody that socialism doesn't work and that people will be unhappy. They'll all be beaten and killed. They'll have no rights and they'll all be impoverished because socialism doesn't work. And damn it, the people, 95 or some percent, some unbelievable percent of the people in China approve of their government. They're happy with their government. And they're richer like hell than we are. And we're $37 trillion in debt. And they actually have probably 15 or $20 trillion in savings, right? We're a debtor nation. They ain't. So now the U.S. says, as you would expect, oh my God, that socialist country works. We got to fight them. Not we have to rethink what we're doing. We have to make some changes. We have to fix our school systems. No, we got to go knuckle dragging the apes. The only thing they know, ugh, they have gold. Ugh, what gold? Ugh, take gold. That's the United States. That's the thoughts of the U.S. Oh, they got gold. Ugh, what gold? Me take gold. These knuckle dragging cavemen look at China and they're like, we've got to contain China. It's even Mearsheimer. That's the Mearsheimer. I call them the Save the Missiles for China crew. They're just Mearsheimer. I would never have it. Well, I'll put it like this. I would invite Mearsheimer on my channel to debate him about China. But the idea that I'm going to say that this guy is some legitimate person who has a right to critique the neocons when he is one of them, when he's one of the savior missiles for China people, he's one of these lunatics who say, no, no, no. Why are we doing all of this with Iran? They don't have nuclear weapons. We need to go to war with a country that has nuclear weapons that we can't defeat. We're going to need to go 7,000 miles away and go to war with a country that has nuclear weapons where we are sure to lose, where 50,000 Americans are going to die in the first few hours. There'll be a nuclear exchange and then we'll all die. Boy, way to go there. You sure are the voice of reason, John Mearsheimer. I think not. Okay, you can keep all of these people who somehow think John Mearsheimer is the voice of reason. I think they should rethink this thing. But okay, it is what it is. So let me continue. These geniuses' plan was we're going to go use Ukraine and we'll take out Russia and voila, off we go in the back door to China. Catastrophic defeat. So they're like, oh crap, that didn't work. Well, let's just keep throwing the Ukrainians at them. They'll kill all the Ukrainians. They kind of get on their nerves anyway, so the hell with them. And they'll be mad at us afterwards what we did with them. So they're better off if they're all dead. Ukrainians, you guys keep dying. We ain't sending you no more weapons. We ain't sending you a damn thing here. Fight them with your bare hands. I don't know. We don't give a shit. Your job is to die. Keep up the good work. Now, meanwhile, what we're going to do is we're going to go over to Iran since Russia's a little too prickly. And I think they still think China's an option. But Russia's too prickly. They've beaten the living dog crap out of us. So here's what we're going to do. It's Iran. We can take them. They're kind of small. We'll do a warm-up on Iran. Let's just grab Iran, slap them around a little bit, and then we'll come in the back door, and we'll get Russia from behind. All right. Yeah, well, the Iranians get a vote, as they say. The Iranians get a vote. Now, here's what I have to say about the Iranians. As they've said, anybody who knows Iran understands that Iran ain't surrendering. Anybody that knows their history, their people, their culture, that knows Shia Islam, knows they ain't backing down. They can take a punch. So what do you know? Israel comes in. All right, we got a plan. As always, shocking, the same plan that never works. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go into Iran. We're going to cause mayhem, and then it'll just fall apart. You know, the way it always never does. We'll go in. You know what we'll do? We'll start a war against Russia, and then we'll have sanctions everywhere, and the people will set upon Putin and throw him out of office, and they'll put Navalny or something in power. That was their minds. It didn't work, of course, because it never does. Okay, but they boom, they jumped on Iran. Ha, ha, ha. We got the first shot in. We got a strike on Iran. We got drones. We got car bombs. We killed scientists, nuclear scientists. We did all of this stuff. Now we got them where we wanted. And Iranians shook it off and said, we took a punch. But we've been around for thousands of years. It ain't the first punch we've taken. So we took a punch. Now we're going to come back and start throwing punches. The problem is Israel's not used to taking punches. Israel's used to mowing the grass. They ain't used to getting their grass mowed. So Iran comes in, and they're throwing hammers at them, huge missiles. And I'm watching friggin' Israelis scurrying around like mice as these, I mean, gigantic missiles. Just kabloom! It looks like a friggin' Hiroshima, right? But they're using conventional weapons. Some of them like, 2,000 and 3,000. I mean, man, these are big missiles. And I mean, I saw one picture where there was like in the middle of the city, like a road, and the whole area was nothing. A whole block-long street was nothing but like a ditch. And all the buildings going out from the explosion were just obliterated. They were just rubble, right? So Israel was getting their butts kicked, and Iran every single day they were working the plan. And see, I think the difference was this, and there's a big difference. Number one, the difference in the size of missiles, but another big difference was this. Israel hit like some prison. Oh, what a brilliant plan. They're going to hit this plan, and then the prisoners will come out and they'll cause mayhem. They always got some stupid plan like that, right? Israel is hitting apartment buildings. Oh, we're going to kill this guy or that person. And boy, that's going to make a difference. Meanwhile, Iran was very strategic. They're taking out power plants. They're taking out refineries. They're taking out infrastructure. What Iran says is we're going to take Israel apart. We're going to take it to pieces. Piece by piece by piece. What it appears to me that the plan of Iran was to obliterate Israel's economy, to put them in a position where they can't fight, right? You and I get in a fight. If I get that wrist and I break your wrist, now you got less weapons to fight with, maybe your knees. Now I get this wrist and I break that wrist. Now you're running out of weapons in a hurry, right? I want to take away your ability to continue this. They were saying, and the Iranians were saying it. They were saying, we're going to dismantle this. We're going to destroy this thing. We're going to break it to pieces, one missile at a time. Everything they need to be a country, we're going to take from them until they wake up one day and they're not a country anymore. That you don't have to blow up all the buildings if you take out the power plants and the water plants, if you take out the infrastructure that they need. Bit by bit, piece by piece, surgically. They were surgically dismantling Israel. And Israel has never, let's face it, what do? They go bomb and kill some innocent people. They're not accustomed to what they were getting, which was a butt kicking, and their whole society is being dismantled. Meanwhile, the softies, which are the Israeli people, were like, oh, to hell with this. We're going back to Brooklyn. They're out of here. They're getting on their yachts. They're trying to get on planes. I knew they were in trouble when the government of Israel says the Israelis can't leave. They can't leave because they knew if people could leave, there'd be nobody left. Everybody was getting out of there. These people are not used to having missiles on their heads every night. They're not used to hiding every day. They're not used to hiding in underground shelters day and night. Because I watched a video of an Israeli Knesset member being interviewed, and then all of a sudden the alarms started going off on their phones. They all started running, and you heard a missile come over and kablooey. Now they all survived, but it wasn't far away. But they were running for their lives, scattering like stinking roaches, right? Every direction, running like rats. Run as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm the missile man. That's what they were looking at. Holy crap! Ooh. Israelis aren't used to. They're not used to that. They woke up to a new reality, a reality that says there's somebody out there that can deliver the pain. They can bring the pain, and they brought the pain. And now the Israelis, keep in mind something, and this is another reason, one of the reasons it's a catastrophic defeat. One of the reasons that the military base, the military outpost of the U.S. empire, that is Israel, is so valuable is that it is used to dominate the region. It's used to frighten everybody in the region. They use the word deterrence. They don't mean deterrence. They mean domination. They mean control, but they say deterrence. So part of what Israel was there was to dominate and control the region. So nobody in the region would even dream of pushing back against the Israelis. And Iran was the last one that they were going to get their hands on. Oh, we're going to get them. The problem was this. Number one, I believe Israel was the opening volley. They're going to hit first, and then they're going to bring the United States in, right? Okay, fair enough. That was the game plan. The heat was really, really hard on Donald Trump. One of the great things that we saw is the heat was starting to, the cauldron was heating up back home. People were back here really making it clear they don't want this. How do you drag? And the ruling elite, their biggest fear is internal uprising. I ain't saying that it's over. And I'm not saying that they're going to give up their imperial neocon globalist, a desire to rule the world, or they ain't going to stop doing terrible things. But what I'm going to say is this. Their biggest fear is internal uprising. And they were seeing a lot of people from all over the place saying, man, we ain't happy with this. And they knew good and damn well that Iran has a nuclear card. And that nuclear card is economics. They know good and well that if they push Iran too far. First of all, if Iran closes the Straits of Hormuz, that's a problem. But it's a problem, as has been brought out, for some of Iran's friends. So Iran would prefer not to do it if they don't have to. Okay. Now, a lot of people have said when Israel gets in bad shape, they're going to start throwing nukes at Iran. Possibly, but I'm saying it's over or they won't. But here's the problem. I don't even know if Israel has the keys to their own nukes. It is a imperial fortress, an imperial military outpost. Wouldn't surprise me if the U.S. didn't give them the keys to those nukes. Number one. Number two, okay, quote, Israel commits suicide. Will the U.S. let Israel commit U.S. suicide? I don't think they will. I'm starting to believe that this whole business, and that's the other thing. One of the strengths that Israel had was the sanction option. Everybody was afraid, oh, they're crazy. They'll just take us all with them and things get better. Well, they're getting their ass kicked now and they ain't doing a sanction option, are they? What are they doing? They're begging for a ceasefire. I thought they were crazy people, that as soon as they took a couple punches, they'd go with the Samson option. They're not doing the Samson option. They're doing the Samsonite option. We're getting out of Dodge. We're heading back to Brooklyn, right? So the fact of the matter is, I think the myth of the Samson option, that the Israelis were holding the whole world hostage, I think that's starting to evaporate. That people are like, you're not as crazy as we thought you would. You're getting your butt kicked. And you know what you did? You begged for mercy and cried uncle. I think the idea that the U.S. would go into a catastrophic war with Israel, it ain't over yet. But the U.S. might have looked at it. Think about this. Straits of Hormuz closes completely. I mean, if the U.S. hits really damaged Iran, really hurt them bad, oh, that's it. They're closing Straits of Hormuz. They're going to play their card. They're going to fire their nuclear weapon. Straits of Hormuz will be closed, loaded with all kinds of mines. And how are we going to get it open? We'd have to demine it. But how are you going to demine it? You'd have to send ships in to demine it. And it's what, 35 miles wide? 35 miles wide. You're going to send ships in there. What do you think is going to happen from when those missiles come whistling off the coast? When those Onyx missiles and various missiles, anti-shipping missiles, you're going to get blown to smithereens. So you can't demine it. If they put mines in and sink a couple of ships in the channel, in the shallow, and make it hard for ships to navigate. I'll put it to you like this: if they put mines in, and if they say it's closed, as soon as they say it's closed, the insurance companies are going to declare force majeure. In other words, there's a war going on. Something is out of our hands. Nobody's covered there. As soon as they say it's closed, the insurance companies will declare force majeure, and they will say it's over. We're not covering anybody anymore. And at that point, before they even play their final card, which their final card would be take those missiles and flatten the Saudis, the Kuwaitis, the UAE, all of them, flatten all of their oil infrastructure. That's their final card. If they get hit with a nuke, you know they're going to do that. You know they're going to do that. And what happens to the U.S. empire? It completely collapses. Remember, the strength of the Brits and the U.S. empire is their ability to print money and come up with unlimited capital in the blink of an eye. That is the only strength they have left. They don't have military strength. They only got economic and financial strength, and they can come up with a lot of money in a hurry, which is getting tougher to do, but they can still do it. But a lot of it's magic money. So what happens when the derivatives market, which is measured in quadrillions of dollars, the derivative market collapses? See you later, Wall Street. Everything's gone. The bond markets. What happens if you're a retired fireman, teacher, whatever? All those retirements are gone. Everything's gone. What do you think is going to happen in the United States if all the retired people whose money is in the bond market get a letter, or there's something comes on MSNBC, CNN, and Fox? Well, due to our activities in the Middle East, there's been an attack on the oil infrastructure of this country, this country, this country, and that country. It looks like the bond market is collapsing. It looks like the derivatives market is gone. All the oil speculation and future speculation, there ain't nothing to speculate on. So you won't be getting a retirement check next week. And the government doesn't have any money to help you. and the value of the dollar has dropped to a point where you will need a wheelbarrow full of dollars just to buy a wheelbarrow to carry your dollars. Worthless. There's a run on banks, but it ain't going to do you no good because the dollars are worthless. That is a nuclear option. That would be finishing off. So the Iranians do have a nuclear option. And so while they don't have a kinetic physical weapon, I mean a nuclear weapon, they do have a nuclear weapon, and the U.S. knows it. And I think what the Iranians did today was important. I don't think it's an accident that the Iranians fired on U.S. bases today, and there was a ceasefire. Now, of course, we know what happened. Look, think about this. So Trump is basically saying, oh, yeah, they came to me and they just said they want to see Israel. Look, simultaneously they asked for it. Well, that's a lie. Do you remember what happened with the Houthis? The U.S. was there for 30 days and planes mysteriously slipped overboard. Remember that? Yes, we had a plane mysteriously slip overboard and another one slipped overboard. And another one slipped over. I'm like, what the hell is it? Their decks with grease? No, I think that they were mysteriously slipping overboard as missiles from the Houthis anti-aircraft system shot them down. And then they slipped overboard. Well, where are they? In the sea, bottom of the sea. You know, they fell overboard and they just went straight to the bottom. It's not like they were shot down and they blew the hell up in flames and they were on the bottom because they were shot down over the Red Sea. New. So what happens? We got our butts kicked by the Houthis. And we declared victory and said, what did Trump say? The Houthis have capitulated. They've given up. They're done. They're finished. And we're leaving. Our work is done here. I mean, they're fully, thoroughly defeated. And everybody's like, come on, nobody believes that. Well, what does he say now? Yeah, they both came to me at the same time, simultaneously, as it were. No, the Israelis have been defeated. Donald Trump has been defeated politically. Now, I'll say this. We're not out of the woods completely yet. And I'll tell you why. Because the U.S. sent a lot of military hardware to the Middle East. I think that military hardware is still there. I don't trust them. I'm sure Iran doesn't trust him. I'm sure Iran is locked and loaded. And what Iran's not going to do is say, okay, we got a cessation of hostilities, let's relax. No, Iran's locked and loaded. They're set for war. And I think they're laying low, but they're set for war. And they're just saying, just try it. You just anything. You throw another punch. We're not punching. We don't have an agreement. You're not shooting at us. We're not shooting at you. If anything comes in our directions, we're going to open up on you. And I think what they'll do is, if the Israelis fire one missile, they'll lay a salvo on them. Hypersonic missiles and everything. They will hit them hard. And I think what happened is the bases were hit today. And it's interesting because all of us thought the Israelis, all of us, like, the Iranians aren't going to do that. They're not going to do that. They don't want to kill Americans. I think they made a point that caused Israel and the Americans both to recoil in shock and horror. And the point is, look, we're not saying we can win. We're not saying we can win. We're saying we ain't afraid to fight. That's, I think, what it came down to. Everybody expected some level of fear and them to be, afraid, concerned, and say, we're not going to strike back against the U.S. because that's exactly what they want, and then they'll attack us. That ain't what they did. They said, we've got principles. And our principle is, you punch us, we punch back. Let your conscience be your guide. Let the chips fall where they may. And I think the U.S. knew this, and the Iranians have said it all along. We ain't worried about your monkey. We're worried about the organ grinder. We're going to smack your monkey. We're going to beat your monkey. We're going to pummel your monkey. That's fair enough. Sure. Fine. But we know that sooner or later you're coming, and that's what we're waiting for. That's what we've been waiting for 20 years. We've been waiting for this. We knew you were coming sooner or later. The door is open. Now we're going to smack your monkey around. Your little monkey don't mean nothing to us. You can see what we're doing to your monkey, and you can see that they're irrelevant. We're going to humiliate them. We're going to embarrass them. We're going to degrade them. We're going to mistreat them. We're going to do whatever we want to do to your monkey. Now, organ grinder, come on down. This is what we've been waiting on. We don't want to fight you. Absolutely no. But we know sooner or later you were coming. The door is open. Come on in. See how it works out. We got something saved for you. We've been waiting specifically for this moment. And I think the Americans, part of it was, what happens if we go in there and get a bloody nose? And we're probably going to get a bloody nose. And now they know. I think the message was this time we told you we were coming to those bases. Next time we ain't telling you. This time we told you we're fine at your bases, get out of the way. Next time we ain't telling you. Next time you come attack us. You saw what we did to your monkey. And that was a warm-up. Bring it. Let's do this. That's what the Iranians did. We're not afraid to fight. First of all, if you ain't afraid to fight, that means you got to be not afraid to lose. They're like this. We ain't afraid to fight. We might lose, we might win, but we're going to bloody your ass up. And if you take this thing too far, you take it too far, we'll take it too far. And all this discussion about closing the Straits of Hormuz was, I think, this was, in a way, if you think about it, the United States played their hand, and their hand kind of gave Iran exactly what it wanted. Because as long as they were pummeling Iran, yeah, sure, that's fun. Yeah, you get to blow Israel. You get to throw missiles at Israel. I'm sure I'm sure that was a hoot. You get to blow their stuff up. I think they killed the Mossad chief. I'm pretty sure they killed this. I'll look. I think they were killed. There you go. Let me see.
We're getting some breaking news. We're learning that Iran missiles hit Israel amid truce claim being made by United States. 3 people have been killed in the Iranian strike in Israel's Beersheba. And Iran missile hits Israel building, kills 3 people. Israel says that Iran has launched missiles 3rd time in an hour. This is what is being claimed by the Israeli side. So amid the ceasefire claims that are being made by US President Donald Trump, saying that a ceasefire has been reached upon between Iran and Israel, we're learning that Iran has fired missiles at Israel amid the claims that are being made of the truce. And in fact, 3 people have also lost their lives in these Iranian strikes at Israel. The Iranian missiles hit Israeli building in which 3 people have been killed. Israel has claimed that Iran launched missiles 3rd time in an hour. So these are the visuals of the strike by Iranian side at Israel. The building was hit by the missiles in which 3 people have lost their lives. My colleague Shivani is now joining us from Tel Aviv with more details on this latest attack from the Iranian side at Israel. Shivani, over to you.
See, Anjali, this is in fact the 4th alert since morning, since the last 1 hour, when we are again going to the shelter. So this is happening for the first time in the last 12 days when one after the other, in a matter of minutes, the alerts are being sounded by Israel. That means that some missiles continue to come from Iran side. And the reports have also come that in Beersheba, there has been a big attack. from Iran, where around 3 people have lost their lives. So this is not, it doesn't look like it's going to end. It is. It doesn't look like that the ceasefire that was announced by Donald Trump is working, especially when it comes to Iran, which is continuing to fire these missile salvos in the cities across Israel. See, people are inside the shelter homes. They continue to be inside. They are confined to these shelters. So this is happening for the first time since I've come here. And in fact, in last 12 days since this conflict started, that these critical alerts are coming one after the other in the matter of minutes, Anjali. So the announcement by Donald Trump is now not only being refuted by Iran in terms of the statements, but also on ground when it continues to fire missiles inside the cities and especially the residential areas of Israel, including Beersheba, where a major attack has been witnessed, where around 3 people have lost their lives and there are many injured in these attacks today.
Right, Shivani. Also, the IDF claimed that the ceasefire will be beginning in the next 50 minutes. This was about half an hour ago, but we're seeing back-to-back missile attacks from the Iranian side at Israel.
Anjali, to be very precise, it's actually 2.5 hours behind India's time, IST. So it is the time here is 6:35, and the alert started coming right at 5 a.m. In fact, many people woke up with these alerts, and they directly rushed to these shelter homes. And so are we here? So whatever claims that were coming in from United States President Donald Trump, whatever IDF was saying, it doesn't seem to translate well on ground when it comes to the Iranian action that still continues on the 12th day with a barrage of missiles that have been fired upon multiple cities inside Israel. So the alerts are critical. The people in Israel, they remain inside the shelters. They are waiting for more instructions from the IDF and the Home Front Command. But certainly this is happening for the first time. So this is yet another aggressive attack that is coming in from Iran towards Israel, where people are waiting for things, and they are actually. I was trying to speak to some people. They say that they do not believe in this ceasefire announcement that has come from Donald Trump because they want to see peace on ground. Only if Iran stops its action, that means the ceasefire is working. But as of now, it doesn't seem so, Anjali, because continuously for last 1.5 hours, there are alerts that are coming in. That means there are fresh missile salvos and the high intensity missiles. They are being launched on Israel, multiple cities, Beersheba, which was, remember, Beersheba has been hit on 19th also, where the big hospital facility was fired by Iran, where we also saw devastation on ground. I brought that report from Beersheba. And once again, these pictures are saying and showing the kind of high-intensity hypersonic missiles that are being used by Iran. So that means it is rejecting the claims of ceasefire. It continues to take this action ahead. And if Iran has done this, now obviously Israel will be taking certain countermeasures. And what America has to decide, that will also be very important in this situation.
Absolutely, Shivani, do stay with us. So, Beersheba building is the one that has been hit by the Iran.
See, now they hiding that. I don't know when Iran gonna start bombing them. Well, have you officially put it on paper that you surrender? Did you write the word surrender down? I don't know. Maybe you should start thinking about that. All right, let's see what I got to say about this.
Joins us now, Scott. Again, thank you for yesterday's segment, which has reached over 755,000 people the last time I looked a little while ago. What do we know?
Now, he's not going to talk about the surrender because this was before that. And I don't even think he's going to talk about the U.S. bases getting attacked. I think he's going to talk about Trump's lies about destroying Iran's nuclear potential.
About the Iranian strikes on the American base in Qatar. Did it happen? Or is this just the Western media feeding us what the CIA wants us to hear?
No, I think it happened. The Iranian president issued a statement together with the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Command. The supreme leader has weighed in on this. So Iran
did retaliate. It appears that it was a very limited scope retaliation. They fired 6 missiles. Some have read into the Iranian statements to say that this
Maverick,
including Maverick's read into the Iranian statements as well, to believe that this is symbolic, a missile for a bomber kind of thing. Some reports say that these were older missiles, not the newer Fatah missiles, which means that they were basically set up to fail. And even if they hit their targets, and there's some reporting that 3 of these missiles did strike the airbase, the Americans have been given an enormous amount of advance notice and had evacuated to bunkers and shelters. And there were no casualties, which then the supreme leader has come out afterwards and said, we harmed no one, but no one will play us as a fool or something of that nature. So this was Iran symbolically striking back at what was in effect a symbolic American strike against Iran. No casualties, hitting empty facilities. And according to the news, Donald Trump has said he will not retaliate. So we may have the makings of a grand bargain in play. I mean, it's a very fluid situation, very volatile situation, but it doesn't appear either the United States or Iran is going for blood, going for the throat. They appear to be looking for an off-ramp. And I'll just leave it to this. The fact that the Iranian attack came after Foreign Minister Araghchi met with Russian President Putin, where clearly this was discussed and the Russians greenlit this. I don't think the Russians would have greenlit any action that would have led to an escalation of the violence and such. I think what we're seeing is a lot of behind-the-scenes action taking place, a lot of behind-the-scenes diplomacy. But in order for diplomacy to work, the situation on the ground needs to stabilize. And I think this tit-for-tat strike, no casualties, no blood, might be part of this stabilization effort.
do we now know with certainty that the United States bombings on Saturday evening and Sunday morning served no legitimate military purpose?
We can say that with all certainty. Even the U.S. government has had to admit, together with the Israelis, that they have not. The thing that everybody was worried about is that 60% enriched uranium and the advanced centrifuge cascades that could be used to step that up to weapons-grade uranium. These have not been destroyed. We don't even know where they are right now. So in many cases, we're worse off today than we were before the military action took place, because at least when the military action took place, we knew where this material was, and we had them monitored by IAEA inspectors. Iran, I think today, earlier, the parliament severed relations with the International Atomic Energy Agency. That doesn't mean that Iran has stepped away from the NPT, but what they've said is that as currently structured, they cannot do business with the IAEA inspectors. So, we know that we've only made the situation worse, which is another reason why I think the president may be inclined to a grand bargain, because a grand bargain that brought about a cessation of the conflict, but brought the Iranian nuclear material under control of a new IAEA inspection regime, may be combined with a deal that caps Iranian enrichment at 3.75%, which would be a victory for Iran. I think this is the logical outcome of the military failure, because we clearly couldn't get rid of this material or these centrifuges with military action. We don't know where they are today, and the only way we bring them under control is either to strategically defeat Iran and occupy Iran, which just isn't in the books at this juncture, or to cut a deal that brings an end to the conflict and brings Iran's nuclear program back under the monitoring of international inspectors.
So Secretary of Defense Hegseth calling this brilliant, and President Trump saying we totally obliterated their nuclear facilities. This is hogwash.
It is, unless, and I'm not giving Trump credit here, but unless his entire, plan was to, carry out an action against Iran, which was so demonstrably useless, but to disguise it with his rhetoric, hoping for the Iranians to strike back. Because remember, the Iranians are guilty of the same thing. We are going to destroy the American base with fire and brimstone, rain hell down on the infidels, 6 missiles, 3 of which were shot down. So both sides are guilty of extreme rhetoric in delivering, very minor strikes. And one has to wonder if this wasn't, I'm not saying it was pre-planned, but remember, Trump has done this before. He assassinated Qasem Soleimani and then rode out an Iranian ballistic missile attack against Al-Assad Air Base in Iraq, only to declare the issue resolved. And so Trump may have initiated something in hopes that the Iranians responded similarly so that there could be an end to this conflict. I don't know. I can't get inside the brain of this man.
Is the United States foreign policy subordinated to the wishes of Benjamin Netanyahu?
Well, gosh, you might think that so if you listen to the spokesperson of the Department of State, Tammy Bruce, who said America is the greatest nation in the world after Israel. That was shocking to me that she said this, an insult. We're the greatest nation in the world after no one, if you want to make that statement. But to deliberately, for a senior State Department spokesperson to make that statement, subordinating the United States to Israel, speaks volumes about where we are as a nation, as a people today.
Here she is saying that, Scott.
The pride of being able to be here and do work that facilitates making things better for people. And in the greatest country on earth, next to Israel. In the greatest country on earth, next to Israel. It's an honor to be able to make a difference and to be able to speak in this regard with an administration that I love so much.
The greatest country on earth.
She said that in an interview with a reporter while she was, I don't know if the Secretary of State was there, but she was at NATO headquarters.
Yeah, it's an embarrassment to the United States of America, and under any circumstance, she should be relieved for incompetence. You don't subordinate the United States to any nation, let alone Israel. We would never say the United States is the greatest nation in the world, except for Great Britain. We like the British. We have a special relationship with them. We don't subordinate ourselves to them. We don't subordinate ourselves to France, to anybody. And yet she has come out and said this because apparently we are subordinated to Israel.
You could make the argument that every major Middle Eastern war in which we've engaged in the past 20 years has been at the instigation of Benjamin Netanyahu.
You could make that argument indeed. I think it would hold up in court even.
I mean, Scott, the Israeli donor class we know has an ironclad grip on the Congress. Now it apparently has an ironclad grip on the White House.
Well, I mean, it was problematic in the extreme when then candidate Trump took $100 million from Marian Adelson. We know the agenda that was attached to that $100 million. Marco Rubio was supposed to be vice president. That $100 million was supposed to buy that. Trump said, no, I'm not doing that. But he gave Marco Rubio the Secretary of State position. And today, I just want to remind people that when Marco Rubio stood behind the president as he announced the military action against Iran, he wasn't just the Secretary of State. He was the National Security Advisor. He's currently dual-hatted, which is constitutionally problematic. And yet he is literally a de facto tool of Israel. Marco Rubio is carrying the water for Benjamin Netanyahu, and he's the Secretary of State / National Security Advisor. The same can be said for Pete Hegseth. He's also carrying the water. He is a longtime Christian Zionist. These are things that in the old days, to express the opinions that they had, you couldn't have gotten a security clearance. Israel hasn't always had this grip on the United States. There was a time that if you were considered to be too close to Israel, you didn't get a security clearance. You didn't get to hold high positions. Today, apparently, it is a prerequisite for selection to high office because Trump has surrounded himself almost exclusively with people who have taken significant Israeli money and have basically given voice to their pro-Israeli sentiments.
Here's Marco Rubio making a fool of himself yesterday. This is about a little over a minute long. The essence of it is, forget about the intel. Cut number 2, Chris.
Weaponization ambitions. Are you saying there that the United States did not see intelligence that the supreme leader had ordered weaponization?
That's irrelevant. I see that question being asked on the media. That's an irrelevant question.
No,
they have
but that is
everything
the
they
key
need to build a
point
weapon.
in U.S. intelligence assessments. You know that.
No, it's not.
Yes, it was.
No, it's
that
not.
the political decision had not
I know
been
that better
made.
than you know that, and I know that that's not the case.
But I'm asking you whether the order was given.
And the people who say that, it doesn't matter if the order was given. They have everything they need to build nuclear weapons. Why would you bury things in a mountain, 300 feet under the ground?
Right.
Why would you bury why do they have 60% enriched uranium? You don't need 60% enriched uranium. The only countries in the world that have uranium at 60% are countries that have nuclear weapons. Because they can quickly make it 90. They have all the elements. They have. Why do they have a space program? Is Iran going to go to the moon? No, they're trying to build an ICBM.
No, but
so
that's a question. That's a question of intent. And you know, in the intelligence assessment, that it was that Iran wanted to be a threshold state and use this leverage. I'm talking about the public March assessment, and that's why I was asking you if you know something more from March.
But that's also an inaccurate
was
representation of it. That's an accurate representation of it. That's not how intelligence is read. That's not how intelligence is used. Here's what the whole world knows. Forget about intelligence.
He's a liar.
Forget about intelligence. There you go. Sorry you had to listen to all of that to get to the key part at the end. Does Marco Rubio know what he's talking about?
Well, unfortunately, Rubio has a very valid point. The 60% enriched uranium has no purpose other than positioning Iran as a threshold state. Iran did this
for negotiating purposes.
Right. Well, I mean, when you position yourself as a threshold state, Iran says that's for negotiating purposes. But what it does is open the door for people like Marco Rubio to say, oh, you're just one step away from a nuclear weapon that we can't allow you to have. Therefore, this represents an imminent threat. This is why I've always been critical of the Iranians for doing this. My criticism dates back to October of last year when I wrote an article published in Consortium News that said exactly this, that Iran's program, which has 60% enriched uranium and other aspects declared by the Iranians, makes them a threshold nuclear weapons state, and that's unacceptable. And it leaves open the possibility of military preemptive attack, which would be justifiable, to be honest, because Iran has no legitimate reason to have 60% enriched uranium. But the Iranians did enter into negotiations prior to this. What we now know, thanks to Marco Rubio, is that the decision to strike Iran was made on March 7th. It was April 14th, I believe, that the United States began negotiations with the Iranians that led to draft agreements that would have capped enrichment at 3.75%, disposed of the 60%, resolved all of the issues that Marco Rubio speaks of. But Marco Rubio didn't care. So he should also say, I don't care about diplomacy. And here he is, the Secretary of State, because basically he allowed diplomacy to be used as a front to create a subterfuge that set the Iranians up for the surprise attack. The Iranians did everything they needed to do to unravel the disaster they had made in enriching uranium 60%. They were ready to give it all up, to sign a treaty, to cap the whole thing. But Marco Rubio wasn't interested in the facts. He wasn't interested in intent. He had made a decision on the behalf of Israel that he wanted to go to war, and that was the outcome he sought.
How badly has Israel been battered by Iran since its surprise attack in the middle of June?
Well, it's very difficult to say with certainty because Israel has put a media blackout on the strikes. So what has leaked out, the bits and pieces have leaked out show that Iran is striking targets of critical importance to Israel, in addition to the Ashdod power generation plant, which, if it's totally knocked out, is literally lights out for Israel. They've struck military facilities now for the first time, inflicting harm on the Israeli military. And, these missiles are reaching their targets. They are striking. They are doing damage. The Israelis themselves, you're starting to hear, talk inside Israeli channels that this is not a sustainable conflict, that Israel will have a hard time going on for another week, which is why what came out of the news today, that Israel is pressuring the United States to bring an end to this conflict by the end of the week. And that's sort of ironic, having dragged the United States into this war. Israel's in such a dire situation that they're pressuring the United States, please end this. We need this to be over by the end of the week. We can't take much more of this.
So let me get this straight. The United States was moving forward with negotiations with Iran on the nuclear enrichment issue. Benjamin Netanyahu disrupted those negotiations by his surprise attack on Iran. Now he talks the United States into a meaningless PR bombing that cost $100 million of a couple of mountains in Iran. Now he wants the United States to get him out of the war that he started in order to disrupt the negotiations. Do I have that right?
Yes, sir. Except let's make it up front. We don't want to give the United States the facade of innocence. It wasn't that Benjamin Netanyahu disrupted the negotiations. Benjamin Netanyahu, working with Marco Rubio and others, used the negotiations as subterfuge to set Iran up. So the United States was part of Benjamin Netanyahu's surprise attack.
Wow. Russia, China, Pakistan, what are they thinking?
Well, right now, the three of them, yesterday was a very interesting day in the Security Council of the United Nations as Russia, China, and Pakistan came together to sponsor a resolution that would call for an immediate ceasefire. Now, yesterday, in yesterday's environment, that seemed to be politically impossible to pull off, given the fact that the United States had just struck Iran, and it was clear that Iran was going to have some sort of retaliation. But in the current context, where the emptiness of both the American attack and Iran's response, and the fact now that Trump isn't going to respond, and Israel is screaming for American intervention to bring an end to this conflict, and even Iran is saying, we could see the light at the end of the tunnel here. We're in strange territory where Russia and China, together with Pakistan, may sponsor a Security Council resolution calling for a ceasefire, and the United States vote in favor of it. That hasn't happened yet, but we're now in the realm of the possibility. So, whether it was by accident, on purpose, combination of both, there is a window of opportunity for diplomacy here. I just hope that everybody's wise enough to take it. I think the Russians and the Chinese are ready. I think the Iranians would be willing. It's up to the United States and Israel and what we're willing to accept in terms of a compromise on Iran's nuclear program. And that'll make or break any potential ceasefire.
And what happens if Netanyahu comes begging for a ceasefire? And what happens if he accepts a compromise on uranium enrichment? And how does he justify and explain the destruction of his country's infrastructure and economy? And what becomes of him when this ends?
Well, these are all good questions. If I were Benjamin Netanyahu, I would spin this as a tragic but necessary victory for Israel. I would say that there was no chance that we would ever destroy the totality of Iran's nuclear program, that it's impossible to do so, but that the damage we have inflicted on the nuclear infrastructure has set Iran back 2 to 4 years. And because of this, we have compelled the Iranians to surrender those aspects of their program that were most problematic to Israel and the United States. And that this new nuclear deal, because it's backed by the weight of the United States, is a deal Israel can accept, but it never would have happened without the decisive leadership of Benjamin Netanyahu. That's the kind of BS spin that I'd put on it.
But in reality, he's probably finished in terms of his political career and his personal freedom.
There may be a compromise yet over his personal freedom, meaning that there might be a deal where he steps down, agrees to a slap on the wrist, and there won't be a full prosecution. I think Israel's interested in just getting past this nightmare. But he is at real legal risk. He has several cases open against him. And as soon as he stops being the prime minister and have the protection of the prime ministership, then he is susceptible to being arrested and in charge, put on trial. And he knows that. No matter what, Israel is going to wake up to the fact that this was an unnecessary war. And when the final tally comes in about the damage done, I think there will be a real political price to be paid, not just by Benjamin Netanyahu, but everybody who pushed this war on Israel. This was a war of choice. Israel had not been attacked. The United States had a diplomatic solution to the problem of Iran's nuclear program. But Benjamin Netanyahu made a decision to take Israel to war. Now Israel's paid a very, very steep price. We don't know what the final price tag will be, and we don't know what the true extent of the political damage that has been done will be until this war is over and the dust settles. But I am safe to say that I don't think this ends well for Benjamin Netanyahu.
Did Donald Trump risk initiating World War III by what he ordered on Saturday night?
I believe so. I don't believe this grand bargain that we're whispering about was even on the table when Trump made that attack. Meaning, if it was in his head. It was some sort of Donald Trump trick play. But I don't think it had been briefed to the Russians. I don't think it had been briefed to the Chinese, and I don't think it had been briefed to the Iranians. And so, by carrying out such a precipitous action without a guarantee of what the outcome would be, that means that rather than have the Iranians behave, rationally and fire 6 for 6 and not seek to kill anybody, what if Iran had just fired a huge, massive retaliation against all of the air bases? What if the attack against Al Udeid started off with 50 missiles that caused the United States and Qatar to expend the totality of their ballistic missile defenses, and then followed up with, say, 20 precision-guided missiles that took out not the empty hangars, but the bunkers where Americans were hiding in. And suddenly we have hundreds, maybe thousands of dead and wounded Americans. Now the United States has to retaliate. This is the danger of playing stupid games of this nature. Especially
This is what Trump was willing to risk.
I agree. This is an extraordinarily dangerous situation. What if he was Strait of Hormuz? What if they had attacked oil infrastructure, in the region, and now we have a diplomatic crisis, an economic collapse of the world. So this is everything that Donald Trump put at risk with this precipitous, irresponsible action. The fact that we may come out of this, would be. I'll be thankful, but what we're going to get is what we would have gotten through negotiations without any of this war. Right. And that's what's being overlooked here, is even if there is a grand bargain, the bargain we're getting is one that comes with a heavy price tag. We could have done this just through diplomacy had Donald Trump had a different Secretary of State other than Israeli first Marco Rubio.
Scott Ritter, thank you, my dear.
Coffee. Follow me.